sunshine. We are live at the Destiny Designers University launch. I am just so excited. You've seen a lot of you tuned in early, the behind the scenes, everything that's going on and happening here. But I just want to start with how I start everything. I've been praying all morning, but I just want to open up with a prayer. So just join me wherever you are in just a prayer of thanksgiving that we're at this moment. Dear Lord, thank you for another day. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you that we're here in this moment, in this time. We know that all things work together for good for them that love you and are called according to your purpose. So we're just asking you for your blessings now for everyone that's a part of today's launch, all those who've availed themselves and their talents to make this a success, that everything will give your name the glory. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. So just had to get that out of the way, because without God I can do nothing. And I'm just grateful, I'm overwhelmed. Everyone's like, Stacey, how do you feel? I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I'm like, OMG, why did I say I was going to launch this university? But we're here. And that's the beauty of stepping out on faith and understanding that when you decide to be in alignment with the talents and the skills that God has given you, then you just move full speed ahead. The how is none of your business. Just remembering the why is what's important. So today is a culmination of all sorts of emotions and excitement about Destiny Designers University. So I appreciate all of you who are tuned in. I was getting text messages and phone calls saying, Stacey, we see you fixing your shoe. We see the guys running behind, setting up the step and repeat. Well, that's real life. This is real life happening. What time is it now? After 10 on November 29th, 2014, a day that's going down in history. So as we get started this morning, I want to just thank some of the people who have made all of this possible. And without them, this day wouldn't happen. So first, of course, I started off with thanking God for just the ability to have life. Second, my parents, because they were fortunate enough to have me. My mom's on her way, love you mommy. My daddy's probably watching from sunny Florida, and all of my aunts and uncles who had a hand to play in my raising. You know about my grandma. She is the foundation of my platform. So if you haven't heard that story before, just tune in, you'll hear about it. But my 97-year-old grandmother who is still living, and I just thank God for her every day and for the example of a strong woman of God and a character unlike any that I've met that gives me the inspiration to keep moving. And ladies and gentlemen, without my other half, the better half of me, just the best husband on the planet, I would not be able to do this. He has been up with me round the clock trying to pull all the behind the scenes together, and my sons, who right now are just interested in posing for the camera. So you'll see them soon. Jeremy and Josiah, I'm leaving this legacy for you and for what we will be able to leave as our family's mark on what we're doing here on the planet. And all of my family, my cousins, my aunts, everyone that's been calling and just saying a word of congratulations and just appreciation for the fact that I'm stepping out on faith and sharing this vision with the world. And my team. Oh my goodness, if you don't have a team, you can't do anything. So I want to thank all the members of my team, Cassandra, Dominique, Shayna, always being there, right there by my side, having my back. Rebecca, Jody for making this possible. I just love you all and I thank you. And then the reinforcements, you gotta have reinforcements. Without my Tyler, without Mike, without Patrick, who are all back here working so hard to pull this together, it couldn't be. So I am so grateful, I'm humble. When you have the right people sitting in your front row, when you have individuals who believe in you, who don't need to get much of an explanation and they just tell you, Stacey, I got you. I got your back. That's priceless. And I am so grateful this morning that they're here. You're going to get to meet some of the incredible people that I play and work with that will be live in the studio being interviewed, and some we had some fun times pre-recording, some opportunities for you to engage with the best on the planet. I'm talking about those who understand how to master the gift that God has given them. One thing that I know for sure, Dennis Kimbrough was so right in his book with What Makes the Great Great. If you're the smartest one in your group, you need a new group. So I hang around with people who are smarter than me, people who understand what it is that they've been given that can sharpen my soul and that we can sharpen each other to be our best selves. The motto for Destiny Designers University is where we graduate to the next best level of ourselves. That's what this life skills, leadership, and professional development training is all about. And I'm just excited that I'm able to pour in the years of my work, all that I've been able to do with you today to invite you in for those who are interested in continuing the conversation and expose you to a wonderful assortment of joint venture opportunities with my master experts who will be supporting Destiny Designers University. So here's a few rules for the day. If you want to share this with somebody else, if you feel that in this time, we're in the holiday season, the Thanksgiving holiday just passed, all of the holiday songs and Christmas carols are playing, and everybody out there is not as chipper and not as happy, and they need something positive, they need something that can fill their spirit, then don't be selfish. Share this out. Just right on top of your screen, there's an icon that has the Facebook logo on it. Just press on it. Share it out. Let them know that you're viewing. You could be viewing in your home. You could be viewing not in your car if you're driving, because we don't want distracted driving. But if you're on the road, if you're still shopping for the holidays, just turn it on your smartphone. Share it out and let them know that they can stay in touch with what's happening. Meet some of the incredible people that are going to be here and learn about what we're building with the Destiny Designers community. And once you go to that Facebook icon, it will send you right to the community where you can join. My team will be in there. I will be picking up my iPad to shout you out live and let you know that we appreciate your presence. We want to know who you are, where you're from, posting some of your information. This is about a community of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. To have a great time today. When you hear something from one of the featured experts, I want you to put it in the feed, because your takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. So we want you to be very clear about writing that down, putting it in the feed, sharing it out, so everybody gets an opportunity to experience today's live broadcast of Destiny Designers University. So without further ado, I invite you right now, if you're already there, put in your first name, put in your last name, the city that you're from, and if you have a Facebook fan page, put that in. Just copy and paste it right in the feed and put a space bar right after so it'll pop up. That way, everybody that's watching can know that you're there, that we can start the conversation in our private group, our private elusive exclusive Facebook group, where we'll be able to interact and enjoy today and really be able to share the love. I want all who have access to a computer, a smartphone, a tablet to be able to tune in and get the information that we're going to be sharing today. And if there's anything else that's laying on your heart that you want to be able to just pop it in and say, Stacey, I have a question, or one of the speakers said, and you want to follow up on it, we're going to have a great time doing that. It's a packed agenda. We have a lot of folks to feature, so we're going to jump right in and get started. And before we do that, I think we're going to go to a special interview that might be queued up that you're going to be able to see. Now, I need to check my schedule and just make sure that we're all ready for one of my dear friends, Mr. Andy Enriquez. Some of you might have seen him before or heard him before, and he is one of my platinum brothers. We speak together with world-renowned speaker Les Brown, and he really wanted to share a message with everyone listening in today. So we're going to tune in and listen and watch what we had to say and the opening of Destiny Designers University's launch. Well, hello, sunshine. We're back again. I'm so excited. Destiny Designers University is launching in grand style. I'm bringing to you all the master experts on the planet that I'm blessed to know, to work with, to really be a part of this collective achievement-driven community that all of us are doing our share to make this world a better place. And right now, I get to introduce you to someone that I refer to as my brother from another mother. He is a well-accomplished superstar. He graduated summa, or was it magna cum laude? Or summa cum laude. See, I bumped him up. I always bump him up, but that's what I do. You all know me. Summa cum laude. He worked for the top firm on the planet, PricewaterhouseCoopers. He was in real estate. He's sharing it with everyone. He's inviting everyone to the conversation about how you can show up for your life and really make a difference. Because I know who he is behind the wonderful platform. I'm even prouder to know, as a man of distinction, the example that he's setting for those who will come after him. So, without further ado, because you see I can go on and on and on and on about my brother, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the man himself, Mr. Andy Enriquez. Hey, Andy.
Hey, how you doing, Dr. Stacy NC Grant? So happy to be here with you and all of your magnificent people who are part of the Destiny Designers University. You know, I'm just excited to be here.
Well, we're excited to have you. And Andy, I tell you, it's just a joy to know how passionate you are about the work that you do, and everybody that you come in contact with can feel your energy, can feel your spirit, can feel your authenticity around showing up. But Andy, I'm curious, have you always shown up, or was there a time in your life where you had to kind of figure out that space of really designing your life according to what God has given you?
Yes, indeed, Stacey. Let me tell you something. My story, I literally did everything that my parents told me to do. And you know, I grew up in a Caribbean household. And so it was emphasized, go to school, get a good education. I did that, went to Florida State University, as you said. I got my master's degree in corporate accounting, and I graduated summa cum laude, which is the highest level. And I was so grateful for that. And I studied like crazy for the CPA exam. And like you said, I landed a job with one of the largest professional service firms in the world, PricewaterhouseCoopers. And so I'm thinking I did everything that I was told to do. But lo and behold, Dr. Stacy NC Grant, after about 3.5 years of working there, I tell you, I was not showing up. And the reason why I wasn't showing up is because I came to the realization that even though I had followed everything that my parents told me to do, I came to the realization that something inside me was saying, Andy, there's got to be more than this. And do you know, it was literally like 1.5 years, I thought about taking a chance on myself. I thought about designing my own destiny. I thought about taking a chance. I thought about developing this voice that you hear right now and doing the things that I do right now, but I was afraid to do it. And so you could say in many ways, I was doing what I was supposed to do, but I wasn't quite showing up. And it wasn't until December of 2004, I'm telling you, where I finally made a decision to act in spite of the fear, in spite of all the things that are going on. And as you know, one of my favorite quotes is the one that says, when we're talking about having courage by Ambrose Redmoon, he says that courage is not the absence of fear, but it's the judgment that the thing that you want is greater than the fear. And so at that moment, I decided to design my destiny, like this very thing that you're helping people do through your Designer's Destiny, that the university, that I literally at that moment made the decision, like some of the people are going to be doing right now with you, to literally start designing my destiny, to actually show up for my life, do the things that are required for me so I could start living out my passion, my gifts, my skills, and my talents. And I'm just so excited that you're putting something together that is literally going to transform people's lives, that's going to put them in position to be able to live out their passion, their gifts, and most importantly, if they don't know what they are, that you're going to help them to design it, to identify it, and actually design it, and most importantly, to fulfill their destiny. So I'm just excited. That's my story, and I'm pretty sure some of the people who are listening can identify with it. Maybe they're at that place where they're still trying to figure it out.
Well, Andy, that's what I appreciate about you. You are willing to share your story because, like you said, you did do everything, quote unquote, right, and still found yourself in a situation where you had to make a decision to show up. So for someone that's listening right now and they're saying, Andy, okay, I'm hearing that story. It sounds like you went through a little transition, but I don't know if I have that same kind of courage that you speak about. What was it that kept you grounded? Where did you go, and how did you stay the course and hold the vision even when you weren't sure?
Well, I tell you one thing, it's important, and now there's a couple of steps. And so the first thing I would say is you've got to make a decision, right? And so here's the thing. If you're listening to me right now, if you're listening to Dr. Stacy NC Grant, trust and believe that there is a plan and a purpose for your life. So there is a destiny in store for you. And there is literally a calling, and the calling has your name on it. But the only real question is, Are you going to answer the call? Now, here's what's important for you to understand. When you decide to answer the call, as I decided to answer the call in December of 2004, trust and believe that some things are going to happen. Some things are going to start to show up in your life that are designed to pull you away from that thing that you're being called to. And so whatever that thing may be for you, for you, it might be one of those life events, one of those things that really distresses you right when you decide something that begins to start showing up all of a sudden now when you decide to just sort of move forward on your goals and your dreams. And in those moments, and that happened to me when I left corporate America, I had what was called sort of like a safety net, a safety nest, all this money I saved up. And unfortunately, I made a bad investment and I lost it all. And so the question is, how did I stay grounded in that moment? And let me tell you something. I thought about retreating and going back, but I had to make the decision that I was more committed to where I was going than to where I had been. And so in spite of the fact that I didn't have the same security that I had at the moment, I had to trust and believe that somehow things were going to work out. And one of the things I would say for those who are listening right now, when you decide to act and move forward and allow Stacy to help you to design your life, understand that there's going to be some obstacles, some things that are come up. And when they do come up, just understand that they're a part of the process. And so what you've got to be willing to do is to commit to where it is that you're going, as opposed to committing to the old story or the backdrop of wherever it is that you're leaving from. And so that was one of the important key parts, important lesson I had to learn, Stacy, because let me tell you, when I got hit with that situation, I thought about retreating and going back to my career, and I would have missed out on the Andy Henriquez that I am right now. But I thank God that I was willing to commit and keep the course. And I'm hoping that by some of the people who are part of the of your university, that they're going to decide to make the commitment even when things begin to show up in their life, because there is a purpose and a calling, and it's by far one of the best things that I did was to keep the course. And so whatever you do, keep the course. Yes, there's going to be some situations. Yes, there's going to be some setbacks, but keep the course. You will make it through. Whatever you're dealing with right now has not come to stay, but it has come to pass. There is a plan. There's a purpose on your life, and you've got to push forward.
Awesome, awesome. There's so many hashtags that you just said. I'm trying to catch them all. Hashtag commit to where you're going at Andy Henriquez. Keep the course at Andy Henriquez. I'm so excited. This is why I do what I do, because we understand this, Andy. We know that lives are being changed daily every time we answer the call on our lives. So I thank you for who you are. I thank you for being one of my dearest and closest friends and confidants, and just knowing the caliber of individual that you are. So those that are watching and they want to stay connected, how can they just continue to have a conversation with you? They'll be seeing more of you when we do some collaborations together. But for now, if they just want some more of my Andy, how can they connect with you?
Well, of course, Stacey, I love to give out gifts. And so one of the things they can do is visit my website. And when they do, they'll receive a free teleseminar that people get paid $47 to attend, they'll get it for free. And so they can do that by simply going to andyhenriquez.com. Now, let me spell it out for you. First name, A-N-D-Y, last name, Henriquez, Henriquez. Once again, that's andyhenriquez.com. When you go there, you'll see a place where you can put in your name and email address. Put your name and email in. You're going to receive a free gift, free message. But most importantly, we're going to be able to build a connection. And hopefully, I'll be able to assist you in showing up for your life. And Stacy, let me just say, I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy that you have put this together. The Destiny Designers University, where you can literally help people to be able to chart the course, to be able to plan out and create a vision for themselves that exceeds whatever is going on in their life right now. And I can tell everybody who's watching this right now, you cannot be in some better hands. I know this powerful, powerful woman that you're choosing to align with. She leads absolutely with her heart. She's doing tremendous things. And I cannot begin to emphasize the importance of you making sure that you're being part of a community of like-minded individuals, people who are going in the same direction, people who are seriously serious about doing some extremely extraordinary things in their life, but most importantly, people who want to design their destiny. I want to leave you with this. Jim Rohn said this. He said that if you don't plan and design your life, then chances are you will fall into somebody else's plans. But here's what he goes on to say, and here's what's really scary. He said, guess what they have planned for you? Not very much. So it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to partner up with Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant and make sure that you design your destiny. Do not allow your destiny to fall into the hands of anybody else. I'm so excited. Really looking forward to connecting with all of you. Stacey, love you. Thank you so much.
Love you, my brother. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because you never know who's up next. Bye-bye for now. Well, hello, sunshine. We're back again. I'm so excited. Destiny Designers University is launching in grand style. I'm bringing to you all the master experts on the planet that I'm blessed to know, to work with, to really be a part of this collective achievement-driven community that all of us are doing our share to make this world a better place. Hello, sunshine. We're back again. I'm so excited. Destiny Designers University is launching in grand style. I'm bringing to you all the master experts on the planet that I'm blessed to know, to work with, to really be a part of this collective achievement. Case, but still moving forward, still bringing value, and excited about who is here, and hoping that you're able to listen in, be a part. If you're out there watching, go in the feed and share it. Just right on top of this whole broadcast, you see an icon for Facebook and Twitter. Share it out. Let somebody know what's happening today. And I want to thank two of my dearest friends and partners, Shay Brown and Trevor Otts, for all they do and who they are, and just their vision for what can be done with technology. We've done so much this year, and their support of Destiny Designers University launch is absolutely priceless. And Taria Hodge, I just love the whole Peak Performance Institute posse and all that they do and how they represent with solving problems and saving the world, one person at a time. So now we're going to go to another interview, a very special person who came into town, drove a long ways, but it was good news that she was going to be in New York City. And she was going to have an opportunity to be here with me today. The caliber of people that I introduced to you are those who set the bar very high. They understand it's not just the words that you speak, but how you live your life that truly makes a difference. She is an attorney by trade, but a speaker by heart. She is a world-renowned sales expert and trainer that travels the country, helping to show people how they can do exactly what she's been able to accomplish. She and I get to work together as Les Brown Platinum speakers. She's a wonderful mother to incredible children. She even wrote a book about one of her children. I hate muscular dystrophy. She's able to talk about Hurricane, her son, and how they as a family have had to deal with what he was diagnosed with. Who knew? When you have a child, you never know what's going to happen. But that is just a part of who she is, that in the midst of making all of the changes, I mean, can you imagine taking over 45 minutes just to help your child get in and out of bed? What kind of patience, what kind of love would have to flow through her in order to do that still be a mom to her daughter, still run a business, still bring value to the world with her calling and her voice. It speaks volumes of the fact that she's using what God has given her to design her destiny, not to make excuses about what's not convenient, what didn't work out the way she thought, but to really chart a course that would leave a legacy for her 2 children to be proud of. So I'm just thrilled that I get to work with her, that I know who she is behind the words in her impressive bio, that she is someone who cares deeply about others, who shares it in her actions, and who is walking the walk and not just talking about it. So ladies and gentlemen, I am bringing forward Miss Star Bobbitude. So Star, we are here. It is the Destiny Designers University launch.
And I am so proud of you, Stacy. Look what you are doing. I love the fact that you have so much in you, so much heart, so much love, that you are bursting to get this out, to get this out to the masses, to make it available, to help people live their lives. I'm just so proud of you.
Thank you, Star. And it means the world to me that you're here, that you're a part of this. And you know, I shared a little bit about your story, Star, but understanding who you are and what those innate gifts that God gave you, how easy was that process for you to get there and then have to develop all of this with your kids?
How easy was that?
Wasn't it just simple, like staple? Okay,
that is hilarious. You know, what I think about is a friend of mine, Floyd Price. And I remember he told me that he had to go to his mother's house after she passed away and pack up her house. And while he was doing that, he found a box of her good china that they bought for her that she never used.
Wow.
Right? And he vowed that he would always use the good china after that. You know, if he had friends over, he would use the good china. If he was making a grilled cheese sandwich, right, he was going to use that good china. And it made me think about the fact that we all have good china. We all have that thing about us that makes us special, that special gift that has been given to us. And a lot of us, just like Floyd's mom, we put that gift aside, or we hold on to it, or we ignore it. That's what so many of us do. And I got to tell you, Stacy, that's what I did. You know, I was a child actress, and when I was on the stage, Stacy, it was where I needed to be. I absolutely loved it. As a matter of fact, you know, I once beat out Janet Jackson for the lead role in a TV.
Oh, you did?
I did, and you can see what that did for her career, right? But there was something else going on in my life, and I got the feeling that people were uncomfortable with my success. So I took my good china, I put it in a box, I wrapped it up, and I put it away. I refused to be back on the stage. I gave it up because I thought that I was offending people by having that success. And I spent the next few years tumbling around, you know, going from job to job, doing all kinds of things that it wasn't my good china. And it wasn't until, I became a lawyer also, loved practicing law, but it wasn't my good china. And I finally got fed up. I left the law firm and had to figure out who I was and where I wanted to be. And then I remembered that I wanted to be on the stage, that is where I felt the best. And at that time, I happened to be at a seminar and see Les Brown, and that was pretty much it. He walked across that stage and I said, that's exactly what I want. I want to do it just like that. And I was able to get back to the stage. And now, as you say, I travel the country, I do trainings, I'm a motivational speaker, and I help other speakers tell their stories and get their voices. I am using my good china.
I love that. Wait. Pause in the feed. If you're in the feed, hashtag use your good china at Star Bobbitude. And if you're watching, you don't know what the hashtag is. And what is Stacy talking about? Is that hash browns or french fries? No. Hashtags are the symbols that we use when we communicate online. So on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, it's a way to track the conversation. And when you hear something good, that you can document that you can put that in the feed so that those who are watching, and maybe they don't have a pen, maybe they can't jot it down in their tablet, that you can capture the the moments, because use the good china. That is incredible, because I know all about that, and it's a shame. I used to be that way, Star, when it came to the new things or the good things about myself. So I get it when you talk about, you put it away because your success seemed to intimidate other people. How did you get over that? Because that's real talk and real conversation for a lot of powerful women who want to dim their light because they feel they're offending others.
It may be about being knocked down so many times or being so incredibly lost. You just get to that point, and I'm sure, there are people out there who also have gotten to that point where nothing is working, where it's just not right, and you're sick of it, and you're just ready to give up. I mean, when you get to that point, it's like, you know what? I'm going back to me. I'm going back to me, and for me, I quit my job, being a lawyer. I was going through a divorce. My son was having his issues as well. It's like, gosh darn it, I'm done with this. I'm done with trying to make people happy. I'm done with not living. I am done with dimming my light so that other people are not offended by my brilliance. I am done with it. I just got to that point. And as they say, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And when I was ready, Les Brown appeared. And it was about, as Andy said, it was about doing it afraid. It was about jumping in, that's what it was.
Awesome. And that doing it afraid. And when it all doesn't work out and it's not picture perfect, people think that everything just comes out nice and shiny. No, you have to go through something. Even a diamond has to go through some work and some pressing before you get what we all love, especially the women, diamonds are girls' best friend. But there's work that goes into it. And Star, how did you stay grounded during this whole process?
How did I stay grounded? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I don't consider myself a very religious person. I don't. And when my son was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, muscle disorder that causes him to get weaker as he grows older, I gotta tell you, God and I were not on speaking terms. No, we weren't, because I was annoyed. I was upset. Why would this happen to my son, who did nothing? Why would this happen in my life? What was the purpose? So we weren't really, we weren't on speaking terms. But I had gone through the divorce and all of this other stuff that went through, and when I finally kind of reached my bottom, I had this vision. It was like I walked into this room, and I was tired, and I had been abused, and not abused, but I'd just been beat up by life. And I walked into this room, and there was God, sitting in a chair in the corner with like a reading light, holding on to a big book. And he said, I've been waiting for you. And that was the time that I realized, Stacy, that all that time that I had gone through all my hardships, maybe I was not on speaking terms with God, but God was always there for me, always on speaking terms with me. And I don't know how I got through it intellectually, but I know that there was someone holding on to me, someone carrying me through. There you have it.
Woo! Watch the makeup. Oh my goodness. Star Barber 2, we just starting, and Lord have mercy, the makeup artist is going. Oh Lord, everybody. Woo! Okay, Star, that was beautiful. You might not have been speaking to God, but he was always speaking to you and brought you through. What this is why I'm inspired to do this. The stories, the work. When we work on ourselves, when we stand on faith, when it's not convenient, when it's not easy. I mean, I know as a mother of two that don't have muscular dystrophy, I pray, El nombre del Padre y Espíritu Santo, Amen, every day, just to manage them and their personalities and what they do, but to be able to have that extra layer of compassion and empathy. And you wrote the book, I Hate Muscular Dystrophy. You spoke about it, but you were able to help so many others in that same situation find a new version of what life looks like, and that you don't have to be disempowered and you're empowering them. That's what this whole community is about, Star. That's why I admire the work that you're doing. I salute you. You are truly a sister that is there, that is empowering the world with what God has given you, and not ashamed about it. Thank God you got over everybody else and their issues, and you're letting your light shine. So thank you for stopping by, for being here. Please tell everyone how they can find out more information about you.
Absolutely. You can connect with me on...
You can look right in the camera this
This
time,
way?
because yeah.
Okay. Hey there. My name is Star Babatune. It's S-T-A-R. The last name is Babatune. B-O-B-A-B. I'm going to start over.
This is real life.
It's
in
not
real
that
time.
I don't know my name, right? S-T-A-R-B-O-B-A-T-O-O-N. S-T-A-R-B-O-B-A-T-O-O-N. Star Babatune. You can send me an email at star@starbabatune.com. Oh, I know. Go to my website, mystarpoints.com, and pick up your free audio. And that's what I have for you. And I just got to say this before we say goodbye.
Yes.
You know, I talked earlier about the good China and how important it is to recognize, to own, to live your good China. And I believe that that is what you're doing with the Destiny Designers University. You are giving people an opportunity to embrace their good China, to expand and to use their good China. And I certainly believe that the greatest honor any of us has is to positively impact another person's life. And I honor you that that is exactly what you're doing.
Okay. I have to tip the high heels on. Star Babatune, ladies and gentlemen. Now stay tuned. We have another surprise guest coming up in the queue. I believe we have ready none other than the other half of Andy Enriquez, Cassandra Roach. So stay tuned, everybody. Thank you for being here. If you found value in what Star shared, your good China, put it in the feed, Destiny Designers Community. Right above your screen right now, there's a Facebook icon. Go ahead and share it. Just press the button. Share this with somebody. Tweet it out. Let them know what's happening. You never know what words could change someone's life. We're living in a very challenging time, and this time of year is very difficult for a lot of people. Today, there's good news happening. Share that news, and let's join the conversation and stay connected today. Well, hello, sunshine. We are in the midst of this Destiny Designers University launch. I am so excited. We are back to back with the best of the best on the planet. I'm getting to share with you some of the people who are in my group. Remember what we say. Dennis Kimbrough said, best though. If you're the smartest person in the group, you need a new group. So I am glad that I get to show you the best and the brightest. And today I get to share another special individual. Let me put on the spectacles. You know, we got to go through this whole day with the glasses or most things won't get done. So this is Cassandra Coach Cass Henriquez, recently married. She's the CEO of InspireMany.com and one of the foremost authorities on getting women unstuck, focused, and amazing results. Coach Cass is also known as the Bride Life Coach, guides brides to peace, and you need some peace, during the wedding planning whirlwind. A popular speaker and internationally recognized leader and innovator, she founded the Resolutions Retreat, the nation's largest gathering of professional women, business owners, and community leaders to transform their passion into profit. She's the author of Invest in You. She's been featured in such high-profile media outlets as Women's Day, Black Enterprise, Ebony, Essence, and has made radio and TV appearances, including appearances on Island TV, Black Entertainment Television. And Coach Cass holds a master's in public health and is from the beautiful city of Queens, New York, woohoo, and now resides in Hollywood, Florida with her husband, Andy.
My husband. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you.
Well, I thank you, Coach Cass, for just being here, being a part of this day, this experience, and just pouring who you are into the platform that we've created here today. We know that we don't do anything without God's blessing and His anointing, and I'll just be transparent and let everybody know you're my sister from another mother. So we have had an opportunity to work together, to be intimately involved with your latest greatest accomplishment of becoming Mrs. Enriquez. But more importantly, Coach Cass, I know your heart. And I know that who you are and the words that you speak, your resolutions retreat, which is coming up, is just a testament of you using what God has given you to make a difference on this planet. And today is all about focusing on how do we use what God has already given us to design our destiny. And I want you to just share how you started on this path, because it looks good now. Your credentials are immaculate, but we know that there was a process, there was a journey. So how would you describe the first part of that journey?
Oh, rough. Okay, so am I allowed to be real, Stacey?
Be
Can I
real. Real.
Okay,
Hashtag
okay.
real
Right,
talk.
so all the family out there, and Stacey, thank you for having me. When I first wanted to start a business, I really had gotten to a place of frustration. I don't know if anybody listening in or watching right now has ever gotten to a place where you walked into work and you kind of hated the smell of the building. Literally, the people that you looked at, you said, why am I here? It felt like Groundhog's Day. I was doing the same thing day in and day out. And yes, it's nice to get a check every 2 weeks, but when you just get bored, man, you know that something's got to change. And literally the defining moment for me was the day that I went to my boss and I said, hey, I know that in a couple months, I want to go visit my grandmother. So I'm just letting you know in advance. She said to me, you know what, Cassandra, let me know 2 weeks before and I'll let you know if you can go.
Wow.
If I can go? Wait, hold on. So that was the day when my stomach started to bind and I started to sweat, and I knew it's not right to cuss people out. So I stepped out of her office and I told myself there's got to be more than this. Definitely. And I went home and I literally opened up an Entrepreneur magazine. And if you guys don't subscribe to Entrepreneur magazine, it's awesome for ideas and just seeing what people are doing out there. And they were talking about the upcoming trends for the new year. And one of the top trends for the new year, and this was about 10 years ago, was coaching. Literally, that was a top trend for the upcoming year. And I started to say, like, wow, I have my master's in public health. I've been helping people with their goals and with their lifestyle behavior. I've been doing all of this. I want to get the credentials, to go along with it. But essentially, I've been doing this. This is something I can do. So literally, that's when I decided that I wanted to do something different. That's when I decided that I wanted to start a business. But let me let you know that nothing happened for a very long time. Okay? Literally, I want to say it was a whole year later before I revisited the thought. So for those who are listening right now, I know for a fact you've been sitting on something for a long time. And I'm going to encourage you to take that first step, right? Just like Dr. Martin Luther King says, faith is not seeing the entire staircase. You got to have the faith to take the first step first. So I know I paraphrased, but you got it.
You got it. It's all right. And that's one of my favorite quotes too. That's why birds of a feather flock together. But you said something that was key. You said you decided. See, a lot of us don't make the decision. We talk about what we want different and what we want to do. And, even having this Destiny Designers University launch, I was talking about it for a while and I pushed it back and I said, well, we want to do this and I want to wait. No, I had to make the decision that it was going to happen come whatever may. And that ability to make the decision, Cassandra, something else you went to a different space inside of you that allowed you to do that. What helped you when you made that decision to take that next step? What was it that you could think about? Was it the books that you read? Did you invest in a particular program? Did you start working with someone? What was that turning point after you made the decision?
Okay, so literally I kept being frustrated. Over the next year, I started to say to myself, the thing is that I tried to get my employer to pay for the coaching program because I was in wellness doing public health. So I said, you know what, why should I pay for the coaching program? You should pay for it. But they wanted me to sign a contract that I would stay with them for another year and a half. And I said, no, I'm not going to sign it. Yet I still stayed for another year. Hello?
Wow.
So sometimes, right, you need to do what you have to do. So after a year, I literally said to myself, okay, this is ridiculous. I'm still here in the same place. I would still like them to pay for it. So I literally went back to them and said, hey, are you still open to paying for this program? And by then they had forgot about the contract. Hello, right? So I was able to get the actual coaching program done on somebody else's dime. But I still didn't start my business at that time.
Wow.
I still didn't start my business. I did the coaching program, okay? I made the decision, but it wasn't until maybe 6 to 7 to 8 months after the program that literally I was complaining to a friend. You know, we all have that friend, right, that you continue to complain to. And literally he said Nike, right? He said, just do it. I'm going to need you to stop talking about it and be about it. I need you to just do it. And literally, that's when Coach Cass was birthed. I said, okay, what do I need to do? I need to register my business. And that's when I started the process of, you know, the brand and what do I want to call myself and what do I call the business and where do I want to go? And that's literally what got the spiral going. Sometimes you just need to have those real people in your life, that support system that will push you right into your destiny. Right, Stace?
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. Go, Coach Cass. So on this journey, now we're going to get into some more real talk, and that's why I just love it, because we know how to keep it real.
All right.
So now you started, you're registered, you're rocking and rolling, you have this beautiful brand website, you're like, Coach Cass is here, everybody holla. And then life shows up. And it looks good on the outside, but you're still dealing with stuff on the inside, and you're still trying to figure it out and make it all fit. Yeah. What would you say has been the number one thing to keep you grounded through all the hills and the valleys that come with being an entrepreneur? Because everybody thinks that it looks wonderful and they're like, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. It's just fabulous, darling. You know, hang your shingles and the money drops in. Not. So what did you do? What was a grounding point for you, or what have you used as a technique to stay the course?
All right, Dr. Grant. Well, let me tell you. I heard a quote that has stuck with me, and I actually went to an entrepreneur event today, and they said that professionals create schedules and amateurs do things when they feel like it.
Ooh, wait, hold on, everybody. Okay, if you're in the group, that is a hashtag tweetable. We got to pause everything. Go ahead, take out your pen and your paper, write it down. Give it to them again, Coach Cass. Give it to them again.
Professionals create schedules and amateurs do things when they feel like it. So if you literally were saying to yourself, I'm going to do my business when I feel like it, nothing really would happen. Like, who really wants to sit on a computer for 5 hours to figure something out? Or who really wants to sit on the phone for 5 hours making calls? Who really wants to, you know, take their business to the next level and sit through another training, right? So it's not because you feel like it, it's because it's on the schedule, right? So just like when you have to work out, you don't just lose weight by waking up one sunshiny morning saying, I feel like running, I feel like working out. Most people don't wake up like that. There are a few strange individuals out there, right? But for those of us who, you know, exercise is not second or first nature, you have to put it on the schedule. Like, look, I'm going to work out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. It's on the schedule. It must be done. So that's the same thing that I had to do within my business. So for me, it was getting my name out there. So I literally, at a point in time in my business, had to go to certain networking events so people knew who I was, what my business was about. It really was about spreading the word of who Coach Cass was and what Inspire Many was doing. Because you just sitting in your home trying to share on Facebook and like everybody's pictures is not going to make your business go viral and bring you millions of dollars, right? So you're going to have to get on your heels or your nice shoes, scuff them off, iron your shirt, iron your dress, brush your teeth, brush your hair, right? Really important. I'm going to tell you, side note, bad breath is the number one deterrent of sales, okay, people? So you want to make sure to always have a mint in your side pocket, in your purse, in your bra, wherever you keep things. It's really important. Anyway, so for me, I would definitely say a big thing for me in my local marketplace was being able to network in person. That's where I started out, was putting my boots on the ground, not going door to door, but literally looking at the types of events that were going on and strategically placing myself in places. Now, I know for a fact some of those networking events were a waste of my time. And it took me a while to understand that, those monthly networking things and everything is not necessary to go to. So for those of you who are moms, who have other things on your plate, where you're doing many things at the same time, I want you to make sure that what you're doing is worth your time. Because sometimes we kind of become busybodies and feel like we're busy doing something when you're really not busy doing anything. So you want to make sure that also in the process that you're analyzing, is this money making time? Is this bringing me leads? Is this bringing me exposure? Or is this really a waste of my time and this is not necessary? And I know people out there are inviting you to everything, saying that this is the greatest thing for you, but you have to look at your priorities. And it took me literally 5 or 6 years into my business to really realize that I'm important and what I want to do in life is important and my family is important. So no, I cannot go to every single event and I don't have to feel guilty about that. You send your love, you send your support, and you just decide on a daily basis, does this go in line with my values? Does this go in line with my priorities? Okay, then this is what I can do.
Absolutely. That's why I love what you do, because we're so in sync. It makes sense. I mean, the whole purpose of Destiny Designers University is creating this online platform where we talk about the balance, mental, spiritual, financial, and physical, is pulling it all together. And you mentioned it. And the part that I really love is the exercise piece. We happen to be married to people who like to exercise. But, you have to schedule the things that are important to you. You have to be conscious of the decisions that you're making, and that's what you're doing, inspiring many, Coach Cass. I just love who you are, the work that you're doing. I'm grateful that you took some time out of your schedule to be a part of this day, to inspire many with your words and to just share with them a little bit about your story, because everyone sees the glory, but they don't know the beginning and how you had to stay the course to be able to achieve the levels of success that you enjoy now. So before we close out our time together, how can people stay in contact with you and find out more about my dynamic girl, Coach Cass?
Oh, well, Dr. Grant, I'm just so excited that I was able to be a part of the official Designers University. Oh, my Destiny Designers University. Oh, my goodness. I'm so happy that I was here today. So make sure that everybody supports you. But just in terms of staying in touch with me, I'm inspiremany.com and I'm Inspire Many on everything. Okay, so just put it into your search engine, Inspire Many. My name has now changed to I just go by Coach Cass. It's very simple. Okay, so Inspire Many on everything. You can find me Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I'm on everything.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again on a wonderful wedding ceremony. If I do say so myself.
Well, yes. Pasta.
But that's what this is about. Loving what we do, appreciating that God has given us a blessing to bless others. And I make no mistakes about that, and to be equally yoked in that understanding that faith works. And when we've been given a divine assignment, it's our duty and our job to execute it. So thank you again.
Wait. One more. So also in terms of keeping me through the ups and the downs in business, literally, I have to stay close to my Bible. If I don't pray and if I don't read my word, literally things go crazy, because sometimes you get so caught up trying to chase money when money is not going to bring you true happiness, right? So for me personally, despite what everybody's beliefs are, in terms of my belief, if it was not for God, I would not be here, And I'm not saying that I'm the most successful person in the world, but what I deem as success, I'm there. And I could definitely say it's because I keep God at the center of my life, and I start each day with him and I end each day with him.
Absolutely. And that's why you're on this platform, because if you don't believe and you don't know that God is first, then we really don't have any business together, because it's very clear that he allows us to do business a certain way. See, when you're in the world but not of the world, you have to understand that there's some adjustments that need to be made. And I'm just happy to be able to share with the world the best of the best, and those who believe what I believe, is that we have been blessed. And without knowing that God is in the forefront and being bold enough to say that on whatever platform, that is the thing that separates what I do, what you do, Coach Cass, and what everybody that I'm going to be introducing you to today does, is that we don't get it twisted. It's not about how fabulous we are, but what is happening through us as a vessel of light and love in this world. So thank you for adding that in and just reinforcing that home, because that's all I'm talking about today, because I'm doing the praise dance.
Yes, Dr. Grant, I'm so happy to be a part of it.
I thank you so much again. It's so much fun to love what you do, to love the people you are blessed to work with, and to be able to share them with the world. So stay tuned, everybody. We're still going long and strong. www.destinydesignersuniversity.com. Today is the day. It's the official launch. It's on and popping from here. So bye-bye, Coach Cass. We love you.
Bye, Dr. Grant. Bye, everybody.
Well, hello, sunshine. We are in the midst of this Destiny Designers University launch. I am so excited because we are back to back with the best of the best on the planet. I'm getting to share with you some of the people who are. So bye-bye, Coach Cass. We love you.
Bye, Dr.
You gotta make that show. We're back live. OMG, what a production. Hats off to everybody getting the shot right, getting the angles right, making me look like I'm somebody. We are working through it. This is exciting. You heard from Coach Cass, and she shared a lot of information. So I hope that you were down in the feed. Have you joined the community? Just do a search on Facebook if you don't know what community we're talking about, and that's Destiny Designers Community. And you can just log right in. We're accepting everyone today and getting everyone started and communicating in the group. So we're excited that you're there. If you're watching and you just tuned in, someone shared this with you and they said, this lady is doing this Destiny Designers University thing. I don't know, you might want to check it out, and you happen to come across this live stream, then share it with somebody else. If you're enjoying the information that you're hearing, we're featuring some of the master experts on the planet that are all lending their time and their talent as I launched Destiny Designers University. I'm so excited, I'm humbled, I'm grateful for the chance that we get to play together, to really enjoy what we're doing and jump and grow our wings on the way down. So, once again, right above the broadcast, you'll see a little icon, Facebook icon and a Twitter icon. Go ahead and press that right now and just share it out. Share it out with somebody. It could make somebody's day. Someone's sitting home and they ran out of money on Black Friday and they have nothing else to do. They need to tune in, use their tablet, their phone. If their TV is connected to the internet, that's all they need in order to find this broadcast and to be a part of what's happening here today. So as we're moving forward, you already heard from Star Babatune, you heard from Andy Enriquez, you heard from Coach Cass, and oh, we have an all-star lineup today. You don't want to miss a moment. You want to stay connected. I'm excited about it. This is going to be the place for life skills, leadership training, and personal and professional growth. This is where we graduate to the next best level of ourselves. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited that God is allowing me this opportunity to have this platform, to interact with you. I just get excited every single time I hear the stories of everyone who's pushed through, who has gotten to the place in their life where they're just tired of what is, and they know that God has given them greatness. They know that if he is king, then we are children of the king, and that means that the only thing that we can do is put our best forward each and every day. Now we'll have some bumps in the road. Things might not go as simple and as easy as we planned, but as long as we stay the course, as long as we know that usually and typically the darkest hour is right before dawn, when we can just hold on long enough for our blessing, then our testimony will be able to help those that are watching silently, some who are actively participating, but everyone who comes in contact with you realize that if it's possible for one, it's possible for all. Just like Roger Bannister when he ran the first 4-minute mile, they said it couldn't be done, and then when he did it, close to 30 people did it. It just takes one person to change the trajectory of a family, one person to change the planet, and you are that one. I have my assignment, you have your assignment. All of my master experts here are going to be sharing and talking about their assignment. But unless we all step up to the plate, unless we all use what we've been given, then we cheat the world. And I'm not going to cheat the world any longer, because I am excited that we get to share and grow and build the best life possible, so that when we, as Wayne Dyer would say, we leave this place, that we leave empty right? We don't want to have anything left inside us. We want to pour it all out and know that we've left our mark. So I'm thrilled because I continue to bring to you my front row. I'm going to talk about that a little later, and the importance of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships, the importance of aligning yourself with individuals who understand a bigger picture, those who can see a vision for you sometimes when you can't see it. Because when you're in the picture, you know, when you're in the frame, it's hard to see the picture. It's hard to really understand what's going on. It's hard to figure out how this is all going to work. And Lord knows from experience, it's not about knowing how to work, but trusting it will work. I just want to talk to you a little bit about something my husband and I discussed a while ago. Faith by proxy. And that one goes out to my husband, Andrew Grant. Faith by proxy. See, it's easy to say that you believe. It's easy to say that you trust. It's easy to say that there's a brighter tomorrow when things are going well. When everything is lining up, the bank account looks luxurious, you're going on trips, you're in a relationship of your dreams, and everything seems wonderful. Then having faith is not a challenge. And sometimes we're in positions where there are people around us who have strong faith. There are people around us who are convicted in what they believe, and they know that without God's divine intervention, they can't accomplish much. And their faith seems to rub off on us. Their faith seems to give us the ability to keep moving. But when they're removed from the picture, or they're not available, or they're not around, faith by proxy gets challenged, because you have to stand on your own faith. You have to be able to stand in the place even when the floor opens up and it seems like everything bottoms out. Where do you go and how do you hold on? See, this work is faith work for me. It's understanding that through God's divine intervention, I'm able to share and to transform and to create shifts for people. But unless you walk the faith walk, unless you for yourself can stand in faith, you don't grow to that next level of yourself. Because faith by proxy can only take you but so far. But faith in your own understanding of your human frailty, of understanding that this is not something you can do by yourself. And if you're out there watching, you think you can do life by yourself, you have a rude awakening. Because life was meant to be lived with those who have a like mind, who want to be of service to mankind and leave this place better than we found it. So think about that right now. Where are you operating? Faith by proxy or faith by action? More to come. Hashtag that one. Well, I'm excited now because I get to play with another one of the master experts who are here to support me for Destiny Designers University's launch. She is an incredible real estate mogul. She was the only African American woman with an entire enterprise on Wall Street. She brokered multi-million-dollar deal, and she is living her calling with a movement, Minority Investment Alliance. She is making sure that people can change the entire trajectory of their life by using what she's learned in the world of real estate. But she's not only just a real estate guru, she's also a speaker, she's also an author, mindset makeover, she's also a TV producer on the low. See, everybody doesn't know about her production skills and what she's able to do. She hosts the Women Doing It Big conference, and I've been so blessed to be a part of that and supporting her and being one of her celebrity guest hosts. But what I love about her is that her heart is huge. That she always, when I say always, is looking for a way to help somebody. Even today, first thing on her mind is, okay, what you need me to do? Okay, I'm putting on my hat. I'm going to make this happen, because that is just who she is. And birds of a feather flock together. And if you don't have the right people sitting in your front row, you're not going to advance down the road of life as efficiently and as productively as possible. She's accomplished so much in a very short span of time. She has accomplished the distinction of being a chaplain, in addition to being Dr. Tiana Von Johnson. And to me, she is my BFF. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Tiana Von Johnson. I love it. How are you?
Man, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Love the shoe games, Ollie. Love the shoe games. good to see you, and
Yes.
thank you for being here. Thank you for being who you are. And just because I know how big your heart is, people see the platform, they see the lights, they see the glitz, they see the glamour. How did you really get to that place where you understood what God had placed inside of you and you felt the freedom to share that with the world?
I would say hitting rock bottom. I mean, rock bottom. I mean, under your shoe, down on the ground, beat down and broken. That type of rock bottom.
Wow.
That is when I said, okay, this all makes sense. And a lot of time people don't understand that rock bottom place. You have to go through it. So when it comes, you have to just brace yourself. You talked earlier about entrepreneurship, and I look at people sometimes in their eye and say, do you really?
You sure?
Right. You sure? Because it is no joke. It is no joke.
So that rock bottom place, a lot of people don't believe that any of us go through that. And sometimes you go through different levels of it along the way. You thought you hit rock bottom, then something else comes and knocks you upside the head. How were you able, at such a young age, to hold on to a bigger vision for yourself? What was it that clicked for you that said, wait a minute, I am wonderful.
Right.
I am beautifully and masterly made. I can do this. What gave you that conviction to know you can do it?
I think for me, Stacey, it was looking at the world around us and really looking at the percentages of people who make it, people who don't make it, and really making a decision to say, where do I fit in? What percentage? Where am I going to be? And I look at how people go through life and flow through life, and I just say, I am not going to be a statistic. Now, I've had things that happened to me which by virtue of the situation made me a statistic. I tell people all the time, I said, I'm no different than you, young lady. I'm a baby's mama too, But a lot of times people don't, I didn't let that situation hold me back.
Right.
I didn't let my life situation, my job, my living situation hold me back from reaching my ultimate destiny. So it was all those things of being a statistic and saying, okay, just based on this, I'm not going to let that continue to put me in this place. I'm going to aim for the stars and keep going and keep going.
And that's what I love about you. We both grew up in the Bronx.
Yes.
And Boogie Down. Shout out to the Boogie Down. Good things come from the Bronx,
Yes.
including Judge Sotomayor. So the good news is that we can do wonderful things. And when I think about your story and using real estate as a vehicle to be able to change the lives of so many people. And then you went past that.
Yes.
See, you made your good money.
Absolutely.
Star Barber and talked earlier about use your good china, and you started to use your good china. But then you started a movement.
Yes.
A movement of people in real estate. Like,
Yes.
what inspired you? Talk to me about that.
It's funny because I had no idea real estate would be my vehicle. I was working a traditional 9-to-5 job. I was in human resources. I was pushing papers. And I had no idea real estate was my calling. In fact, a year before I got into real estate, I purchased my first home and lost it in foreclosure. I was so embarrassed because it was my dream home. So real estate was like, the devil, get away. I want nothing to do with real estate. But when I quit that 9-to-5 job and stepped out on faith, it was the only avenue that I said, okay, well, I can make a ton of money part-time, but live my passion and purpose. So it wasn't a career choice. It wasn't something that I wanted to go do. It was like, let me just do this because I know I can get some part-time income. So going down to that firm was life-changing because I did not know that I was being positioned. When I quit that job, I was scared. I was like, how can you quit a 6-figure job? Pension, benefits, all these things that we hold and we protect because that's all we know. That's what life is, having a good pension and a good job and a check every 2 weeks. So for me, it was like, I'm going to let that go and do what? You just like roll the dice and just see what happens. But I had to do that. So when I got down to this firm, I had no idea, 5.5 years later, that I would be doing such great things in real estate. But as I was doing real estate, I realized how powerful it is. It's such a powerful tool. When I look at real estate as a whole, we as a people, and I'm specifically talking about minorities, we don't own enough. And the reality is, and I posted this on my Instagram the other day, at Tiana Bobby Johnson.
Love it, darling. Always promote.
Always. But I posted this the other day. I said, please don't tell me that real estate is not for you because every single day you engage in real estate. What scares me is that if you know that or don't know that, that's where it's scary. Because I don't care if you go into your local Starbucks, I don't care if you come into St. John's University, wherever you go, you're engaging in somebody making money in real estate. So why not get into that? And I do it not because I want people to fall in love with real estate, Because with 2 successful real estate brokerages, 2 NBC TV offers to do a real estate reality show, my Minority Investors Alliance movement, and all this real estate stuff, I don't even like real estate.
You heard it here, folks.
I don't even like it. But I do it because it finances my passion and my purpose. And so God had to put me in that arena and say, well, you know what, use this as a vehicle to help, because now 5.5 years later, still doing a lot of real estate, but I've been able to birth books, businesses, just different things that I really aspire to do in life.
Awesome, and I love it. And I love the fact that you also took your passion a step further with Women Doing It Big. Absolutely. And providing that platform. So what kept you grounded? We're going to talk about Women Doing It Big, but what kept you grounded? Figuring out you didn't really love real estate, but you realized it was a vehicle. It wasn't, or was it, easy the whole time?
It was not easy.
So how did you stay the course? How did you do it?
It was not easy, you know. It was, even now, sometimes I just want to give up, you know, because what happens is when you're an entrepreneur, and not just real estate, you want people to see the vision and be passionate about things. But the reality is that everybody's not going to be passionate about what you have to offer. So as an entrepreneur, as a business person, you have to be your #1 fan. You have to be your #1 cheerleader. You have to say, this is the best thing ever. Because if the person that made Post-it notes is a billionaire off of that,
yes,
somebody had to say, you want to have a sticky on a piece of paper? That's crazy, you know? So it's Alibaba. We all heard the stories recently. I mean, come on. He was someone who his friends said, oh, what? Don't do that. So we're going to get those barriers. And to me, that's just the devil playing those games.
That's right.
Let me put all these people in place to block what could be something big, because anytime God is working on you to help the kingdom, I don't care whatever it's through, the devil's going to try to step in and block that.
Honey,
it's going to come
talk
through.
About that little rascal.
Wait, did I talk about the family is going to come through? The friends is going to come through?
Yes.
It's going to come through blockages. I mean, I've had my TV show set to air, date, signed contract, working for months, hired lawyers, and the week before my show was set to air, I wake up to a press release about the network closing. It wasn't even that my deal got canceled. It was, your network is no longer.
It's gone.
It's just gone. Style, forget it. I'm like, okay, you know. So it was at those times where you say, I worked on this show for 3 years. I'm done. I'm finished. But no, I kept going. Well, let me get some other producers. Let me see what else is going on, you know? Right. So you have to push through by any means necessary.
I love it. I love it. Okay, we have to pause. You're sharing too much. I hope you're putting this in the feed. You're getting some nuggets here that really should be resonating with your spirit. And if you're hearing words from Dr. Tiana Von Johnson right now that are resonating with you, I want you to just pause. Put your takeaways in the feed, Destiny Designers Community. If you can't find it, if you're not sure where it is, just go right above your screen. There's a whole little Facebook icon or Twitter icon. Just press it, share it out. Let folks know what's happening here. You know, this is important information that we're sharing. I'm passionate about it. You know, every time one of my master experts, my friends that I've played with in the front row, are here, they're taking time out of their schedule to pour into everyone that's listening. Don't take it for granted. Share it out at Tiana Von Johnson. So as we bring this part to a close, because you know you and I will get caught up and we'll be here all day and nobody else will be interviewed. Women Doing It Big.
Yes.
That is truly your passion. I've seen you give birth to that. I've been there supporting you. What was your vision for Women Doing It Big?
Women Doing It Big is something that started off as just being a way to bring celebrities and entrepreneurs together to help people. Because someone in business, I see so many people come to me, I need a mentor, I need help, and it's hard to help the world all the time, every minute. So I said, you know what, I want to create a forum where people can come together, celebrities, entrepreneurs, people who've done it big, and share their stories. Because it can be that one person that you save. I had a young lady who came to me 2 years ago, and she was broken, I mean broken down. And I've been able to guide her and help her. And just at one conference, she said, Tiana, you know that conference 2 years ago, she just told me this the other day. She said, that conference 2 years ago saved my life.
Wow.
I had no idea that I did that, you know? I had no idea. But I knew what I was trying to do, and it actually happened. So Women Doing It Big, May 2nd and 3rd in New Jersey. We are going to do it big and bring together some powerful women, including you.
Can't wait.
And we are going to, we're going to make it really, really big. And it's something that I'm putting together a board of directors, and you know, you want it, right?
Yeah. She caught me live on TV. You know, what can I say?
But a powerful woman to really just birth this vision nationally.
Awesome. And that's what I love about her, about what you're hearing, because you're the real deal. See, a lot of people don't know what it takes and what we deal with in this world of quote unquote stardom.
Yeah.
Not always real nice folk. You know, there's some little mean girls sometimes. So it's wonderful when we can be in that place of authenticity. And I hope you feel that. How can they just follow some of what you're doing? Of course, we're going to have some exciting things launching in Destiny Designers University, only for you if you get involved with Dr. Tiana Von Johnson and myself. But how can they just take a peek?
Well, for one, go to Amazon and get my book, The Mindset Makeover. For two, you can go to TianaVonJohnson.com and follow me on all things social media at Tiana
Especially
Von Johnson.
Instagram, she lives on it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying tuned. Thank you for listening to Dr. Tiana Von Johnson. I love you, my sister.
Yes,
thank you for being here, supporting me, being who you are, and setting the stage for so many women to come through the door after you.
We're gonna cry.
No cry, but stay tuned because now we're about to go back to another interview with another diva herself. I believe she's getting ready in the queue, none other than Cheryl Wood. And let's see if we're up for that. I have the production team all around me and we are good to go. Shout out to my husband on the wheels of steel, making it happen. I can't do this without him. Hey, keep praying for me because the day is young. On to Cheryl Wood.
Hello, sunshine. We are still here live at the Destiny Designers University launch. I tell you, I am so excited that you are still tuned in, that you're out there in the feed. Destiny Designers University. Actually, it's Destiny Designers Community. You know, it's just so much going on. I'm just so excited. But, you know, you keep getting the reminders. You see Dominique out there making sure that you're getting information about our speakers, and you're just getting all of these free nuggets of information from the best of the best. I only hang out with the best. And they have blessed me with being a part of Destiny Designers University's launch. I'm so humbled by that. I'm grateful for it. I'm excited because you get to see who plays in my front row. So right now, I get to introduce to you another one, a bad mama jamma. She is sizzling hot and fearless. She's a speaker, author, coach, absolutely incredible human being. When we connected, there was just something about her energy that was intoxicating. And I said, oh, child, I don't know who she is and what she's doing, but we got to do something together because I could just feel the authenticity of who she is as a person. And to that end, she just produced her first Playtime is Over conference, and I had the honor of being her celebrity guest host, and we had such a great time. And once again, proving the point that you cannot do this thing called life alone. It's about a community of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships that can help you grow to your next best level. So just as we say as our tagline in Destiny Designers University, this is where you graduate to the next best version of you. So with no more being said, I introduce you to Diva herself, Miss Playtime is Over, Cheryl Wood.
Stacey, I'm going to take you with me everywhere I go from now on. You got to introduce me. No, I need that kind of introduction every time I get on a stage. Are you my sister?
I am just blessed and grateful to be here and just so excited that you are a part of today and that you have been supporting and just pushing me towards releasing this because, girl, there was a minute there, I know. But I am just grateful that we're here and we're at this point where we're talking about how people's lives can change. And Cheryl, you're using what God has given you to be a blessing. But how did you make that connection? Where was it for you that you realized that you had some gifting? You had some talent that was given to you. And how did you make the connection to really give birth to that in this world?
Yeah, I think it was something internally that was telling me there was more. You know how sometimes we get that feeling, that intuition or that gut feeling, that instinct, whatever you call it. It's that thing that is tapping you on the shoulder. It's that nudge internally that's saying, hey, you're destined for something more. There's something greater for you, but you keep muting your voice. You keep saying, no, I don't have time for that. I got to raise the kids. I got to go to my job. I have all these responsibilities. And I did that for a very long time. Just muting my own voice. I kept having the feeling, but never moving forward. And I finally got tired of being tired. And I think that's the thing about women. I think there's a song, when a woman's fed up, ain't nothing you can do about it. I was fed up with an existence, not living life, but existing in life.
And then most importantly, basically showing that same example to my 3 kids of what it meant to exist in life, not live life. And I didn't want to perpetuate that. I didn't want to create a cycle of people who just exist. And so again, I got fed up. I said, I'm tired of punching a time clock. I'm tired of being in a 10 by 10 cubicle all day, every day, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, not getting back home till 7 o'clock in the evening and barely seeing my kids. And so I made a decision. And I think that's really critical, making a decision. Because a lot of us talk about it, we think about it, you know, we might journal about it and all this kind of stuff. We might even post on Facebook about it. All of these goals, all this stuff we want to do, but we don't make a decision about it. And I think the difference is when you make a decision, there's a shift internally that happens that propels you to create the actions to get the results that you want. That's the difference with a decision. A decision propels you to take the actions to get the results that you want. So I made a real decision, like this is some foolishness right here that's going on. I'm done with it and I'm going to take baby steps. I don't care if I have to start out at rookie status, which we all start off at rookie status, but I'm going to do something different with my life. And that decision is what catapulted me forward because I started to take the baby steps, the actions that would get me results that I'm able to see 5 years later.
Awesome. Okay, pause right there. Everybody, right in the feed, at Cheryl Wood. It's the decision. When you make that decision that will propel you forward to take the action. Girl, you done got me stirred up because that is the truth. Making the decision. And so many people, Cheryl, are out there and they're listening to you and they're like, wait a minute. That sounds like me. And if something that Cheryl just said resonated with you, I want you to put it in the feed at Cheryl Wood, because this is the kind of information that's going to change the lives of individuals who are really listening and listening from a deeper place for this last quarter of 2014. Cheryl's tagline is playtime is over. So add that one in. Hashtag playtime is over.
Playtime is over.
It's over, baby. But with the decision, Cheryl, 5 years ago, you decided, you started taking the actions, you started moving forward. Has it always been an easy road? And if it has, what has kept you grounded?
Did you notice you couldn't even finish the question and I was busting out laughing already?
I couldn't even ask it right.
Well, look, I tell you, you know, perception and reality oftentimes are two completely different things. And it's so funny because people oftentimes see a snapshot of our journey through Facebook or social media, and they see us smiling and we're taking pictures or we're signing autographs like we're famous, like we've arrived, but they have no clue what goes on in our personal lives versus the public life. And a lot of that is a lot of grind, a lot of hustle, a lot of hard work. It's getting up earlier than most people will get up. It's going to bed after most people have already turned in. It is turning off the TV when other people are watching these various shows. And, you know, no harm against that, whatever you want to do. But while they're doing that, oftentimes we're writing the next chapter to our book, or we're writing content for an event like this or hosting an event. So we're doing the things that most people would say, oh my God, how do you keep up? It's because we make sacrifices. Just the other day, I think Tuesday, I traveled to New Jersey for a speaking engagement. I was a keynote speaker for an organization there. They were having an awards luncheon. And I put on Facebook, I said, you know, the thing about it is a lot of people say they want success, but the question is, are you willing to put in what it really takes? So that morning alone, I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I had to be at the train station by 7. I had to get on 2 trains to go to New Jersey. Now, I had delays because it was the day before people were going to travel for Thanksgiving. All right. So by the time I got there, I was already exhausted. I get there, I go to do the event, and it's like, I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock or so by the time we get settled and do the lunch and do the speaking event. Then I had to start my travels back home after I had dinner with the people who hosted the event. You know, I couldn't be antisocial and say, no, I don't want to do dinner with y'all. I just want to go back home. Now, maybe I wanted to say that, but I couldn't say that, right? Because you never know, those relationships can develop into something more, into other opportunities. So, of course, I accepted their invitation to dinner, had dinner. Then they drove me back to the train station. And then it was the delays to get back home. So by the time I got back to D.C., it was 11 p.m. Wow. Now, after that, I had to get in my car and drive to get my babies, my 3 little ones, ages 7, 8, and 10, who were at another parent's house waiting for mommy to get there. So by the time I actually walked in my door, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. It was 12 a.m. So people might not see all that. All they see is the cute little pictures, me doing selfies and taking pictures of the audience and, all this glamorous stuff. But it is so much work that goes into that perception. So the question that people have to ask themselves is, am I really all in? Am I in with both feet? Or am I in with one foot? Meaning when it's good, oh, I'm happy. I'm smiling. I'm putting pictures on Facebook. But when it's bad, I shrink back. See, people like us, Stacey, and people who are part of this event, we're people who don't shrink back. We say whatever it takes for however long it takes, because we know this is our destiny. This is not just a fly-by-night idea or something that sounded cute, or we came up with some cute name and it looked, wonderful to everybody else. No, this is what we feel is a birthright to us, meaning we feel that we were born to do this. This is like oxygen. This is like breathing for us. If we're not doing it, we feel like something's missing. And so for those who have that type of pulling and tugging on them, you know that because you do whatever it takes for however long it takes. So no, it ain't easy. I would say some choice words, but I'm not going to do that. But no, it ain't easy. It is hard. It takes sacrifice, and you got to be in with both feet.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, there was so much that you said. I hope you're capturing this, everybody. Don't be selfish. I want you to write down your takeaways, write down the things that resonate with you, and put it in Destiny Designers community. We want everyone to be able to see it and share it. Maybe they can't write as fast as you can write, or maybe they can't type and post it fast enough. Share it out. Let folks know what Cheryl is sharing here today. Everybody that has come to be a part of this event has come with a willing heart to be a blessing, to be a service, as we are a part of a like-mind community, individuals who understand the hard grind that pays off in the end, as long as you do your work and you invest in yourself so that you can get the skills, the tools, and everything that you need in order to go to that next level. So, Cheryl, we could stay here all day for the launch. It'd just be me and you.
Amen. Yes.
Having a great time. But, as we get ready to close off this part of the interview, I just want to tell you, I'm just so thrilled to know you, proud of the work that you're doing, the fact that we can play together, that we can do this and make a difference in the lives of so many people. And I want you to just give me your last comment and word on what you feel has been the best part of investing in yourself that has allowed you this platform that you have today.
The best part is just realizing your possibilities and seeing those possibilities slowly over time become probabilities, and then those probabilities becoming a reality. I sometimes have to pinch myself now, Stacey, that 5 years ago, literally, I was punching a time clock. I mean, I'm sitting in a 10 by 10 cubicle that had no window, answering phones for someone else who was making 5, 6, 7 times what I was making. And I worked just as hard, and I gave as much as I give to my business, and I had as strong of a work ethic as I do for my own business. I gave all of that to a job, but I did that for almost 20 years and really walked away with nothing. I walked away with some skill sets that certainly helped me in my business now. But other than that, I have nothing to show for that. Now, the opposite side of that is what I have to show now for just 5 years of grinding for what I believe is my God-given gift, for the vision that he placed in me to be used as a vessel to help other women to realize their possibilities. So did I think that now I would be traveling internationally and speaking on stages, sometimes in front of 100 people, sometimes in front of 1,000 people or more? No, I didn't foresee that. I didn't know the how. There were many doors that God opened that I could never have opened on my own. Those circles sometimes you look at and it's like an invisible sign that says you don't belong here. And you think you're never going to get in that circle. And then when you're in the circle, you're like, oh, that's number God, because I could not have knocked down this door even if I wanted to. So it is the joy of being able to look back and say, oh my God, I remember when I was selling t-shirts in 100-degree weather, just hoping for something different, hoping for a different reality. I remember the days of dropping my kids off at 6 o'clock in the morning at before care and picking them up at 6 p.m. at after care. I remember sitting in my car crying, praying to God, please show me a different way, because this can't be all there is to my life. Like, I remember those times like it was yesterday. I remember the times of selling t-shirts or trying to sell t-shirts and people telling me no, or I'm trying to sell a $25 t-shirt and they ask me, well, will you take 10 for it? I remember all of those times, but to look back, it almost seems like a dream that now I've gone through that process. I've gone through those baby steps and allowed myself to grow and always maintain this humility of being a student. Never walking into a room where I feel like, oh, I know it all and nobody can tell me anything. Making sure that I never have that type of mentality. Making sure that I invest in myself. Even sometimes when really, technically, I couldn't afford it. You know, I stopped eating Starbucks and I stopped eating out at lunch when I was working a full-time job. And I started putting my pennies in a bank so that I could afford the coach that I needed. So I'm all about investing in me because that's the only way that I can expect my clients to invest in themselves. I can't expect them to do anything I wouldn't do. And so all of the whole journey, the process has been amazing. It's been wonderful. It's had ups and downs, highs and lows, but every part of it, look, I do it all over again. I would not exchange it. I wouldn't give the hard times away. None of it. I would go through it because it has made me such a stronger, more courageous, more bold woman who can now go out and tell other women or share with other women that yes, your possibilities can become a reality if you nurture them, if you breathe life into them, if you connect with other people like Stacey NC Grant and this university. You can do anything you want to. And I don't have to tell them that based on what I read out of a book or based on what I saw somebody else do. I can now share that from my own truth. And that, my sister, is a powerful gift that I believe God has given me.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's why you sizzling hot. I love it. That is it. Ooh, got to do a little shimmy there. You said so much right there, Cheryl, you know, and that ability to continue to invest in yourself, to continue to really push forward with the possibilities. I mean, there's so much. We serve an amazing God. So why would we limit ourselves? And I think we all get caught up with that. And that's the beauty of being able to do this work and inspire people to just think outside of the real holes they put on their lives and look at the abundance that God is able to provide. So, oh my goodness, we could just stay here. But I'm excited because we have some exciting things that'll be coming down in Destiny Designers University, collaborating with you. But for now, we do want them to have access to you. I'm sharing all of my best and brightest with everyone today. So how can they connect with you, Cheryl?
They can connect with me all over social media at Cheryl Empowers. That's CHERYL EMPOWERS. Cheryl Empowers on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and you can even check me out on the web at CherylEmpowers.com. And I'm so looking forward to connecting with the people who are tuned in and who know that playtime is over. They are not wasting another second, minute, hour, or day on excuses or procrastination. They are walking into their God-given greatness and their gifts without apologies and without regrets.
Awesome, awesome. Mwah! Love you, my sister. You are amazing. Continue to do the job that you're doing. You are truly an inspiration to me and so many. And I just love the fact that we get to work together, that we get to grow together. And it is if we've been together for 20 million years. And just in a short space of time, we've just become so connected. And like I told you before, I believe in what you're doing and the work. We will always be on this road, firing them up and taking people to that next best version of themselves.
I love it. Thank you, Stacey. I love you so much. Thank you for being so authentic and so genuine. If nothing else, I mean, my sister, that is such a gift. There are so many people who have come along on my journey and some have dropped off. Some were just for a season or a reason. But you, my sister, I feel like this is a lifelong relationship. You just come with such authenticity and just a genuine spirit of wanting to be there and support another sister. And that could bring me to tears, but I look too good to be going into tears right now. So we're going to cut it off right there so my mascara won't be running. But I love you dearly. Congratulations on everything. I'm looking forward to working together.
Thank you, my sister. Bye. We're back live at the Destiny Designers University launch. I tell you, I am so full. God is amazing, continues to just show up and show out. I'm only a vessel, and I'm just appreciative that you are tuning in
that you're listening. We're getting messages and notes that people are finding the feed. If you have not found the group, just go to Facebook and put in Destiny Designers Community, and you'll see it pop up. We're out there now accepting you. We want to know who is there. If you're tweeting and you're hashtagging, the hashtag is Destiny Designers, hashtag Destiny Designers. And if you're on Twitter and Instagram, it's at Destiny Design You. So Destiny Design You at on Instagram rather, and Twitter. And if you're watching it, you see a little Facebook icon right above your screen. And if you're finding value, Cheryl Wood just said so much information soaring into the universe. You see why we call her the sizzling, fearless speaker, because she's passionate about what she's doing and how she's on a mission to help so many women. I keep bringing you the best of the best. This is what it's about, how you live your life, who you choose to surround yourself with, what you're pouring into yourself. So don't keep it to yourself. Share it. Just go right above the screen, Facebook or Twitter, click the icon, let them know what's going on. Just put hashtag Destiny Designers. I would rather you share this than some of the other craziness that's online, what our kids are seeing and some of the things that are in the news. This is positive. I have amazing individuals that are sharing this platform today who are supporting me in this launch of this work, life skills, leadership, and personal development training where you graduate to the best next version of yourself. So I'm just really thrilled because now the party continues because I get to introduce another incredible diva to you. She is someone that I have known, it seems like a lifetime. I affectionately call her my little sis. She is just such an inspiration to me and so many other women because she understood that there was a point where it was no more talking, but it was time to activate. And she's become the chief activator. She's an author. She's a speaker. She's a celebrity coach. She's doing an amazing job with the Activate conference that she began, and I was just honored to be a part of that first conference and seeing it take off. It's heading down to Atlanta next year. That's how you move when God's blessing is on you, when you understand your divine assignment. And she is committed to working with those who are ready to play a bigger game. She keeps me inspired. She keeps me on my toes. All right, big sis, what's going on? What are you doing? How are we getting this done? And that has been such a blessing in my life. Her heart is bigger than you know, and she is blessed with a beautiful family who supports her. Even through the ups, downs, and challenges, she still keeps a smile on, and she still keeps holding on to whose she belongs to. And that is what is the best part of our relationship, that we can talk about the goodness of Christ in our lives and how he continues to show up and show out. So without further ado, I introduce to you the chief activator herself, none other than my little sis, Lucinda Cross. Woo! So we are here. Can you believe? She's getting the camera angle right. I am just so excited that you're here and you're supporting Destiny Designers University. Absolutely. And the launch. I called you and I said, what did I get myself into?
This is good though.
It is just amazing to be here. But Lucinda, we know that in business, the faith walk is serious.
Yes.
And understanding that we have to be in alignment with what God has for our lives. So a lot of people on these platforms, they won't mention God. They will mention, we don't want to offend anybody. Well, I'm sure not going to offend my God, because without him, I cannot do what I do.
Right.
So that's very clear for me. And I want you to talk about, when did you get to that point where your spirit was convicted, that you realized that God was pushing you to do with what he gave you, a bigger work?
So the first part of it was I just having that push that I'm doing something that I don't like doing, and I'm doing something for somebody else. And so that's when I said, you know what, I need to search inside and look at what is the gifts and talents that I have that I could use to give God glory versus doing it for somebody else's glory. And so that's when I just really started to do a lot of soul searching, a lot of reading, a lot of meditating to say, well, what is Lucinda's purpose here? I know I wake up because I have a purpose, but what is that? How do I even find what my destiny is? And so the journey it started with a lot of soul searching. It started with asking questions. As one of my early mentors, who will be here later on, Andrew Morrison would always say, remember your calling. And he would say it so much that I was like, what is my calling? You know, am I a great executive assistant? Am I a great risk management? Am I great at doing a 9 to 5? Am I just a mom? Am I just a wife? Like, what is my calling? And it had nothing to do with any of those titles. It had a lot to do with who I was showing up every day and what was I doing to impact the portion of the world that God gave me.
Amazing. So finding your calling, I love that, because we know you're gifted. Your gifting looks good on you. But getting to that point and understanding that, how did you go from, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm an executive assistant, you know, this is what I'm supposed to do, get a good job, provide for my family, contribute. How did you really listen to what God was saying about your calling? When did it become clear for you? And what kept you grounded as you were on this journey?
I had to start taking risks. So it was the risk, getting out of my own way. You know, stop using fear as an excuse. Stop using what I don't have as an excuse. And so finding that calling started with me just taking as many risks that were crazy and out of my own mind as possible, so that I could truly step into that faith walk. Because that's what led me down the road to saying, you know what, you have a story to tell, Lucinda. Why are you holding on to this story? You know, you have something to share. There's, you know, you're helping other women do this thing, and you're not, you know, you can charge for this. It's okay. You don't have to be guilty about charging for what you're worth. And so it started with me just honing in on my story. That I was afraid of telling people, the story of being a single mother, the story of, you know, working a 9 to 5 and having the courage to leave my job strategically, you know, the story of just embracing my past and saying, hey, this is a part of my purpose. This is the reason why I'm able to sit down with women and celebrities and on TV and be authentically me. So let me stop hiding from that. Let me take more risk that are scary, that scares the living daylights out of me, that makes my family say, you know what, she's crazy, we're not supporting her on this one. And let me just do it, because now you're in the God zone, and it's not just having great ideas. Now you're truly moving into that calling. And when I found that, I mean, the phone was ringing, my bank account, you know, you've got mail turned to PayPal, you know, so everything shifted once I started to really step into it and say, one, I know what I'm worth. I know my story. I know who I am. I know what I'm here to do, or kind of have an idea, but I'm not afraid to keep venturing on to see and get closer to perfecting my craft.
That is awesome. The God Zone. Hold on, pause, everybody. If you're out there in Destiny Designers community, they keep getting it out there, as the kids would say with the rap. They keep spitting faster than you can write. So that's what you do. God Zone. God Zone. Hashtag God Zone at Lucinda Cross. Hashtag Destiny Designers University. This is amazing, because that's the zone, you know, and I know how much it means to women to see other women show an example of what's possible, because we don't always go around affirming one another and encouraging one another. We think that there's this competition, that if you're doing something similar to what I'm doing, then we can't be friends. We can't play together because you're going to take something away from me. And what I love is that you understand, just as everybody else I'm bringing here today, the power in collaboration. I want you to just speak a little bit about where you found the biggest blessing with collaboration.
When I started to do things on my own and wanted to have everything to myself, I don't want to collaborate because I want my name on it. I don't want anybody to have credit for it. And really, to be honest, holding on to resources, because I was afraid of my sister getting higher than I was. And when really I was just getting lower and lower in the crabs in the barrel bunch. And so when I started to joint venture and connect with other women to say authenticity has no competition, that's when the windows of heaven opened up. It was like an awakening. I said, enough of this. This is not me. Why am I trying to compete with her when she's trying to help people? So I don't want you to help people because I help people? Like, how dumb is that? I don't want you to speak because you have a great voice, because I want to speak so no one should hear your story. So when I looked at that, it was very selfish. And I seen it once I got in that crabs in the barrel. I said, that's why we're here. That's why we're scratching to get to the top, because we're trying to prevent one another from doing something for someone else. Exactly. And you can be saving someone's life. And so for me, I don't do anything by myself anymore. Everything involves a team. It's a we nation, I say. Let's do it together. Not the we sick and we do it. No, this is a we nation.
And we need.
Right. But what we need, no. But where is, you do what you do, I do what I do. let's collaborate. You know, Cheryl Wood, fabulous speaker, love her to death. We chat. What's going on, girl? What are you doing? Same thing. You always uplift me. You're always supportive. And you opened up many doors for me to speak and share. So that's the only way that I found to succeed and to excel and to really get out of that crabs in a barrel bunch and to live in the land of more than enough, that whole abundance. So why should I compete when I'm authentic? I'm cut from a cloth that is, you can't.
Don't let me start shouting. All right, we about to cut up. But that is the truth. That is the truth. And that is why today is so special to me. And I keep getting emotional. My makeup artist told me to cry with my eyes open. So I keep on because all of you have been a part of my front row and understanding the beauty and collaboration and networking.
Come on now,
and
come on.
That to me is a blessing. I'm getting emotional looking at you because all I can see is Mama Frazier looking down, saying you girls have to stick together. And you have to do it together because you can't do life by yourself. You cannot. So I just thank God for who you are, for the work that you're doing. You keep me on the toes. There are many things I'm like, I really got to do that. All that did. But you encourage the same thing from us that you would for yourself. Yeah. And that's how we all live. It's not about getting it perfect.
That's right.
You know, Les talks about it all the time. You don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great.
Yes.
So that's why we're doing this work. That's why we're sticking together. We're working together. We're changing lives because we have work to do.
Yes.
Right as we sit here, as people are viewing and watching all over the world, there's a woman who is not free to share her voice, to share her ideas, to even think about being in business because it's not allowed in her country. So this is not a game.
No.
It's not a game for me. This is God's blessing, and as I use this blessing to free somebody else and let them know I'm holding the space until they arrive.
My goodness.
Woo, child. Okay, I got, girl, we can stay here all day. I can't have all my friends playing for this broadcast. We don't know how to stop. But, Lucinda, how can people follow you? We're going to do some things, and that's what I'm excited about.
Yes.
The joint ventures and more fun out on the platform.
Yes.
But how can they just follow my amazing sis and know what you're doing out here, changing the world and activating lives?
Oh, my. They can follow me as I follow you, right? That's how it should be. Follow the leader, right? But and I say I'm Google-licious. I say that. That's so funny.
Oh, I like that one.
Google-licious.
Oh, Dominique, put that word in the feed. Google-licious.
Google-licious, but no, seriously, everything under LucindaCross.com. Lucinda Cross on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Lucinda Cross, and they'll find tons of activation and how I collaborate and support. And so,
and she has free gifts and everything too. So,
yes.
Lucinda Cross. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned because I think in the queue I have another amazing individual, Amy Walker, getting ready to come up as she is a part of this Destiny Designers University launch. But allow me a moment to say thank you, my sister,
oh my gosh,
for just being here for me. Girl, hold on, get a little old. Take a minute to get up.
Thank you.
At Lucinda Cross, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
Hello, sunshine, and welcome back. We are still going strong with the Destiny Designers University launch. I tell you, I get more and more grateful as each moment passes. I continue to bring to you the best of the best, the people who are playing with me in my front row, the individuals who are living their calling and walking in their divine destiny. I feel humbled, I feel grateful, I feel excited because I get to introduce you to them one by one. And now, let me tell you, I've just met a sister from another mother just a few weeks ago at another conference. When I say instantly, we bumped into each other, I think, going to the ladies' room. And there was a connection there because I could feel her heart. I could feel her spirit and know that she was authentically who she was. Really didn't know where she landed on the program or that she was a speaker, but there was just a connection with a friendly conversation and leaving out. And then when I realized that I was about to introduce her and I found out that she had done a very generous act for all the attendees in the conference, it impressed upon me even more why we connected. Because she understands her gifting, she understands her calling, she understands that impacting the lives of women, and one woman could actually impact the lives of many globally. You know, I'm taking it further than what she even says because she started a movement of helping to create a different level of operating, really walking that talk, not just sitting around pontificating about what's good, but living it as a business professional, a coach, someone who is about to author an amazing book project, so listen out for that, but really standing in the space of allowing the support and mentorship for women who are making a difference on the planet. So there's no real, you're like, oh my God, Stacey, where did you find Amy? It's obvious that we are connected, that we understand the synergy, that we understand this work that we've been given to do, and that you cannot do it by yourself. You have to align yourself with the right people and the right team. So I'm excited to introduce to you the one and the only, the beautiful, the talented, can't you tell we look alike, Miss Amy Walker.
Oh my gosh, I adore you. I seriously am so grateful that we met, Pats. I just feel like we're best friends forever. Yes. I feel like we've known each other forever, and we're going to know each other forever, and I just am sure that's the case. So I'm really excited for you, and I love what you're creating here. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Thank you so much, Amy. And you know what really impresses me about you, and the fact that, yes, we're connected for life. You can't get rid of me. So I'm your Jamaican sister who thinks she's Latino. You know, we'll go into all that. You know all the voices in my head. But what I love about your work and your platform, it came from somewhere, and I want to get to that point because you do a lot of work to lift up women. You know, you balance a business. You have 5 kids, OMG.
Yes, and they're all boys. I mean, that's a whole new category in its own.
Completely, because my 2 have me going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, so I can't even imagine. 5 boys in the house, a wonderful and supportive husband that's your partner. Mm-hmm. You're doing all these great things, and you're opening up doors for women. But Amy, did it always start that way? Like, were you always this confident and assured, and you knew what you were going to do, and you were going to conquer the world, and you just jumped out of your mother's womb ready to do it?
Okay, you know what? Actually, I have to think about that because when I was a little girl, that's exactly how I felt. Honestly. I mean, I remember laying in bed as a little girl and just thinking that I had superpowers, and I didn't know quite how they were going to manifest, but I was sure that if I needed to, I could fly. I was sure that, you know, I mean, the world had no boundaries when I was little, but that was really little. But once I started, you know, preschool, and then all of a sudden you realize that you're not quite as wonderful as your mom has always told you that you are. What a blessing to live in a home where my mom told me that I was wonderful from the time I was little. But when that changes, you know, and I had my path just like all of us with going through parents' divorce and challenges and struggles, and I injured myself a whole lot of times when I was growing up. I mean, I have a lot of dramatic stories from my childhood that put me in a place where I kind of lost sight of that, and I feel like I settled into believing what other people actually wasn't even, how do I even know what other people thought of me? It was my perception of what I thought other people thought of me, and I kind of put myself in a place, and it took me a lot of years of struggling against myself, of feeling that there was greatness inside, but getting in my own way and letting my fears stop me and letting my negative beliefs stop me, and all these, you know, I can't do that because I'm pregnant. I can't do that because I just had a baby. Oh my gosh, that's the story of my life. I've always been pregnant or having a baby. Done now. My baby's about to turn 2 this month. But, you know, I got in my own way a lot. And I had to fight the fight that every one of us fights, which is, I believe we come to this earth as a divine being who has, you know, we are eternal, and we have these eternal principles and truths and gifts and talents that are born with us that we know when we're little, but life makes us forget because we have that physical side as well. You know, I am a human being. I am a body with weaknesses and challenges and trials, and sometimes we get lost in the sight of that, living that earthly life. You know, I'm sick, I'm tired, I'm injured. And we lose sight of that eternal being, gets kind of trapped inside. So I had to find myself just like everybody does.
That's awesome. I love the way that you describe that, because really as children, we dream. There's no filter. Yeah. There's no one stopping us. We really feel that we can conquer the world. And just between me and you and a couple hundred viewers, I thought I was ISIS when I was smaller.
I thought that I was going to be, I remember laying in my bed at night, and I'm like, I know I'm going to be amazing. I think I'll probably be the president. I'm so not interested in politics, but that's the kind of, that's the kind of belief, like every day you're going to be something new. There's no limitation beyond what you can imagine. And then we forget it because we go through life, but it's a beautiful process as we get to rediscover and reconnect with who we really are and then live as that person. Not as the one that was the in-between, but the one is who we divinely are. I love that.
Exactly, and that's the whole tagline for Destiny Designers University, where we graduate to the next best level of ourselves. That's what this is about, that investment, that time, going back to that child who could dream, understanding, as you said, we're divine beings. God already gave us everything we need. We just have a little learning curve when getting to the fact that we can actually execute that. And Amy, that's where I want to go to now. Now you're executing your dream. You are clear about your divine assignment. You understand what you're doing and what inspires you, what grounds you, what helped you get back on track to that young child who could do anything.
Well, one of the things that I connected with you instantly is we're both women of faith, and that's a huge part of who we are. And I was in direct sales. I was selling cosmetics. I won't name names, but I will say we did get to drive pretty pink cars. And that's what I was doing. It was a great company. I loved it. I was learning so much. But I got to the point where I felt like I was hungry for more. Like I had a different message, and I didn't really know what it was. But when you are willing, and I remember one day saying, okay, God, I don't know what you have in store for me. This has been my dream. I feel like something's shifting, but I'm willing. I don't know what it is, but I'm willing, and I want to help. I want to make a difference. And that was where it started, with just an expression of desire. Just desire and faith that it would come together. A couple months later, I ended up in a class by mistake. I thought I'd signed up for a different class, and I ended up in this class about how to present your message. And I'm telling you, I walked into this room, and people are like, they were like so excited about their message. They were like on the drug of excitement. And I'm sitting here going, oh my gosh, I'm in the wrong class. I wanted to learn about sales. I'm with all these message people. This is not what I signed up for. Well, 2 days later, I found my message. I mean, it was not super clear in the beginning. I think a lot of people feel like it's got to be laser focused to start. It wasn't for me. It was, I needed to help women understand their value and understand that they had something to offer. That was it. I was like, well, that's very vague. And so I went home and I said, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give myself a year. I'm going to start putting things together. A couple mornings later, as I'm just dreaming constantly, I'm constantly thinking through, what is this going to look like? What am I going to do? I was in the shower, and all of a sudden I heard the voice that's like, you need to help women now. Stop giving yourself this long time zone. It's now. Your time is now. And I was like, can I rinse first? I mean, I had a hair full of shampoo. And I got out of the shower. And I'm not joking, Stacey, like it was fast. Within 2 weeks, I had resigned from my business that I spent 7 years building.
Wow.
I resigned. I walked away. I organized a photo shoot for women where this was the first thing I did, a photo shoot for women. We all came with no makeup on just to celebrate who we were as individuals without any barriers or any pretension. And it was beautiful. Wow. And from there, I started teaching a class. And from there, I got hired by a training company who really helped to mold me as a speaker and helped to teach me the skills. And then, when I was pregnant with my fifth son, I was 6 weeks away from having him, and all of a sudden it was like I felt God telling me again, okay, now it's your turn. Go do this on your own. Oh no. What? Wow. I'm about to have a baby. Do you have any idea how bad this timing is? I mean, I was going to be leaving behind my 6-figure job to go and start something from scratch, and it had no guarantees. And I think that one of the reasons why I've been able to create what I've been able to create is because I believe God. I believe that when He tells me it's going to work, it's going to work. I mean, that's a spiritual principle that when I obey, He must support what I do. And so a lot of what I've created has just been those constant listening, constant co-creating. And if you're not a faith-based person, that principle still applies. You can co-create with anything that is higher that you believe in. Higher than you. You can create with that source. And I love that principle. And so as I look back at my path, it probably looked to people like, where's Amy going now? What is she, where's this coming from? What's this about? And I can't, put it all on paper and say that everything has made sense, but I can look back and say, oh yeah, that took me here, and that connected me with this person who helped me to go here, and that class that I ended up in by mistake, hello, taught me, like, open doors. So there are no mistakes, and when you do step into that divine creation, just be prepared that it can flow and things can move quickly, and you will have to do things that scare you, because you know, if I had stayed in my comfort zone, I would still be selling lipstick.
Absolutely, and thank God that you listened and that you obeyed and that you followed what he allowed, because that's something I'm very clear about, you know, staying in God's will. So not just running, doing what you want to do, but being in alignment with what the gifting and the talent that he's given you to be a blessing. So I just thank you for who you are, for what you represent, for what you're doing, and talk about things stretching you and taking you to new levels. OMG, we are launching Destiny Designers University. Girl, I got a whole nother testimony. But the thing that I enjoy is playing with some wonderful, amazing individuals who are bringing value to the world, and that we can collaborate together, we can work together, we can expand our reach, because we all have our assignment. So I can't do yours, Amy, and you can't do mine, even though I could use a little more help.
I'll help you with yours. I'm here for you.
So that's the joy in what we're doing, and I just want to salute you for that. And I want to also offer everyone an opportunity to connect with you. We'll be doing some fun things together coming down the line for 2015. But right now, if somebody wants to connect with you, Amy, and just find out more about this amazing businesswoman with 5 boys and still running an empire, how can they do that?
Well, Stacey, you know, I like to give presents, and so I always like to give. I have actually a 5-part training program that I used to charge $250 for, and it's all about how to create balance between your business and your family so that you don't feel like you're sacrificing one at the expense of the other. And it's actually available for free on my website for another month. And then I'm going to be taking it down and changing things up. But for another month, you can go to my website, amywalkerconsulting.com, and you can register for that and get those free videos. And I don't know how long you're keeping this interview live. We always have something good going on. So that is a great place to stay connected through our website. And then find me on social media, too. You can get to see lots of dorky, fun pictures of me and my kiddos and me complaining about chasing my goats and all those fun things that we get to do in living our life. And what I really want to bring to table right now, and where I really feel like I have value, is helping women to be able to understand that we can recreate the roles of business. You can be an amazing faith-based mother and wife with a strong, grounded family, and you can knock their socks off in business, and they can both work well together.
Absolutely. And that's what I love, because that's what we're doing together, and that's just the amazing part of who we are, standing in that truth, because it'll empower and free so many other women to do the same thing. So I am just thrilled that you took time out of your busy schedule and you made time to be a part of this launch to share a little bit of the beauty of who Amy Walker is. So thank you for blessing my life, for being my new sister from another mother, for the amazing way you're letting God use you to bless the lives of so many women. So congratulations to you on your continued success. And girl, I can't wait to continue playing together in 2015.
Thank you so much. You're amazing and beautiful.
Thank you. Hello.
Amy Walker is absolutely incredible. What a lot of information that she shared. If you're watching and you're excited, I want to thank everyone because you are watching. I'm getting text messages from my friends. Turn the camera. We couldn't see Lucinda's face. Okay, move this way. We want to see the backdrop. I love it. This is reality Destiny Designers University launch. So it's happening in real time. We're going through each and every moment, growing together, jumping and growing our wings on the way down. So I'm just so thrilled that you're still watching and you're viewing. Now, let's not be selfish. If you like what you see, just go to the top of your screen. Right above your screen, there are 2 icons there. There's a Facebook icon and a Twitter icon. Just click on one of them or both and share this out. Hashtag Destiny Designers. And if you're on Instagram, you can also do at Destiny Design U, the letter U, Destiny Design U. Let the world know what's going on. I brought the best out to play with me today, and their time is valuable. So I want you to make sure that you're sharing this information, you're getting it out into the universe, and letting people know that there's alternative viewing today, Saturday, November 29, 2014. So on your smartphone, your tablet, even on your TV, if you have an internet connection, you can watch today's broadcast. So I am just continuing to give God thanks for how he is moving. You know, it's not about knowing how all the pieces will come together, because he puts every piece of the puzzle in its place. And we're going to have a great time continuing the conversation. Wait until you see who else we have lined up. But right now, I get to introduce to you another phenomenal, young, brilliant mind. We have had a chance to connect just over a couple of months. I didn't even know that she was secretly watching a few things that I was doing in the world, and thought that it was building value, and just to get a chance to know who she is, to appreciate her work, her platform. Those of you in the New York City tri-state area, you get to hear her daily on Quake's House. Yes, I'm talking about none other than Deja Vu. She is amazing. We know it is really Deja's house, but we let Quake run with it. But she is also on Sirius XM Radio. She is really one of the most humble and authentic individuals and radio personalities that you'll meet. She is full of life and energy, and that's what just connected with the two of us, because I don't like dull people, honey. So I am just excited about her new book, about the platform that she's building, the work that she's doing, and for her to say, Stacy, I'm going to come out and I'm going to support your launch of Destiny Designers University. So I get to introduce to you now the beautiful, the talented, the awesome author, speaker, radio disc jockey with style, none other than Deja Vu. Woo! Hello, darling.
Hello, darling.
So how are you?
I am excellent. How are you?
Oh, honey. Oh, the butterflies are still going, but
I
I am
know.
just really blessed, and I'm excited that you're here.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this.
Oh.
This launch is an amazing thing, and just to be able to see you have your dreams come to fruition is like, oh my gosh, she's doing it. She's doing it. So
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Thank you so much, Deja. Now, your story is incredible. The more I learn about you and what you've done and your road to this place, what has helped you connect to what God has given you? You know, a lot of us have trouble understanding that. When did you
Right.
realize that, okay, God, that's what you gave me?
Right. I've known that I was supposed to be a speaker for a long time, and I did it through my radio career, you know, building it up and getting the experience through that. But as I started to grow spiritually, okay, I'm like, okay, God, I'm in here, I'm doing this. What do you want me to do? I can't be dropping it like it's hot all day and then coming up in here trying to spread, you know, all the spiritual principles and everything. But I think the turning point for me to really start sinking into my motivational speaking was when I got fired. I got fired from a radio station.
Wow.
I was in the middle of transitioning and building my coaching business, and I got fired, and it just kind of shook me. And I'm like, okay, it's now or never. This is really what I'm supposed to be doing. And I had already been doing a little bit of the speaking, but it kind of pushed me out more. And then as I began to grow a little bit, I still was kind of hesitant, but over the course of the last, I want to say four or 5 years, I have just taken on a whole new look at life as far as what I have to do. I got to get out there and hustle, but it's bigger than me. You know what I mean? It's not just about me. It's about helping these other women who are out there who are struggling. We've had our drama, we've had our trials and tribulations in life, but we've been fortunate enough to be able to get on top of things. Some of our sisters are still out there going around that same mountain, going around and around and around, and we're like, sister girl, come on, let's get with it. It's time to make it happen. But I think sometimes it takes a huge shift in your life to kind of jolt you awake. You may just be existing rather than living and living your purpose. You might just be going in and out, you know, doing things just like on road.
Autopilot.
You know, yes, autopilot. I remember driving like I was going to the gym and just was going just so autopilot. I didn't even know how I got there for real. But that's how we live through our lives a lot of times. We're not paying attention, but you get that one thing that jolts you and you say, hey, I have to get busy. I've been blessed with this. I have favor. I have this. I have a job. And it may not be exactly where you want it to be right now. It may not look exactly like you thought it was going to look. But you take that and what they say, make lemons out of the lemonade, or make lemonade out of the lemons.
We knew what you meant.
Yes, well, you make it happen, in other words.
Exactly.
And I think that's where I am. And in that jolting awake, I've grown closer in my spiritual walk. And so now I can see when I'm starting to veer off, and that, you know, that thing will be like, hey, get it together, sister. And, you know, and sometimes you need that, and you need that checking in, and because you've become centered in what you're doing, you can kind of feel it yourself without even having your sister girl check you. Of course, you need to have those over there too, but when you're in your divine purpose and you're working in alignment, you can tell when you already having that attitude. You know you need to stop that attitude. Why are you hating on that sister? Let her do whatever. That's just, you know, you can check yourself a little bit. Exactly. Yeah. And so that's where I am right now, and I just feel like I'm in an awesome space. I can't wait for 2015.
I know that's right.
All right.
It's going to be on.
Yes,
and that's the beauty of it. And I love the part where you shared, now, back in the feed. If you're watching, I keep setting you back there. This is a community now. Let's not be selfish. Join the community, Destiny Designers community on Facebook, because Deja just said a few things, and that going round and round and over.
Yes.
We can do that to ourselves. We can sabotage our own success. But I love the part where you said you get to the place where you can adjust. You can self-correct. How do you stay grounded? How do you let God guide you and self-correct when you know you're outside of his will? Because sometimes people will try to pull you and tell you what to do, what you should do, but God's way is not man's way. How do you stay focused?
Absolutely. You have to stay grounded spiritually. For me, I read the Bible, I'm reading my motivational things, and I'm cognizant of what's going on around me. Now, sometimes you may go off on a different path, but it's just like that GPS to get you right back on track. Please make a legal U-turn. So we make that legal U-turn and get right back on track. I think the thing that keeps me grounded, though, is staying focused. And when I start to veer off, when I start listening to the wrong stuff or hanging out with that crowd that you know that's just really kind of not moving in that thing, you kind of just, you feel it. You begin to feel it on the inside. But that's when you start getting to know who you are and living in your authenticity. I don't have to pretend like I'm so-and-so, because I'm not so-and-so. Right. I'm Deja, and this is what I do. I don't go out like this person all the time. I'm not drinking. I'm not wilding out like that. Like I said, I still like to drop it like it's hot occasionally.
Every now and then.
Every now and then. But, you know, I know certain things that I cannot do. I just can't do that. And certain things you will have to leave behind. You can't hang out with those same girls all the time that's wilding out and doing whatever. Those same married women who's trying to do whatever. You can't do that. You have to separate yourself. You have to learn to separate yourself and be bold in who you are and be able to walk alone sometimes. And then everybody will start following you. When you stand to the side and you begin to stand out, they'll be like, oh, look at her. I like what she's doing. She's real with hers. And they'll see that. And that kind of stuff keeps you where you're supposed to be, in alignment. But of course, it all goes back to staying grounded spiritually. You listen to that stuff because you put that stuff in your spirit. And, you know, working with music in the music industry, we have so many different artists, and their messages are not always the positive messages. And some of that stuff gets in your head, and you be saying some of the lyrics back, and you're like, oh, God. Oh, Lord.
Please watch my mouth out.
Right. Seriously, but that stuff can get in your mental and get you off track. So I try and keep myself around good music, positive stuff, positive messages. Even when I'm in the kitchen, like Thanksgiving, we just had Thanksgiving, have music blasted throughout there. You want to have some stuff that's going to encourage you, make you feel upbeat. You don't need sad Sally songs. We don't need sad Sally. Oh, Jesus.
He done me wrong.
He did me wrong. This ain't going to work out. You need some uplifting stuff, some stuff that's going to get you moving, that makes you feel like, hey, I got it going on. And whatever that song is for you, you know, that kind of music can help you bounce through life. So I say, you know, we like to live our life like we're listening to our favorite song. Like, hey, this is my song, girl. And that's how you should live your life. Like, every day is your favorite song. Like, you're hearing it when you're stepping, when you're walking. So even when that drama comes, you know what? You're going to keep on going. You know what I'm saying? You got that song in your heart, and you're staying grounded.
What's your song? Oh, I love this. I love this. Get in the feed at Deja Vu. Put it in. What's your song? I want to know your song. Tell us your first name, your last name, where you're from, how you found out about today's broadcast, what you're learning. Deja just said so much. Now, I know everybody wants to find out, is Deja Vu your real name?
Deja is my name. I just added the Vu for some spice. You gotta add a little spice in life, girl.
So, you know, I just had to add that in. That was released at the Destiny Designers University launch. So, I love what you're doing. I'm excited about the platform because it allows you to get into the hearts of a broader audience because of being on the radio and young people listening to you. I just invited you to come to one of our schools, Women's Academy of Excellence, to all of my young girls who might be watching, and I do an empowerment series there. You came and you were able to connect with them. And you saw firsthand how much our young people need right now.
Absolutely.
And how many role models they do not have in their
close circle and environment. So the work that you're doing is amazing. So just as we close out, you wrote a book with some of the principles that you shared with them.
Yes.
Just tell us a little bit about that and how people can find out more about Deja Vu off air.
Okay. All right. The book is called Live Your Life Transformed and Repurposed. And I made all the principles based on something called the Beatitudes. The Beatitudes are in the Bible, and it's blessed are, blessed are, blessed are. But I turned mine into girl attitudes. So it's like, girl, you know, girl such and such, girl such and such, because that's how we talk. And sometimes you got to talk just real regular, break it on down for the sister girls to be able to relate. One of the principles, the first principle in the book is, girl, you are free. So many times we hold ourselves in that mental bondage, thinking that we cannot get out of this, but it all starts in the mind, and that's where the transformation begins, right? You transform by the renewing of your mind. So when you start realizing and understanding that you are free, nothing can hold you back, you can do what you need to do, that transformation begins, and that butterfly begins to blossom, and those wings start flapping, and you realize how beautiful you are. But it first starts with you realizing that you are not bound by anything. You hold the key to unlock those mental chains. So let it on go. But you gotta first want to start thinking in a different pattern. Again, it goes back to sometimes separating yourself, sometimes imparting that good stuff in your mind, what you're reading, not always on the blogs talking about she said this and he, oh, so-and-so, did you see Love and Hip Hop? So-and-so. And we all do that. That's our guilty pleasure stuff. But sometimes when you get caught in it, you get caught up. Right? And we don't want to live in that mental bondage. We want to start having that expression and that mindset that we can get out there and do anything. So 2015, we're going to live our lives transformed and repurposed. That means we've taken what we've had right now. We may have thought that we were in this lane, but our destiny cannot be denied.
Hey,
God has somebody doing it a different way. So get the book. It's on Amazon and Kindle. It'll be in stores pretty soon. And I'm just really excited about it. We're doing the Beauty of the Book tour coming up in 2015, so we'll be coming to a city near you soon.
Awesome, awesome. And I'm just excited about it. Of course, we'll be supporting, we'll be doing some fun things in Destiny Designers community. I thank you for the work that you're doing, for your excitement. Can you feel her energy? You see, I only hang around with passionate go-getters, women that are making a difference, and men. You see, this is co-ed. It's everybody here able to share what God has given them to be a blessing. This is not something I take for granted. And I thank God every minute He allows me the breath in my body that we can transform and change this world by the renewing of our mind and our spirit, and standing in that faith to know that somebody's life is going to be changed as a result of this work. So thank you for tuning in. Please put your takeaways from Deja in the feed. She might even pop in there and answer it herself. You never know. So just go on and press the Facebook icon and Twitter icon. Share it out there in the world. If you're like, what are you talking about, Stacey? Just go to Facebook. Join the community. If you don't have a Facebook account, make one up today. And follow us in what we're doing. And stay tuned. We have someone else in the queue. I think it might be Dr. Ruben West himself, who has stopped by to be a part of Destiny Designers University's launch. And I'm just thrilled that we are having this conversation. This is your virtual life skills, leadership, and personal development platform where we graduate to the next best version of ourselves.
Hello, sunshine. We are still going strong. Destiny Designers University launch. I tell you, I am eternally grateful and just thankful. I know I keep saying it over and over again, but I don't even know where to begin to thank God for allowing me this blessing and this privilege to have this platform, to continue to bring to you today some of the best individuals on the planet, the masters of their craft, bringing value to our global marketplace. And I keep telling you, I hope you're seeing the trend and the theme. Who is sitting in your front row? Who is a part of your network? And how are you engaging to live a bigger and grander scale life because of your relationships? So it's important to always remember that and evaluate who gets to sit in the front row. And like I told you before, who needs to be up in the balcony. But right now, I get to introduce to you another dynamic powerhouse. He is just a consummate professional. He is a student above all students. He's a master at what he does. He's a black belt after all. You know, he has a little bit of discipline. But Dr. Ruben West is an author. He's a speaker. He's a trainer. He's using everything that he's amassed over the years of his work and his experience to create experiences for individuals to live a bigger life. You know, he launched a whole program, Live Your Best Life, and he's working on creating that kind of experience for everyone that comes in his path. That's why I love him for what he does, for his work ethic, for his commitment to making a difference on this planet Earth. So I am just thrilled that he's taken time out of his busy schedule to be here to greet you all as a part of Destiny Designers University launch. And I'm just thrilled to pieces to introduce you to Dr. Ruben West. Hello, my brother.
Hey, how's it going, Stacey? And let me tell you, I'm excited to be here, and I want to congratulate you and thank you for using your skills, gifts, and talents in a way that helps other people improve as well. So I'm delighted to be here.
Well, thank you so much. And, you know, we get a chance to play together quite often, and we're in this space of constant growth and development and in the place of being able to share what we have with others. But Ruben, where was it along your timeline that you actually answered the call or got clarity on what God had already given you to be a blessing?
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you, Stacey, I've done a number of different things in my life, and there was times where I actually thought I was using my gift. And you may have heard me say this, but I met a nurse in Wichita, Kansas. Her name was Edwina Blackman. And Edwina said to me, she said, Ruben, there's something special about you. People will listen to you. And I said, Edwina, me? And she said, yeah, Ruben, I'm telling you, people will listen to you. And here's the funny thing. She had said it to me over and over and over again. But unfortunately, I wasn't hearing what she was saying. And then one day when she said, Ruben, you can start your own business. You can start your own company. You can reach people. You can touch people's lives. And I went home that day and I thought this to myself, what if she was right? What if there was more that I was supposed to do, and for whatever reason, I wasn't doing it? And so that day, this is the true story. That day, I picked up my phone. I called my friend in Topeka, Kansas, and said, Kevin, I want to start a company. He said, okay, what's the company going to be? And I told him. He said, well, what do you want me to do? I said, well, I need you to quit your job. And he said, okay. I said, oh my goodness, people will listen to me. And it was like that day that I realized that I had gifts that I had to put into use. I had to.
Awesome. Awesome. That is amazing. So it just clicked for you. You know, somebody was telling you they were seeing a bigger vision for you than you could see at the time, but you finally listened. You finally heeded that call and realized that your voice, your business, what you're creating, the work that you're doing, people will listen. They need to hear it. But Ruben, has it been easy following this path and deciding that you were going to answer the call and use what God has given you?
I'm going to be honest with you, it has not. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we're always walking that fine line. We're walking that fine line to what we know that we've been through and what we can do to what we really want to do. And sometimes it's easy to retreat back to what we've already been through and what we already know. And it takes a level of courage and discipline and tenacity to reach forth and press forth onto that higher calling, to go after what you know is possible for your life. And so, no, it hasn't been easy. There's been times where I've questioned myself, times where I've doubted myself. But here's the funny thing, Stacey. What I realized was, you know, they say birds of a feather flock together. And they're usually saying that in a negative sense. They're saying, hey, don't hang around with the wrong people. But what I've found is that it works both ways. That if you surround yourself with powerful people, people who can see things in you that you can't see, in those moments of doubt, in those moments where you're questioning yourself, they can see things in you that you can't see.
Absolutely. And that, what you said is key. Hold on now, everybody. If you're watching and you're listening, you're in the feed and you're posting your comments on the takeaways that these master experts are sharing with us today. Ruben just said a whole mouthful. So I need you to just go in there and write down what he shared. You know, it's important for us to listen and listen with a new listening so that we can digest the words that are coming, that you can share it. Because if you share it, as I said before, somebody could actually have a breakthrough as a result of you sharing your takeaways. So it's possible for you to really bless somebody right now. So share it out. Let them know that Dr. Ruben West is speaking live right now and that he is a part of this whole Destiny Designers University launch where we're really graduating to the best version of ourselves. Oh, I'm so excited. But Ruben, I want to get into more because I know we have limited time and you have so much to do, and just taking time out was a miracle on your schedule. I want you to share with those that are watching, that are listening right now. You have a book called Destination Mastery that is just hitting right now, and people are going to be able to get copies and be able to really get to that destination. What was your inspiration for creating that kind of book with such content?
Because I realized something, and this is something that I don't want the people watching to really write down, to take away. And you know this firsthand. I don't have to say it to you. But whatever it is you're setting out to do, you have to ask yourself one question, and the answer to this question is going to determine whether you'll be able to go through it or not. And that is, are you doing it for applause? Or are you doing it for a cause? That's it. Are you doing it for applause? Or are you doing it for a cause? I had a cause. I realized I had worked with martial arts students, and I had worked with these young children who had been programmed in a way that didn't really bring forth the best version of themselves. And I realized that now I had the ability to call people out and say, wait a minute, there's something greater in you, there's something better in you, and I want you to reach for it. And so I said, I have to be able to get this message to the masses where they can sit down, they can digest it, they can work through it, they can go to my website and download some free resources. And so with that being said, I had a cause. I want to help change people's lives. If not one person claps, that's okay. I'm still going to do it.
Absolutely. I love that. You got to put that one. Hashtag, are you doing it for the applause or are you doing it for the cause? At Dr. Ruben West. That is amazing. You know, I'm just so proud of the work that you're doing, the fact that we get to collaborate and work together and just really advance the cause of changing this planet one person at a time and pouring into the lives of others to live up to the standard of excellence that we know exists in everyone, but we need the coaching, we need the support, we need the tools and the techniques to get there. So if somebody wants to just stay connected and see some of what you're doing outside of also, of course, what you will be collaborating on within Destiny Designers University, how can they follow you and just find out about the exciting work that you're doing?
Absolutely. So they can go to my personal website. That's Ruben, R-U-B-E-N, West, W-E-S-T, 360.com, RubenWest360.com. They can also go to my website for my book, DestinationMastery.com.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just got a sneak peek. And I could say pick because it's pick of the best. One of my featured experts that have been here today, and I don't take it for granted that these individuals have taken time out to pour into you, to just share a little bit of a highlight of who they are and what they bring. And it's a reminder that if it's possible for one, it's possible for all, as our dear friend Mr. Les Brown would say. So I hope that you're seeing the example. I hope that you can hear in Ruben's story, in his voice, that he just had to get to the point where he made the decision to listen to somebody else's bigger vision for his life and step into that and reach destination mastery. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruben West. Mwah. Love you and thank you for being here, and continue blessings to you. And I look forward to continue to play together, closing out 2014 strong and flying into 2015.
Thank you, Stacey. And once again, I commend you on the work that you're doing. You're going to touch so many lives that are out there in the feed and around the world. And I just want to say to the people who are listening, I don't want you to sit there. I know that I had a question with the skills and the talents that I had, and I needed someone else to see it in me when I couldn't see it for myself. And all I'm asking you to do is reach out. Don't just watch, participate. Find a way to connect with Stacey and the work that she's doing, because it will help you change your life. Stacey, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you again. Hello, sunshine. We are still going strong. Destiny Designers University launch. I tell you, I am eternally
You just heard from Dr. Ruben West, my dear friend. We had so much fun doing that interview. He is just an example of continuing mastery, hence his book, Destination Mastery. And I'm just so excited because the day is young. We've just begun and you don't even know who's next. But I tell you, it's wonderful when You can look at who you play with, who you invite into your space, because there's a common thread that we're able to do this work together, that we're able to change and transform lives. And we're not waiting for anybody's permission. We're creating our own space and time in which we can be a blessing and use the things that God has gifted us with and given us to be able to help so many people. So as we continue today, I invite you to please share this out. I want the world to know. I want to do some record numbers in viewing today, because all the craziness that I see on TV, what our young girls watch, and our young men, I'm a mother of 2 boys, and I see some of the things that they're attracted to on social media, and we have to correct them on proper viewing and what's out there. So much temptation and craziness in the world. So this is something positive. You're getting to hear from documented experts in their areas who are partnering with me today and supporting me for the launch of Destiny Designers University Life Skills, Leadership, and Personal Development Training, where you graduate to the next best level of yourself. That's what this is about, constant growth. As God gives us breath, every opportunity we have is to really go deeper and to live a bigger, blessed game that he has for us. Because this thing called life, it only comes around once. And when it's gone, it's gone. And you want to know that you have not lived in vain, and you've used everything that you have to be a blessing to others. So with that being said, before I introduce the next person, I'm getting excited already. I want you to remember the hashtag, Destiny Designers. I want to see, I don't really know how the hashtag thing works, but my team tells me I got to do it. So hashtag Destiny Designers. I need a lot of it out there so that we know that people are hearing the message, that they're sharing it out. At Destiny Design U on Instagram and Twitter. If you're on those platforms, I hear the feed is getting live and there's all sorts of posts going on. I want to thank all of my featured experts for posting in the group, sending it out, sharing this with the world. I want it to go viral today. Let's make it happen, and let's change somebody's life. You never know who's sitting home alone, who's going through crisis. Just in this week, 3 of my friends who were going to be a part of this event lost a relative. Life is real. There's no warning. There's no preferred time for someone to leave this earth. But when it happens, it can shock you and rock you to your core. But when you're able to be around those who can lift your spirit, those who can help you feel better about how you honor the person that's no longer here by how you live your life, then it's not in vain. So when my days are done, I've told my family they think it's quite morbid when I talk about when I leave. I know I'm not going to be here forever, but I want my work to speak for me when I'm gone. And I want everyone to know that I use every single ounce of what God gave me to be a blessing while I'm here. When you think about all the greats that have left this planet, their work still speaks for them. And that is how I want us to play in this world. So right now, I get to introduce to you a uniquely gifted and talented young woman. She is an attorney by trade, but she has created this whole movement of curvy girls, honey. And I know something about a little curve or two. And she decided that what wasn't in the marketplace, she was going to create. She was going to lend her skill, her talent, her voice to be able to provide a platform for women who didn't have a voice in that area, because feeling good and looking good, it's a part of being happy. That's just the reality. You know, when you get a good hair wash and you can put on a new piece of clothing, you can feel like you have $1 million in the bank, even if it's a penny. And that is wonderful when you're able to make people feel great about themselves. She's the perfect pitch master. She's won every single pitch contest on the planet. She's won big time money for it. She trains people how to do it and share what they have and be able to really impact the kind of revenue growth that they're looking for. She's an absolute joy and a pleasure to be around. I'm so excited I had a chance to connect with her, and for us to be able to now introduce to you the one, the only, Precious L. Williams. How you doing?
Girl, that was an intro. Thank you.
Well, you know, I'm the best at it.
Oh, girl, I thought you were. That was the pitch. That was a great pitch. Great pitch.
Thank you so much, Precious, for being here, for believing in this work and in this vision. You know, it's wonderful when you have people around you that say, what do you need me to do? How can I help?
How can I serve you?
And how can
I believe in
that's
the vision.
exactly
I just want to be here. Let me be here. Whatever you need me to be a gopher, I'll do whatever you need me to do. I will do whatever you need me to do.
And I appreciate you for that, and I appreciate having that kind of energy around me, because there's some people who have the energy of, why are you going to do that? That doesn't make sense. Well, where are you going to have it? How's it going to work? And they come up with all the reasons why not to, instead of just saying, girl, what can I do?
Exactly.
And that's what you said to me, and I appreciate you for that. But your story is so incredible. How did you get to this place for Curvy Girl Lingerie
Curvy Girl
to be able to
Lingerie.
take over the world. You're a lawyer,
I
for
am
heaven's
a
sake,
lawyer.
helping people save property, get property. How did you attach yourself
I'm
to
trying.
God's
Well,
divine
it is.
gift?
So in 2010, I had a fiance. We were together 7 years, but he wound up cheating on me. No problem. We moved on. It's like Shark Tank. I'm out. Thank you. I'm out. So 2 months later, I met this actor. I knew he was in Hollywood, but you don't really believe that until you finally meet. When I met him, I'm telling you, the heaven and the earth collided. Like I had seen him. Like I'm thinking of him now. Just God, thank you for this moment.
You had a minute?
Thank you for everything. This is the most magical date I've ever been on. When I tell you this man had me speechless and tongue-tied. Precious is never speechless and tongue-tied. This man had me feeling some type of way. So I figured if we were ever going to be intimate, he told me, I like lingerie. I like Stitchins heels. That's what I like. I said, well, you like it, I love it. Let's go do that. So, I was 327 pounds, and I went to Victoria's Secret. I don't know what possessed me to do that, because they talked about me like a dog, like this fat chick. And I'm trying to get the secret of Victoria. Like, I'm trying to be down. And they were like, well, we don't have anything in the store for you. I said, oh, okay. So then I went to Ashley Stewart and Lamb Bryant, and I wasn't feeling the selection. And I was like, this man is so gorgeous. Like, I know he's going to put it on me, and I need to be tight right when that time comes. And so I'm thinking about it, talking about it with my friends. I was like, girl, I think I'm going to start a lingerie company for curvy women. They're like, really? I said, yeah, because I like hot stuff, and he does too, and I can't quite find it. And so, people are like, Precious, you're an attorney. Really? Why would you do that? I said, because I know I'm not the only one. So I went all over Brooklyn and Harlem. I went asking all the curvy women, like, what is missing in the marketplace? What do you wish you had? And of course, they wanted the red, the pink, the yellow, the gold, the blues. They wanted everything sexy and lace, and they didn't see it. So I said, you know what? It's done. Curvy Girls Lingerie was born on September 27, 2011. So it was a beautiful, and the longer I was with this man, like he inspired such joy. I never saw so much color in the world before him. And I thank him for everything that he did for me. Nobody would give me money in the beginning for Curvy Girl, so I had to start pitching because I went to the library, the New York Public Library. This woman said she wanted $50,000. And I listened to her pitch, and I didn't really think it was that good. I was like, oh, that 150? Oh, I got to beat that. That's not even cool. So I entered myself in the Harlem Business Alliance's 3rd annual competition. And I went in thinking, I'm not really going to win this, but I'm just going to be good. I'm just going to be good. I stood there for 10 minutes, went in, and they sent me back my score, 50 out of 50. And I was like, oh, I must have been the top 3. Dumb. And they're like, oh, you won. And they said, keep going. You are that good. So I kept pitching. And before I knew it, over $75,000 later, that's where I was. I won the 2013 Black Enterprise Elevator Pitch Championship. So I'm the best in the nation at what I do. So that's my perfect situation.
Wow, I love it. And just the excitement. I hope you're feeling her energy. And that's what makes you win all the competitions. Hands down. You bring it to the table and you are able to express not only about the product, but the fact that as a woman, you just lived your dream. Not because you were an attorney, you could not now go out and venture into having this business. What has kept you grounded on this path, developing Curvy Girls? You just finished a successful Kickstarter campaign.
I did, girl. Thank you for giving. I appreciate it.
So we invested in seeing that vision, but what kept you or keeps you going?
Well, people have never met my grandparents. My grandmother, Precious Williams, my grandfather, Raymond Williams. When I was a little girl, I was abused by my mother, and my father was a drug addict. And my grandparents took me in at 15, and my grandmother, she sat me down. She said, "Baby, you're gonna be world famous. You're gonna be on Oprah. There's gonna be a billboard in Times Square with your name on it. You are Precious Williams. You are a star." And can you imagine growing up being told you're ugly, no one's ever gonna like you, and you have a grandmother who says, "No, all of that doesn't matter. I see the real Precious, and this is what you're gonna do." And so, at 16, I started professionally speaking. I was making $500 to go and speak all over the great state of Missouri, and I didn't think I was talented at it. I thought, okay, I'm just a little ghetto girl that can speak a little bit. Now I'm 35. I'm like, no, I'm gifted and I'm talented. But it started with my grandmother saying to me what was possible. And so when people meet me, I'm like, if I am half the woman that she was, I'm doing great. My grandmother had 7 kids. None of them went to college. None of them got past high school, and I did all the things she told me to do. So that keeps me grounded, and I know that I serve a God who is so incredible. Like when my Kickstarter campaign, you know, I was down to 7 days trying to figure out how to raise this money, and he told me, don't worry about it. It's done. Don't worry about it. So God keeps me grounded, and my grandparents keep me grounded.
Awesome. I love it. And that's one of the things that I love about our shared story, because, you know, my grandmother is the inspiration for my platform and what she's taught all of us in the family. She is our matriarch, and God has blessed us, and she's always told us to keep God first. Right now, she's 97 and weak, and she can't, you know, speak as well. Her energy is not the same. But when I'm with her and we repeat scripture, even with the faintest voice, I will look up unto the hills from whence cometh my help. That she still knows at 97 that her help comes from the Lord which made heaven and earth. She gives me the inspiration to continue the course. I said, Grandma, you praying? You know, I'm still out here figuring this thing out here. You know, I just asked for God's grace. She said, I'm praying, baby. She calls me Precious.
Oh!
So that's why I just love the fact that we have so much in common, and you're out here in the world bringing value, helping others to see a bigger vision and be able to share that with the world in their pitch, in the work that they do, showing the example, your energy. I'm just excited about what we're going to do together. I'm excited about just all of the blessings that you have provided as a result of stepping out on your dream and remembering what your grandmother told you, that she saw Precious L. Williams, and now the rest of the world gets to do the same. So thank you so much, my sister, for being here, for your support. For Kirby Girls, I you know, we'll talk.
We got that.
But I thank you for all of that, and continued success to you. And ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Precious is just one of the many more to come, another example of what's possible when you walk in your divine assignment, when you listen to what God has in store for you. When we try to do it on our own, we don't get too far. But with his blessing and his direction, we can truly conquer the world. So thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned. We have another exciting young lady in the feed. I believe it's the beautiful Candace Marie Haynes. Some of you saw that sizzle reel that just hit the airwaves a couple of weeks ago, and she is the creator of that, a bad mamma jamma. So you want to stay tuned. Let everybody know that Precious L. Williams is out there. She'll probably be tweeting and posting because she loves the social media game. Remember, hashtag Destiny Designers University and at Destiny Design U on Instagram, on Twitter. You know, I got to keep all this right. All y'all love this social media and driving me bananas. But it's fun to connect and see what it is that you're saying. Share it in the feed. Let us know who's here. Tell us your first name, your last name, the city that you're from, what you do if you have a Facebook fan page. Let us support you. Let you understand in this moment that this is a community of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. We cannot do this thing called life alone. So stand by and enjoy Candace and myself. Hello, sunshines. We are live at the launch of Destiny Designers University. I'm so excited because I keep getting to bring you my featured experts on this platform today. And I'm just thrilled because I get to introduce to you a phenomenal woman right now. She has an incredible resume of work that she's been able to accomplish using multimedia and owning her company, Movus Media Group, and working with top performers across the country. She's also a U.S. Marine veteran. I love to share that because nobody expects such a diva to be a U.S. Marine veteran, has proudly served our country, has learned so much from that service that translates into her excellence in business and what she's able to create for her clients. I have the ability to let you know directly how wonderful her work is and what we've been able to produce together, but just so proud of this young dynamo who is changing the world, who is bringing stories alive through media and pictures and just really changing the game on how we do our work. So I want to present to you none other than the talented, the gorgeous, the amazing Candace Marie Haynes. Candace, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
This is just awesome. You know, we're talking about using what God has already given us to design this destiny, our life. Like he's already ordained it. He's given us what we need, but sometimes it takes a little while for us to step into that. Candace, tell us a little bit about your journey to where you are now. I know I mentioned a little bit in your introduction, but explain the evolution of Candace.
The evolution of Candace. Well, it's been a long journey. It's a long road, but it is one that is filled with inspiration and tribulations and a lot of trials and a lot of tests. And trust me, it was at one point a lot more failures than success. But on the road to designing my destiny and really evolving into to the woman that I'm becoming. I don't even feel like I'm that yet. Like I don't feel like there's a destination. But I feel like when I started to own my destiny and evolve into this person, I got clear on what I really wanted and who I wanted to be in my life and who I wanted to do things with and who I wanted to share my gifts with and really allow into my space. And I eliminated toxic relationships, and I had to really go for it. And I had to be around people that saw in me what I didn't see in myself yet. And so because of those relationships and because of that inspiration and light that they were able to shed in my life, I am really starting to see myself come out of the cocoon and open up a little bit more, where I was once scared and afraid to show the beauty of what I could bring to the table and show all of my gifts and show all of the different things that I knew I could do, but I was too scared at one point because of the responsibility that going up and going out. It's not something that you can just kind of do one time. People will start to expect you to be excellent. They expect that from you. So it is definitely a journey, and the evolution is still going on.
Absolutely. And I love what you shared about the real authentic truth of being scared, right? You know, sometimes we're at a point where we know something good is happening or God is unveiling something through us, but then we get nervous. We start to say, could this really be for me? Is this really me? We start second guessing ourselves, and we get into that space of, I want to be blessed, but I don't know if I want to be blessed, like, trying to figure it out. What kept you grounded in your evolution as you've been moving towards your goals and your dreams and executing what you've been given? What kept you grounded in that space?
I think it was the people that kept me humble. To stay humble, I had to humble myself. And I had to surround myself with people that would be honest with me. You know, like, I know that I'm good at a lot of things. I know I'm great. And people like, she's so fantastic and this and that. I needed the people that were going to tell me where I wasn't so fantastic. And they could critique it in a way to where it wasn't about them hating on me or any of that kind of stuff. It was really them being coaches and mentors and saying, you know what, you missed this part of it. And even though in my mind, some things I already knew, I knew that it's a process and that there's a reason why something may have been left out in this phase because it's coming in a different phase. I realized, my father told me this. He said, you know, if you always say, you know, then eventually people are going to stop telling you stuff. So even sometimes when you know, it's good to just be quiet, receive the information of what they're saying, because at some point it's going to be something that you don't know that they're able to tell you, but they decide not to tell you because you got it all figured out. And so that in itself really changed. Has been my biggest supporter since day one, and my mother, but he's always coached me. And so I found the fact of being coachable and being able to just be quiet sometimes, even when I know. I mean, people see me as the expert. Well, even the experts sometimes need to hush, because I know enough to know in this life, I don't know anything. And that you have to be a student of life, and you have to be someone that is not only coachable, but approachable.
I love that. Oh, you got to put that in the feed. Coachable and approachable. Hashtag coachable and approachable at Candace Marie. Absolutely love it. And I love what you're doing. You've created one of the first things we've unleashed on the market was my sizzle reel. So all of you who are watching and saw it, and you're like, oh my gosh, that's fabulous. This is the creative genius who directed the team to produce that. So tell them a little bit, Candace, about Movis Media Group and what you do and how they can connect with you.
Yes. Okay. So Movis Media is basically a media consulting firm. And what we do is we find the message behind the messenger. We pull out the vision from the visionary and we show it to other people. It's not about just putting together some sales pitch or putting people in the funnel, or it's not really about that. It's about the consumer really understanding what our clients have to offer and who they are. And sometimes our clients don't even realize who they are. They don't realize the power that they possess, because it's just, they have a spirit of service. And so it's just what they do.
And even myself, it's sometimes the things that we do that people consider to be amazing, like it's just what we do, and so we take it for granted. So we help to bring all of these different aspects together, and because I am a media maven, because I am a true connoisseur of all things digital media, online and offline marketing, we have a wide variety and range of experiences that we bring to the table and are able to help to utilize our skills for our clients. So that's the key thing in what we do, and you can contact us at admin@movismediagroup.com. And Movis Media is really a collective effort with affiliates and capital that we invest in making sure that we can bring it all to the table. Because, as a former Marine, as Dr. Grant said, we were never allowed to say, I don't know. You can never say, I don't know. It just was, let me go find an answer and get back with you. And that's what I believe. If I don't know, I'm going to find it for you. I'm going to make it happen for you. And so that's how we've been able to be successful in the marketplace. So I'm blessed and grateful because of those opportunities and everyone that has really poured into us and we have been able to pour into, because I believe in achievement-driven collaborative relationships that can take everyone to that next level.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, and that's why I love you, Candace Marie Haynes. Thank you for being here, being a part of Destiny Designers University. You're going to be hearing more from her. There'll be other opportunities for you to engage in special programs that we will be collaborating on, and it's just the beauty in those collaborative, achievement-driven relationships that we are working together to make this world a better place, one person at a time. So I thank you again. I love you and appreciate all that you do and who you are. And ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because you never know who's up next. Bye-bye, kids. See you later, kids.
Bye. Thank you.
We are live at the Destiny Designers University launch. Candace Marie Haynes, absolutely incredible. I keep young people around me so they can keep me relative as I climb this ladder of life. But she is absolutely amazing. She's walking in her divine assignment. She's clear about how she's bringing value to the marketplace. So I'm just excited that you had a chance to meet her. If you appreciated some of what she shared, can you believe that young firecracker of a young lady, a U.S. Marine veteran, she is just incredible. Her work ethic, her ability to play big and to do this kind of work is just absolutely inspiring to me. So if you learned something, if you had something that sounded like, that resonates in my spirit, I want you to put it in the feed. Where's the feed? It's in our private little community on Facebook, Destiny Designers Community. You can go to Facebook and you can go straight to Destiny Designers Community. Just do a search. It'll pop up in the feed. Or if you're watching, you can just press the Facebook icon right above the screen, right where you see what hopefully is not a sweaty face. You'll see the Facebook and the Twitter icon. Just press that. Share it out. Let somebody know what's happening here today. Let them know the information that you're receiving. But write it down. When you write it down, you commit it to your memory. It's not just a wonderful moment that we share. It's now engraved in your mental space so that you can sit with it, you can digest it, and then you can take action moving forward. So now I have a little break in the program where I'm going to introduce someone to you that I've met recently. He's going to be working with me in Destiny Designers University, and he has a story. He has a voice. He's been sitting with that voice, and I'm just excited because we met not by accident, but by divine appointment. And when things like this line up in your life, all you can do is say, look at God. Just having a conversation, I was honored to be a part of the investiture for the new president of my alma mater, St. John's University. And in talking with a friend, he overheard my conversation speaking of my son and his NCAA dreams. And in that, it sparked us talking some more. Little did I know that he wanted to be a speaker. He wanted to get his story out to the platform. And since then, we've had a fast friendship, and I'm excited that he'll be a part of Destiny Designers University. And I want to introduce him to you. This is his time. You know, we all get our, 5 or 15 minutes of fame? No, you make your 15 minutes of fame. So, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. William Thomas. I am great. So, William, thank you so much for stopping by and for being here and being a part of today's program. The best is yet to come. But William, I would love for you to share, because somebody's watching. They have a dream. They're watching me and saying, well, if Stacey can do that, I can do that too. You absolutely can. But will you? So it's getting the help, getting the encouragement so that you can step out on faith and do what you've been called to do. What is it that you feel is your divine assignment, William?
I believe my divine assignment is work with our youth. I think through sports, athletics, it's a passion of mine. But as I went through some of my different trials and tribulations in life, I always pulled back to that background that I had through athletics, and it always helped me get through. So as you explained earlier when you was talking about how I was kind of ear hustling, and I overheard some of the things that you were going through, it was a familiar story. It's not something that's so outrageous, but it's something that is just not known on how to get your child to the next level. There's nothing better than seeing a kid taking his talents, his love, his skill set, and it paying for education.
Amen.
Because education is tough out here to get. Any way you can get to pay for it, it's great.
Yes,
that's how
and
we
keep
got started.
praying, and we praying for some educational enhancements. Yes.
Well, during the break, I got his ear a little bit, and we're gonna start working on some things.
Ooh, let me do a praise dance in the middle of Destiny Designers Lunch. Okay, that was a mama moment. Okay.
So we're just gonna keep going forward with that, and we're gonna work on some things.
Awesome. So I love what you said about young people. Our young people need a lot of help. And that is one of the areas of my platform that's the dearest to me, my Destiny Designers Teen Empowerment, because when you see the light bulb go off in their eyes and in their heart and in their spirit, there's no stopping them. What do you want to share on your platform as we're going to be building it and growing it? We're telling the world right now, look out for William Thomas, because you're coming out and you're going to be inspiring a certain audience of youth who understand the language of sport, about the character that they grow and build as a result of organized sports.
Well, I think the message I want to get out is that if you're able to perform yourself in sports and have the mental strength, it allows you to have that mental strength in every facet of your life. Some of my best influences, now I'm not a guy who can tell the story I didn't have no father. I had a great mentor of a father. My father was there every day with his foot on my neck, and he did the right thing. But if I had to speak of outside presence, it was a lot of my coaches that mentored me. No matter what I did, it was them who helped guide me in the right direction. And they had a relationship with my father. Yeah, he's not doing right. So I didn't get a ride home. I had to run home that day. So I appreciate all those things. So what I want to just do is I never speak to the youth if I say you're going to go pro. I don't talk about that. What I'm talking about is through sports, it's going to develop you to be the best man you could possibly be. Because I keep it grounded. Now, I won't tell anyone they can't go pro. But same token, I just don't, that's not the message. If you walk away from there, what's the saying, if you shoot for the moon, the worst is you become a star. And I think that's how everyone should be. And that's the message I want to get out to them. I want them to have the same passion that they have on the field, in the classroom. The same passion that they have when they score as when they accomplish that A. And you can have that.
Say that again. Same passion as the touchdown as it is for the A down.
Exactly.
All right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
A lot of these kids say, well, when I'm on the field, I can be who I can be. You can take that any place. Any place. It's just a matter of it. One of the best things that I'd like to tell when I see a kid with a bad temper, everybody says, oh, how you going to deal with it? He's got an attitude problem. It's fine. Anger is nothing but misguided passion. So if you can take that passion and put it in the right trail, there's nothing that kid can't accomplish.
Wait, hold on. Anger is nothing but misguided passion at the William Thomas to be honey. We're going to have fun working together at Destiny Designers University. That was a tweetable moment.
Thank you.
Yes.
What you can do with that.
Well, we're excited about what you're doing, and this is my segment in the Destiny Designers University launch where I wanted to highlight you for what you're doing and continuing to do. But a part of my work is my philanthropy, my ability to always consciously give back. One of the phrases that I love the most comes from Gandhi. And Gandhi says the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And my entire life has been that of service. I followed and watched what my grandmother did and how she was always willing to help, and then that spilled out into the other areas in my life and what I've been able to do within my sorority, within Jack and Jill, all the organizations that I belong to. But what's more important is not the accolades of people hearing about it, it's the lives that change. And right now, I want to share with you something that is a big part of my platform and where some of our financial proceeds will be going to, and that's the National Cares Mentoring Movement. This is a movement that was started as Essence Cares after Katrina. And this movement is now being broadcast throughout the country through CARES affiliates under the direction of Susan L. Taylor. Some of you might remember Susan L. Taylor from 27 years as the chief editor for Essence Magazine, and now this is her passion. So I'm going to show everyone a video about National Cares Mentoring Movement. I am the co-chair for the Queens NYC CARES affiliate, and then Susan and I had a great time having a little further discussion on what it means to be a part of this work. Our children are in need. She says it all the time. Our communities are on fire. Somebody has to go in and stop what's happening, and we're just asking everyone to be a mentor 1 hour a week. 1 hour a week to take out time. And you know how hard it is for us to find mentors or people to step up and say that they were willing to mentor a child? You would think that the floodgates would open, everybody would rush out and want to be a mentor. But the statistics are sad. So I'm excited that that is a part of my give back. It's a part of the work that we're doing here in the borough of Queens to be able to look for mentors. So if you're in Queens, if you're in the tri-state area, we have affiliates in Brooklyn, and we also have another affiliate in Harlem that we work closely with. But in Queens, we're going to do our first recruitment fair on Tuesday, January 27th. And that is going to be in the borough of Queens at Thomasina's, for those of you that are familiar with that. And that's going to be a way for you to sign up, to become a mentor, to find one child. You're changing lives every day with your coaching and your work, William, because you know the value of mentorship. You know the value of what your coaches did for you, and we're looking for a few more people who want to be that kind of coach in a child's life. So enjoy this video, and then following that, you'll see my live interview with Susan L. Taylor.
Okay, these are the facts. One
third of all black children are living in poverty.
Living in poverty.
These are the facts.
These are the facts.
6.6% of all African-American births
are to mothers under the age of 18.
1 in 4 Latinas is a teen mother.
The
infant mortality rate for black babies is more than twice that of the national average and rising.
These are the facts. Nearly half of all black and Latino children drop out before graduating from high school.
Every day in
America, more than 1,000 black children are arrested.
1 in every 8 black men aged 25 to 29.
25 to 29 is incarcerated.
Our young Latinos are over-incarcerated as well.
For young black women aged 25 to 34.
HIV/AIDS is the leading cause of death.
The leading cause of death.
And the leading cause of death for our boys.
For our young black men, it's homicide.
But these are also the facts. From the hundreds of rebellions that took place on slave ships, to the students who sat in Greensboro, and the students who walked out in Soweto, we have always fought back, always cared for our own, always resisted injustice. We are the people who refuse to die. Like then, what's important now is that we not retreat, not surrender our tradition of faith and that can-do spirit. We can create powerful lives and end the state of emergency among our young. This is the sole purpose for the National Cares Mentoring Movement. Throughout the nation, our dedicated CARES Circle leaders are hard at work. They're closing that huge gap between the relatively few black mentors and the many impoverished black children in need of our encouragement. We're working on behalf of all children who are poor and struggling. The National Cares Mentoring Movement, founded as Essence Cares, recruits caring adults to serve as role models, tutors, reading buddies, guides, friends, and deploys them to schools, mentoring organizations, and to the academic enrichment programs CARES is building with our partners. Disproportionate numbers of black children are on waiting lists, and they're hoping that a caring adult will soon show up. And there's a critical need for the wisdom and strength of our beautiful black men. The children need you so. All we're asking is this, that you give 1 hour a week to help save a life and secure a child.
You can mentor.
You can mentor one of the 2.4 million children.
2.4
million.
Almost 2.5 million children.
Who has a parent in prison.
You can get five
friends.
5 friends to register.
To register and vote.
Failing schools, the carnage in our communities, celebration of thug life, the over-incarceration and relentless demonization of black males, the demeaning of black women. No, not on our watch.
You can demand your church.
You can demand your church.
You can demand your church be open for children after school.
And on Saturdays.
In order to teach our kids an accurate account of their history,
Our faith communities can offer the support our children
are longing for.
Reading, math, science, technology, high expectations, and love. With our partners, these are the group mentoring supports National Cares is bringing to challenged schools. Help grow and sustain this movement by going online and making a donation. No amount is too small. Connect with your local Cares Mentor Recruitment Circle. We've lived through harder and harsher times than these. Like then, the most revolutionary thing we can do right now is to love one another. Become a mentor. Help to secure the most vulnerable among us, our children, our beloved children.
so I'm in.
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 Are you?
Log on to caresmentoring.org and get connected to a CARES affiliate near you.
Well, hello, sunshine. It's me, Stacey Grant. I am so excited because right now I get to pause. You know, we're launching this whole Destiny Designers University. We're using what God has given us to make an impact, to change this world one person at a time. But if you know me, you know that my life is about service and giving back and how we use what God has given us to be a blessing to others. And to that end, I'm excited to introduce you to someone that you already know. For 27 years, she was the chief editor for Essence magazine. And after retiring, she didn't take a break. She picked up the banner of what was Essence Cares and now is National Cares, and has started a movement across this country of volunteers that are helping to mentor our children and to really help them become the kind of global citizens that we need them to be. This is her life's work. It's her passion. I was a fan, a stalker, an absolutely enthralled individual when it came to Susan L. Taylor, growing up, reading the articles and understanding what she was contributing to the world. And now in her role with National Cares, I have the opportunity to work with her here in Queens, New York, with the Queens NYC Cares affiliate, doing our part to get mentors available and willing to pour into the lives of our young people. So today could not be complete without introducing you to her and just having you hear from her heart. You just saw the National Cares video. Now you get to hear her live and in person with me at this moment. Susan, I love you for who you are. We affectionately call you Mama Sousa because you do so much for each and every one of us. You've opened the door for so many of us to carry the mantle of excellence in service. So today, can you just share with our audience what it means to you to still be focused on doing this work, a labor of love for our children in the National Cares Mentoring Movement?
Well, you know something, Stacey, my darling, let me say that I love you more than you love me, because you're really doing the work at the highest order. And I think the highest order of work is really serving. This is what the Holy Spirit is asking us to do, to secure the least of these. So you and your Southeast Cares team, I'm so proud. Southeast Queens Cares team. I'm so proud of the work that you're doing. You know, the village is on fire. The village is on fire, and we are the healing waters that our children need. Mentoring changes lives. It will help to advance even the most challenged young people. So what we're doing in 58 cities across the country, including, what you're doing there in Southeast Queens, is trying to put mentors in the lives of some of our fragile young. We know that there's a prison system that's being built on the backs of our youngsters. We see that our young boys particularly, but this is not excluding our girls, that their lives have become fodder for all sorts of insane killings. And we say the slaughters have got to stop. Mentoring is a way of really turning down the temperature in our communities and focusing our young ones on education, helping us to become entrepreneurs, helping them to really create a path to wellness and wholeness for themselves. And it's really difficult, because more than anything, what young people say they need is a caring adult in their lives. And unfortunately, too many of our young don't have that. So what we're doing with the National Cares Mentoring Movement is recruiting mentors, training them in some cities, and then deploying them to places that are just desperate for African American mentors. Because when the call goes out for mentors, as you know, the first respondents are white women, and we love them for responding. And then white men love them too. And then black women, we know we love black women. And then black men. Black men, we need more than any other sector. Any other segment. We need our brothers, our beautiful, able, caring brothers to really step up. So that's the clarion call. That's the banner that you spoke of that we're really carrying across this nation and communities, saying it's our moral responsibility to give at least an hour a week to a young person in need of guidance and support and affirmation. That's what our children need. They need affirmation. They need to know that they are beautiful, that they are wise, that they are intelligent, and more than anything, Stacey, they need to know that we care.
Absolutely. And thank you. Thank you for not just retiring from a fabulous career and relaxing, but then taking on this whole new mission of work and your commitment to our children and helping us to step up to the plate, as you said, our moral responsibility to help frame and shape the lives of these young people. I'm honored to be able to work with you. I love you to life. I thank you on behalf of all of us who are carrying the banner forward for National Cares Mentoring. And for those of you watching and are in the Queens area, Queens NYC Cares will be having a recruitment fair on January 24th, 2015 as a part of National Mentoring Month. So we're excited to get some of you who are listening, who are watching, who really felt convicted when you heard Susan say 1 hour, just 1 hour. It could really make the difference in a young person's life. And that's why you see so many young people working with me on my team, because we really want to model the behavior that we are seeking for our global citizens. So Susan, thank you for the time. We know how busy you are, and I'll tell it from the mountaintops that you are my shero. I just love you.
And you're mine. And January 24th, just be there. This is what God is asking us to do, to give a little bit from the overflow. So take care of yourselves, you too, my darling Stacey, and let's give to our community. We're our only children's hope. We are the light at the end of a tunnel that many are crawling through. And this is work we can do. It's not the rough side of the mountain. Those who gave before us, that was the rough side of the mountain that our grandparents and great-great-grands really navigated. We're the most highly educated and affluent and fortunate group of Black people anywhere on this planet. So let's step up and do the work. Thank you so much, Stacey. Love you more than you know.
Love you. Bye-bye. Oh, I just love Susan Teller. I tell you, she was more than I expected. From years of watching her from afar, admiring her, remembering that one of my first mentors, Ms. Tor Orange, when I was a part of the AOP, used to stand for Archbishop's Leadership Project, and now it's Achieving Leadership's Purpose. And when we had our retreats, this was an aggressive leadership program for high school juniors and seniors, and we had to read serious, heavy content and material to become analytical thinkers, like before the Mayflower.
When and Where I Enter. Books that kids today might not even know exist unless somebody's exposing them to it. And as a part of our work, we'd have to read In the Spirit articles done by Susan Taylor. And we would have to analyze them and talk about them as a group. And I just remember thinking she was just so absolutely amazing, and that she was a sweet, warm person. And fast forward to the fact that I know her and I get to work with her. It's such an honor when you're able to sit at the feet of your mentors, your sheroes in your mind that you've watched over the years that have poured into you. And if I could just do 1 ounce of what Susan has done to be able to change this planet, to be able to bless so many people, then that truly would be a way of me saying, Lord, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to use what you've given me to be a blessing. So CARES is a huge part of what I do. The National CARES Mentoring Movement, it's a passion. One person can change the trajectory of a child's life. 1 hour a week, that's all it takes. If you want to be a part and you want to find out more of how you can share that time, please just log on to caresmentoring.org, www.caresmentoring.org. You can find a location in a city near you. If you're in the New York City area and you want to come out, the date is actually going to be the Tuesday, the last Tuesday of January. January is National Mentoring Month, and we're going to be having a recruitment fair for those who want to become mentors here in Queens, 7 p.m., Tuesday, January 27th. So please save that date. And you can find us also on Facebook. We're just starting up a new social media presence with Queens NYC. And I'll ask Dominique, working the wheels of steel on the social media train out there, she can put that in so that you can get the link and be able to join. Right underneath the broadcast, there's a shortcut to our Destiny Designers University community. So if you just click right down where you can ask questions, post information, right under the feed, just click that little hyperlink that says Facebook group and you'll be connected. You can also share this whole broadcast out right at the top of your screen, Facebook and or Twitter. Just click on the icon. We made it simple for you. Bless somebody today and share that out. And before we continue, there's one more part of my work that I want to share with you. And those of you that know, I own C&G Enterprises, and that provides event-based services, event strategies for nonprofit and community-based organizations. And one of my organizations is having an incredible event on Saturday, December 13th. That's Saturday, December 13th, mentoringinmedicine.org. Write that down, mentoringinmedicine.org. Now, if I had a mentoringinmedicine.org when I was younger, maybe I would have kept my dream of being a pediatrician. But when that first chemistry class hit me in college, I was out. With mentoringinmedicine.org, Dr. Lynn Holden has provided this platform where children in the inner city can be connected to seeing what kind of careers in health and science they can pursue. It's an incredible labor of love. She is an emergency room physician with a very hectic schedule. And she answered God's call on her life to say, Lynn, you've been blessed. You've been blessed to be able to practice medicine, one of the few women of color at your time and space to do that. Pay this forward. Open up doors for other young people who might consider a career in health or medicine. And now we've, of course, added the sciences with STEM and STEAM. So this is free. Hear me, free. F-R-E-E, free. So if you know a young person, maybe someone who's in college or in post-baccalaureate studies, let them know about this free conference. We want the registration numbers to go through the roof. Just go to www.medicalmentor.org. That's www.medicalmentor.org. Sign up and register for free. We just need to know how much lunch we need to provide. There's free lunch. There's entertainment. I just got word that we're going to have a live marching band join us for a presentation that morning. We have experts from every field in health and science support the work that she is doing, living her calling and helping to really birth the new doctors, the new scientists, the new laboratory specialists, all of the things that our young people can do outside of just hearing about doctors and nurses. There's so much involved in the health and science career opportunities. So once again, that's medicalmentor.org, medicalmentor.org. Okay, so that is it for this part of the commercial break. And I thank you for listening in. I thank you for appreciating and understanding that the only way we get through life is by how many people we can touch, how many people we can help, and how much service we can provide to the marketplace. But now we're back live on the set, and I get to introduce another master expert that I get to play with, someone who's absolutely incredible. Before we met, people kept saying, do you know her? Do you know Stacy? Do you know Tony? The two of you have such similar stories. Oh my goodness, the two of you have to meet. Your energy is just so similar. She has 2 girls, I have 2 boys. You know, just so many little things that we found out about each other, and we started cracking up when we finally did connect. She is a transformation, just one of her tags is about the quantum leaps that you can take. She's an author, she's a speaker, she's a trainer. She's created a whole platform and following of women in business and doing just incredible work across this country. And there was such synergy when we connected because she understood her divine assignment. She understood the work that she was called to do. And when we met, once again, proving that we can work together. It is not about competition. It is about collaboration and how many people you can bring to the table that will make a difference. There's a lot of work to be done. We all have our share. No one's stealing from nobody, but the more we work together, the wider the audience we can bless. So, ladies and gentlemen, I get to introduce to you now the diva herself from the Louisiana in her. That's another part that we love, the Cajun, because Lord knows I love food and I love Cajun food. But I would love to introduce to you this awesome, incredible speaker, trainer, coach, Toni Coleman Brown. Woo! Oh, thank you so much, Toni, for being here.
Oh my God, I just love you to death. You know that, right? Wherever you go, I'll be there. How about that?
Thank you. See, that's real sisters, right? Got each other's back.
That's right.
Toni, you know, it took too long for us to connect, but everything happens in God's divine timing. And, you know, from the moment we met and we connected, you've always been willing to share, to just open up, to pour into, to just encourage, girl, no, you need to think about that. No, you need to do that. And I just admire your spirit of giving. And I know that comes from a rooted and a grounded place inside of you. Tell me where that inspiration comes from.
Well, you know, I firmly believe it comes from my father. My father was not a stranger to anyone. He was the type of person that strangers would go up to him and would talk to him because he was a real people person. And not only was he a connector of people, but he was also a giver. He was one of those types of people that had natural talent, natural ability, and a wealth of information. This was a man that wasn't educated, but was extremely bright. And I mean, he started businesses after businesses, and he was very successful throughout his career and throughout life. Wow. So I got it from him, and I got it honestly, and I'm telling you, I'm glad that I did.
You clearly, look, as one of those songs would say, your gifting looks good on you. It's working, it's working. So Toni, you could have done well like your father, you know, amass a certain amount of success, but then you decided that you wanted to share it and you wanted to help other women achieve some of the things that you were able to build and grow. What was the defining moment for you that it was time for you to unleash that to the world, to share this whole platform that you've created?
Well, you know, I had a lot of success in the home-based business industry. Make no mistake about it, I had become a national vice president with a company that's now defunct called Warm Spirit. And when I was a part of Warm Spirit, I met a lot of people, a lot of women that were just fabulous. But there weren't a lot of people that knew about them. And, you know, after having a lot of success in the home-based business industry, I found my niche in training. And I found that I love to train, I love to speak in front of people, I love to share information and knowledge, and I decided to build this platform called the Network for Women in Business. And with that platform, I have a lot of experts come, and they can share their talents, they can share their products and services, and you know, it just works. And as we continue to grow, we get more people coming in, and I just love it. I love to be able to share that platform. I'm loving the fact that the platform is growing, and I love to be able to give. You know, I believe that you never lose light in your candle when you use it to light the candle of another person.
Oh, pause everybody, repeat that. Tweet, at Toni Coleman Brown, hold the P, repeat that one more time.
And it's
no, repeat that one more time.
You never lose light in your candle when you use it to light the candle of another person. So I believe that the more that you give, the more that you grow. And I believe that, you know, when you give, it's just a natural law of the world that you will receive. And you'll receive more and more and more. And I won't stop giving, even though I've met a lot of takers.
Here we talk about that one.
Even though I've met a lot of takers and they would just take, I still will never stop giving, because I believe that that's what life is all about, and I am true to who I am, and I won't change that about myself.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that we love about you, and we share that desire to help, the desire to be of service. You know, this was a very unique moment for me, Tony, because I'm used to being on the serving end,
right,
and always giving. But to turn around and say, oh, well, maybe I should ask for help. And not because no one would want to help, but I just never wanted to infringe on anybody else. They're so busy. They have all these things to do. You know, I don't want to bother them. And everybody looked at me like, cuckoo, we've been waiting for you to just ask. Whatever you need, we have you. So it's something about that spirit of reciprocity. And, you know, and I think my husband put it best once when he hurt my feelings. He said, what are you, a martyr? Allow people to help you, allow people to be there. And I'm like, oh, okay. No, he didn't. But it was true. It was about not only giving, but allowing people to bless you back at the same time. And then together you build this relationship, and it's reciprocal. Like you said, they're takers. And those are the folks that go to the balcony. They don't sit in the front row. They get pushed to the back because they're not there to help you grow. To really be a part of the right conversation. Because, you know, I'm going to talk about that later. Because if the conversation is not right, then you can't be in the mental space to do what you've done and create a women's network and to be able to have a platform where you're sharing. So Tony, how do you stay grounded with all this success? Were you always fabulous? Were you always Tony Coleman Brown, Vice President Warm Spirit, having this awesome business? Was it always just sugar and cream?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, you know, when I look back on my life, sometimes I feel like I wasn't even meant to be here and wasn't meant to be in this space. But when I see some of the tragedies that, you know, really kind of turned around, because when I was in high school, I had a very abusive boyfriend. And he went on to murder not one, but 2 women. And if I would have stayed in that space, I wouldn't be here today. So when I look back at those things, and I mean, I remember in 1993, I was working in the World Trade Center when they had the bombing. But fortunately, I should say, I wasn't there. I was out doing recruitment at Howard University, where I graduated from. So when I look at some of these things that happened that could have really altered the course of my life, and I think about, oh, you know, I really wasn't supposed to be there. But then when I really look at it, it makes me realize that, guess what? You are exactly where you're supposed to be. And, you know, it's through all the trials, through all the tribulations, through all of the bumps in the road. And, you know, I welcome them. I welcome them, Stacy, because all of those things have made me who I am today. And one person, one of my mentors, he's an internet marketer. A lot of people might know him. His name is Dagan Smith. One of the things Dagan Smith said to me was, don't stop. Just don't stop. Whatever you do, just don't stop. And you know what? That's what it's all about. Don't break down before you break through.
Hey, I'm about to throw my shit. Hold on now. Don't break down before you break through. At Tony Coleman Brown, hashtag Destiny Designers, put it out there in the world. High five on that one. Woo! I'm a witness. So that's the beauty of who you are and the passion that we're feeling. And thank God that you have the testimony that you do, because somebody watching this, you know, I have my young people that I work with, and some of them might be out there in the feed listening, and they can hear that if someone's not treating you right, someone's not honoring who you are, get out. Get out there. Not enough of us out here telling our young girls how to value themselves, and not to let people call you outside of your name or treat you any different than a child of the king. And that is serious work, serious business we have to do, and you're living the example. Tony, you are amazing. How can people find out more about the network, what you're doing? You know, we're going to do some fun things together.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait for that. But just so they can hear a little bit more about the fabulous Tony Coleman Brown.
Well, they can go to www.Network for Women in Business to find out more about the network. And if you want to hang out and play with me, you can simply go to TonyColemanBrown.com.
Awesome. Well, Tony, thank you. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for your support of me. I don't take any of that for granted. I'm glad that you were here today, that you shared just a little bit about your story, and congratulations to you on how you're spreading your light how you're using God's gifting on your life to make a difference. And together we will change the world, one person at a time.
Absolutely. I love you, Stacey and C. Grant. And I
Love
should
you
say, Dr. Stacey. That's right. We will not forget about that title because that is absolutely amazing. And God bless you.
Thank you, my
Continue to shine your light. And together we all will change the lives of millions.
Yes, we will. Thank you, Tony. Now stay tuned because the party's just getting started. So don't go anywhere. I want you right now. What were your takeaways? Tony shared a lot in this segment, and I want you to be able to write it down. Put it in the feed. You're going to get tired of me saying it. When you write it down, you commit it to your memory. It becomes a part of your consciousness, and you'll be able to remember that. When you move forward and somebody comes up to challenge your goal and your dream, to tell you you can't do it, why do it, nothing's going to work, you should give up, you can just tune them out, shut them down, and keep moving forward. Like Tony said, don't quit. You just have to stay the course, because when you know whose you are and whose hand you're holding, there is nothing that you cannot do. So please stay connected, because I think we have in the queue another one of our amazing, talented experts and another one of my sheroes. I'm not sure if she's quite ready, but this is a story that I would love for you to hear, and that is coming all the way from Jewel Diamond Taylor. Yes, Jewel Diamond Taylor. Let me just tell you quickly before she comes on. So, Tony, when we got involved in this arena and speaking and talking, different people were there to mentor. But when I first, if people really, you'll hear the story later, when I first decided that I wanted to pursue this and I felt that God had given me a special gifting to be able to use my voice, there weren't many people that looked like me in this industry. And this was one of those individuals. And I saw her website, I heard her speak, Tony, I was like, oh my gosh, that is what I've been called to do. And when I finally reached out, I got up the courage and I emailed her. And I told her that I wanted to be a motivational speaker, and I was just starting, I was newly out of college and started this whole business plan and everything else. And I said, okay, Stacey, you can do it, just email her. And I emailed her, Tony. You know she emailed me back? And I choked. Sometimes you get blessed and you're not ready for the blessing. I was like, Jewel Diamond Taylor's in my inbox. I'm like, oh my goodness, she really emailed me back. And she said, tell me what you need. What do you want to do? And I choked.
Wow.
Stacey N.C. Grant. Yes, I did. I didn't know what to do. I just froze. I looked at the screen. I didn't know how to respond. I'm like, huh? What do I do? Years later, fast forward, thank God I had another opportunity to reconnect. She's been a true big sister to me. She is someone who, she lives God's assignment on her life with such conviction. And she brought me to tears in our interview, and I hope it doesn't, come out with all of it showing on the camera. When she gave me one of the greatest compliments, Tony, she said, when I see you, it's like watching the younger version of me. And I'm tearing up just saying that. Because when you hear the people that you've admired, that you've modeled their behavior, that her conviction in God as a minister and a speaker is absolutely incredible. And to be able to have her, she was so stressed trying to make sure she got a camera on time to do the interview. No, baby, I'm going to do it. Don't you worry, we're going to get this in. And we, down to the last wire, she said, I'm going to support you today and I want to be a part of what you're doing. That, to me, is the highest compliment, that someone that you look up to. That's how you pay it forward. That's how you let them know, Tony, just like your mentor. You're killing it. And I know they're looking at you saying, Tony, that's the way to do it. So sit back. Yes.
Jewel Diamond Taylor.
Okay, Jewel Diamond Taylor's story.
Taylor was a speaker at one of our events. And when I met her, I fell in love with her too. She is absolutely too blessed to be stressed.
Yes, she is.
But she said something that I'll never forget. And I know that she put this to use in her experience with getting ready for this event. She said, honey, we will be flexible, therefore we won't get bent out of shape.
Yes! That's exactly. She was texting me. She was texting me her messages with "Do Not Give Up," and that's one of it. She is absolutely I shot it from the mountaintops. I love her. I love who she is, the work that she does, and that's how, Tony, all of these wonderful assortment of my sister girls, we're having fun behind the scenes, and some of you might catch it on a little video, but it's the authentic joy of knowing that we're all cut from the same cloth, that we're here to do this work, not because we're fabulous, but because God allowed us the opportunity to do it. And he connects us with who he wants us to be connected to, to do this work. So sit back and relax. See one of our hugest, one of the people we call the best on the planet. We're huge fans of her and just blessed to know her, Jewel Diamond Taylor.
Hello, Sunshine. We are
Hello, my sister, daughter, friend.
We are here. We are here. Everybody, you've been tuning in to a full day of excitement for Destiny Designers University's launch. I tell you, God is so awesome. I'm so blessed to be able to have the best of the best take time out of their busy schedules to pour into you, to be a part of today's launch, and just to really prove my point that we cannot do this thing called life alone. We need one another, and the power of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships is so amazing, and having the right people that sit in your front row. Well, this is going to be a very special introduction for me, because when I first thought that I would be able to use my voice to make a difference, there weren't that many people out there that look like me. And actually, I think I can count them on one hand. And I got up the courage while on the internet, maybe looking at it, and then we didn't really have live stream. I think it was just reading an article. And I saw what this individual was doing. I saw her work, and I said, wow, she's amazing. Not only is she gorgeous, like, she's brilliant. And I got up the courage to contact her. And guess what? She actually responded. And when she responded, I choked. I was like, ah! Jewel Diamond Taylor emailed me back, and I didn't know what to do. You know, sometimes you get blessed and you don't know what to do with the blessing. And it wasn't until years later that I got to connect with her live and in living color. And I've been so grateful. I affectionately call her my big sis. She is the self-esteem doctor. She works through the mastery of what God has given her with emotional intelligence to help transform people's lives. Her motto, her theme, her work, don't give up. Like, she has gotten the message, her divine calling and assignment to save lives. And even in the middle of her own challenges, in the middle of life showing up in a way that could shake her to the core, she stands on her faith and her conviction of knowing that you cannot give up. Giving up is not an option. And this movement that she's created, the people that she works with, it continues to inspire me. And it's because of her and those who've opened up the door that I could stand here today with the launch of Destiny Designers University. So I'm so glad that she is here. I just love her to life. The world famous Jewel Diamond Taylor. Woo! And the crowd goes wild.
All coming to you all the way from California. 80 plus degrees today.
80 plus degrees. You didn't have to rub it in, Jewel.
It's like it's summertime here.
Well,
thanks for that wonderful introduction. That was so awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so honored that we are connected and that you see me spiritually, and you see me physically, and you see me professionally, and you see me in all that God has purposed in my life. And have blessing is one everybody. So when you get people that actually see your purpose, it's such a tremendous affirmation and a tremendous confirmation that you are on track.
Amen. And I just truly just appreciate you, amen, every single word. And, you know, as we are fighting through, you know, the core of your messages, don't give up. And I tell you, dealing with technology today, we could have thrown in the towel, but we are fighting through it so that you can get your message out. And Jewel, I just want to ask you, you know, as we know, we don't do anything without God's direct approval of us falling in His will for our lives and utilizing what He has given us to be a blessing. When did you realize that what you were doing and what you were using your voice to do was a direct and divine assignment?
Well, when you heard about me, that was your someone who looked like you. And emotionally, that gives us a permission to go ahead and move forward because we're visual beings. And so the same thing happened for me in the late 80s. I saw another woman named Terry Cole Whitaker who was doing this work. And even though she wasn't the same culture, she was the same gender, and she had the same passion that I already had, and it unleashed my purpose. It gave me permission to do it. I'm a very visual person. So to see another woman stepping in authority and stepping with so much joy in what she was doing, it just opened up a door for me to realize that that is exactly what I wanted to do. And I've seen other people say the same thing, that they saw a doctor and they realized they wanted to be a doctor, or they saw a dancer and they wanted to be a dancer, or they saw a motivational speaker and they realized that's what they wanted to be. So I believe we all have that seed in us, and it takes different experiences to trigger it. Not everybody's visual. For some people, it's triggered by their pain, a loss, a setback, a tragedy sometimes triggers a purpose. And for some people, it's pleasure. They experience something that just resonates with them, just like tuning a piano. You know, when you were tuned correctly, it makes music. And so there was a tuning in my spirit that said, this is the music that I want to make and I want to bring to the world. And it felt absolutely right.
Ooh, I love that, tuning and tuning
Yes.
into the music. Ooh, now all of you watching all around the world and you're seeing this right now, I want you to put that information inside the Destiny Designers community on Facebook. Share this out. These are jewels of wisdom at Jewel Diamond Taylor. I love that, tuning in to that.
Yeah, because just imagine, I talk to people all the time, and I'm sure you do too as a life coach. We're coaching people that are miserable on their jobs. They don't have a JOY, they have a JOB. And when they're on the JOB, the music doesn't sound right, it doesn't feel right, it doesn't resonate, it doesn't satisfy them, it doesn't satisfy the people they're serving. They feel out of tune, out of step. But when you get that right tune-up and you connect with the right people, you connect with the right information, then God begins to shape us and mold us. Because in my spirituality at that time, I wasn't doing what I thought God wanted me to do. I was doing what I wanted to do, what I felt right. And so as I was willing to do it and have the courage to do it without the tools, without the affirmation from the people, I began to seek God and say, okay, God, I feel like this is what you want me to do. And I'm opening myself up to you that you would guide me. So for some people, they seek God first. For me, it was just being uncomfortable where I was, and it pushed me out of the nest. And I tell people all the time, if you are uncomfortable where you are, rather than seeing that as a negative, see it as a divine push into the right direction where you're supposed to be. Because if you stay comfortable where you're not happy, you'll never realize your potential.
Ooh, I love that, being pushed. Woo, I couldn't keep up. I was trying to grab the pen. I tell you, the jewels of wisdom that are coming down. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I told you she was incredible and absolutely just gifted. I hope that you're receiving the words, that it's resonating somewhere in your soul, that you understand that somebody needs to hear this right now.
Well, it's called divine discontentment. When we are not content, it is a divine push. We're not meant to be someplace where we're going to live below our potential or not serve God's purpose for our lives. That divine discontentment is a signal. It's also like a smoke alarm, that if you don't get out of this burning house, you're going to die where you are. And sometimes we have to spiritual smoke alarms or tell us to that wrong something. So part of my workspace is just and right.
Absolutely. We had a little trouble there in the feed with that last comment, but we're getting it loud and clear. And that divine discontentment, that's serious business. So we hope that somebody right now is real uncomfortable that's watching, that their divine discontentment is going to push them through the fourth quarter of 2014 to really sow the right seeds that they want to reap in 2015. So I just appreciate the fact that you are so crystal clear about your divine purpose, and that you're sharing and allowing other people to be liberated through that. And that's why our synergy and our work together is so exciting. I'm looking forward to what we'll do together here in Destiny Designers Community as collaboration, because that's what it's about. We all have our assignment. And the more that we can work together, it's the more people we reach.
And I love you so much because when I met you and when I hear you speak, it's like watching a mini me. Your enthusiasm, you're just electric. Your eyes talk, and amazing. You connect with your audience, and you all. That was a younger version of me, and so I'm excited that you are launching this Destiny Designers, because we go to get our clothes designed for us, our hair designed for us, our home designed for us. We get the right furniture. We want all these external things that are going to make, and that's oh man, that comes through our eyes like it comes through yours, so that we wake up excited to do what we do, even when things aren't always the way we want them to be. Even in my financial droughts or my heartache or whatever's going on, I still wake up excited to do what I'm purposed to do. And I thank God. It's like, wow, I'm not going to a job I hate, that like so many people do. So you and I are about helping people to design their destiny, to get clear, get focused, get rid of the dead baggage, build up your self-esteem and your confidence in yourself, and trust God that He's going to make a way out of no way.
Amen. Oh, I just love you. I want to just jump through the camera right now and give you a big hug. And what an honor for you to say that a younger version of you could exist in this body, because you know how much I highly esteem and love you, and that is one of the greatest compliments I could ever get. And before I get all teary-eyed and mess up this whole broadcast,
we got that Jamaica thing going on, girl.
Oh yes, the Big Island people.
Island people, so we got that too. We love our families, we love our people, we love God, we love what we do, and we just ask God that it would all shine through us. Just having that balance is so important.
Absolutely, and it's a daily walk. We're not perfection. We're working and pushing towards that mark. So it's a daily continuation of making better decisions, self-correcting in the ways in which we can learn, and we can allow people to do the same on the journey together. So I thank you so much for just stopping by, for being here, for pouring in. Let everybody know Jewel Diamond Taylor is live at Destiny Designers University launch. But I want them to also know, in addition to what we'll do together in 2015, I want them to connect with you and what you're doing. So how can they do that?
Oh, this hear it, but I just do get not.
Okay, that broke up a little bit, Jewel, so I'm just going to repeat it for you because it went out a little. Do not give up.net. That's do not give up.net.
And
okay, we're having a little tech challenge here.
Okay.
The devil is a lie, and we're not gonna give up, because at least I know how to get to your website. But do not give up. Jewel has daily inspiration. She has some free downloads and information that you can get. I mean, I tell you, I can always tune in and get a spirit recharge and uplift from Do Not Give Up, and just the words do not give up. It's a constant reminder that she is living her calling. She's not just talking about it, she's walking it every day. So go to do not give up.net and make sure you connect. She's on Facebook. She'll be inside the Destiny Designers community. We'll be doing some wonderful things together. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, as you've been watching, you've been viewing, you've been writing down notes, you've been meeting all these amazing people, understand that it's time to evaluate who is sitting in your front row. Who do you have around you that's going to challenge you to live a bigger life? Who's going to challenge you to use all the talents God gave you? Not put 2 and 3 under the bushel, but to let it shine and let it share itself out so that we can be a part of global change. So my sister, Jewel Diamond Taylor, you are beautiful from the inside out. I just thank you and love you for who you are. And thank you for playing with me for the launch of Destiny Designers University. Woo-hoo! All right, well, stay tuned, everybody. You don't know who's next, and I appreciate your time and your presence today. Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live at the launch of Destiny Designers University. Isn't God awesome? The day just continues to get better and better, and I just thank you for all of the love, all of the well wishes that you're sending. My phone, it died, and we're recharging it. I'm getting all sorts of texts and alert from everyone who is tuning in, and you're sharing it out. So I want to say thank you that you listened, you went above this screen, you pressed the Facebook icon or the Twitter icon, and you shared it out. You're letting people know what's happening here today. And those of you that have joined the community, right underneath the broadcast, there's a little hyperlink where you can go straight to the Facebook group, join the community. I really want to be able to interact with you. I want to know who's here, who has tuned in to this live broadcast. And I want to know what you have been writing down, what you've been getting from all of the master experts who have been here today supporting me, being a part of this collaborative, achievement-driven relationship. Each individual that shares this platform, each individual that I've asked to come here, it's for a reason, because we're connected. We're connected doing God's work on a global level, knowing that with God, all things are possible. And a lot of people want to separate business, or you can't talk about your faith. Well, then don't tune in. You can tune off right now, because I know that this work is a gift and a calling that God has given me to use my voice in a way, to use the skill set that I have to be a blessing and to share it with others who are doing the same so that we can impact and change the world. And with that being said, I want to just focus in on one thing right now. You know, this is the first time that I'm going to give this talk, live, recorded, or pre-recorded, of what in the world does Stacy do? There's been a time and space that even my own family members, they're like, well, what is it that you do again? I know you're always traveling, you're always working, you're always, you know, at an event or you're speaking. I just don't get it. Well, let me tell you the evolution of Stacy. So tune in and listen in. So here you get it live, straight from me. Where did it begin? People say, when did you start speaking? When did you know that this was something that you wanted to do? When I knew, I'm not sure, but when I started, I'm pretty clear. It was kindergarten. My mother, who is here with me today, tells the story all the time about my first day of school and the fact that, you know, most kids usually are a little shy or upset and don't want to go into the first day of school. So I think she said she took the day off, you know, prepared for me to have a meltdown and not want to go into school. But the opposite happened. She pulled up, I jumped out with my little book bag and went straight in the building and didn't try. I said, bye, Ma, and I didn't turn around. I spun on my heels and went in the building. And she said when she came to pick me up, the teacher said, well, your daughter seems to be very smart. And not bragging, but my grandfather was homeschooling me and taught me how to read before I even started school. So I got into school and I was quite comfortable. And she said, but your daughter doesn't seem to know that I'm the teacher. She's gathering all the students around and she's teaching them ABCs. So clearly, it started early in my life when I thought that I had something to share, and people actually listened, even kindergartners. And from that point on, I got in trouble for talking in class all throughout my educational career. My mother has the report cards to prove that she handed to me at my college graduation. Every report card, all A's, might I add, on the honor roll, but it said the same thing. Stacy talks too much in class. That was on every single report card. She would hear it all the time, but she was just concerned with the grades. She's like, Stacy, stop talking, but keep doing good. with your grades. And my gift of communicating, I didn't understand it was a gift. I just thought everybody wanted to talk. And the teacher moved me around the classroom. If she sat me next to someone else, she thought if it wasn't a friend, I wouldn't talk. I'll talk to anybody. I'll talk to a stranger on the street. I just love to communicate. That is just a part of who I am. She said I got it from my grandfather, who was the mayor. Like, everybody knew my grandfather. Didn't quite work for me when people would spy on me in the street. But, that communication, that gift of communicating and interacting, a people person. I just always loved connecting with people. So there was a time where I thought that gifting would lead me into a career in law, and that I would become a lawyer and ultimately a judge. And that was after my small little stint of thinking I would be a pediatrician, because I just loved my pediatrician. I thought he was awesome, and I wanted to be a pediatrician. But I think I told you, first chemistry class of college, I was out. But the idea of being a communicator, my mother said I argued so much that it probably would work to be a lawyer, and that's what I went to school with the intention of doing, is becoming an attorney. And when I graduated from St. John's, I said, let me just test the waters and really see if this is what I wanted to do. And I went to work for the Bronx District Attorney's Office. And there I realized I wanted no parts of a career in law, because I was depressed coming out the train station every single day from Queens to the Bronx and seeing the building wrapped double time with people of color who look like me. It was depressing to see these young faces that I had to pass every single morning coming in for cases or to be processed. And I said, who's on the other side? Who's trying to stop this story? Who is trying to change and give a different option for our young people? And I said, I can't do this anymore. And then I applied to Columbia to do my degree in education and to really be a part of counseling psychology, which I thought I would do. Well, maybe we can counsel them, we can help them not make the choices or decisions that would lead them to having to come in the Bronx Court building. And from there, I realized there's still more. There's more to be done. There's so many people out here who don't have the kind of support system and the role models that I was fortunate to have. They don't have people telling them they can do it. They don't have people telling them that it's possible. They only have what they see within their local surroundings and communities. And I began to realize that this is a broader problem. This is a greater challenge. And then when I met women my age or older that still didn't believe in themselves, I couldn't believe that after accomplishing maybe having a career, having a marriage, a family, whatever it was, that they still felt inadequate. And then I kept looking, I'm like, well, there's a serious problem going on in the world. Not everybody has a chipper attitude. Not everybody thinks that the glass is half full no matter what it is that they're going through. And I said, who's out there? What voices are out there? There has to be something different. And I thank God for my grandmother and knowing that foundation of dragging me to Sunday school would pay off. I used to go with my cousin, and now I'm going to blow him up live or on air. He used to fall asleep in church, but I listened. And I'm glad that foundation led me to understand that God wants us to share his light and his love in everything that we do. And there were so many voids and so many pockets of that not happening that I wanted to really be a part of changing that paradigm, to create a shift, to do something different. Now, my mom has always been someone that has been my #1 fan. Anything that I wanted to do, my mom was right on board and telling me I could do it, and I was the best at it. And that kind of confidence really helped me, because there were times where I didn't know which way I would go. I know she's praying for the day that she can just see Destiny Designers University go into the stratosphere, because this grind of building, because you're going to build some things that fall apart. You're going to build some things that don't always make sense. But you keep moving because you know that there's more. And that desire for more, that desire to fill the need, the pocket of those who don't have a voice, who feel they don't have anyone in their corner, who don't know how to develop the skill sets and the tools and the skills to be able to live a life of purpose. I said, there is something missing. And I started to look, and I started to listen to tapes and invest in books and read about what's going on, and then have conversations with some of my friends. And some were progressive, and they were investing in themselves. They were purchasing programs, they were reading books. And then others were having the same old conversation, complaining about what wasn't right in their life, but doing nothing to change it. complaining about relationships that were stifling and choking them, but not willing to step out of it, complaining about what they wish they could do, but never doing anything different to get a different result. And I said, I have to really look at who's sitting in my front row. Who am I spending the most time talking to, and what is the content of that conversation? And when I started to look at that, it put me in a different space. And I said, okay, degrees are wonderful and accomplishing certain things are great, but if you can't touch someone's life, if you can't bring value, if you can't change just even your local community, you don't have to go out there and save the world, but just start small. Just start in your own backyard, doing things a little bit differently so that others can be liberated to do the same. And that comes from A Course in Miracles with Marianne Williamson. I just love her poem. Our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. And this is the part that started to inspire me. I said, there are people out here having this conversation. There are people out here who are writing books, who are creating platforms where there's a like-minded community of people who want to achieve, who want more from life. And that led me to thinking about entrepreneurship in a different way. I told my mom a little after graduation, Mom, I don't know if I'm going to last working for anybody for too long, because it was just something about punching the clock, about doing all of this hard work, and then they benefited from it and I had nothing to show. And sometimes doing better work than your supervisor. Can I get a witness? And being in that space, just, it was like something inside me was, crunching me together. I felt claustrophobic. I'm like, something has to give. Didn't know how I would do it or what would happen, but I said, okay, let's try direct sales, and got involved with direct sales. Had a certain level of success, but I did it all wrong, trying to jump out and quit my job and go to the top of the company without totally really taking into consideration what needed to be done. Direct sales work, but you have to know how to work it, and you have to know how to strategically move yourself towards it, and learning some lessons, meeting some people, and everybody was into this motivation and how they could improve themselves and how they can stay focused to get that yes. So there was a lot that came as a result of that, but it still wasn't filling the void. It still wasn't where I wanted to be. And I spent a lot of money, lost a lot of money, made bad investments, bad choices. And I said, well, I'm not going to quit. I think it was Winston Churchill said that, you know, going from failure to failure without losing optimism, that is what courage is. And I know about going from failure to failure without losing optimism. But keeping the vision of what's possible and knowing that nothing is wasted. I think Bishop T.D. Jakes did a sermon on that one of my assistants shared with me. Nothing is wasted. So everything that I went through up until that point, it wasn't wasted. It taught me some lessons that I wouldn't have learned had I not been exposed. Just like you right now. You're at a certain stage and place in your life where life has showed up. It's taught you one or two things, some that maybe you've listened to intently, and others that you've been ignoring, and that still small whisper that's inside that we can choose to listen to before it becomes a roar. And that's where I was, figuring out my space. What am I going to bring to the world? I just love to help people. I just love to be of service. Anybody having anything, doing anything, I would be there, to the extent that my closest friends would say, you are just absolutely ridiculous. I would make a cameo at 10 events in one day and still take a nap and get up and go to church in the morning. Because that is just what I wanted to do. I wanted to support people and let people know that they mattered. And as I went on the journey, I realized that there had to be a shift. That I was doing relatively well, calling myself, wanting to be in business and become a speaker, but I didn't have everything that I needed access to. And while in direct sales, I was fortunate to meet and subsequently marry the best man on the planet, and we were doing sales together. We thought we were going to conquer the world, and he was my second top fan after my mom and dad and my siblings. But he said, we could do this. You know, look at your talent. Look at the way that you're able to train and you're able to share your story. And I looked at him and I said, oh, come on. Anybody can do what I'm doing. And he said, you better get on your knees and ask God forgiveness, because he has blessed you. And what he's blessed you with, you need to share. And he saw it, and he saw that vision early on. And he said, well, just keep moving. Just figure it out. Just keep going. And I said, well, hon, I need an opportunity. I need somebody to notice what's happening, what I'm building, what I'm growing. And that day came when I met the top speaker on the planet, none other than Mr. Les Brown. Now, at this point, I had been in business for myself for a while, bumps, ups, downs, hit some pay dirt, doing well. I'm like, okay, we're grooving with this now. People are calling me and I'm having my speaking engagement. I remember my first speaking engagement, they gave me $100 check and I thought I hit the lotto. I was so excited. I don't even know if I cashed it. I'm like, this is my first official check of being able to share my story. And from then I continued on building the network, serving, partnering. And then one day, right here in Queens, New York, a girlfriend of mine, and this is my tribute to her, she's no longer here, Sharice Patterson. And Sharice had a vision of bringing Les Brown to Queens, New York. She wanted to bring him to York College. And she wasn't sure how that was going to happen. You know, Les Brown cost a lot of money. And at his stature, you understand that that would be so. And she told me, she said, Stacy, we're bringing Les Brown. We had just met at that point, and she said, I would love to have your support in spreading the word. We want to fill York College. And isn't it ironic? If we said there was a concert, if Beyonce and Jay-Z were coming to York College, we'd probably have no seats left. But when Les Brown came to Queens, New York, we had a good turnout, but they weren't packed to the rafters because we don't spend money on self-development. We spend money on self-pleasure. And in that moment, I said, Sharice, you don't worry about who's here. Who's here is supposed to be here. This is a great audience, a great crowd. And I sat back in my seat and I watched Star Babatune go across the stage. If you've been tuning in all day, you heard Star's story earlier. And I watched her and I said, that's what I do. I'm like, she's amazing. Then I saw John Leslie Brown, Les Brown's son, give his story. And then the man himself, he came to the stage, Mr. Brown. And I just watched and something inside of me just jumped. I was like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Just the ability to share your story, your voice, and impact the lives of others. I said, I'm going to wait and I'm going to talk to Les Brown today. And I waited patiently. The lines were so long. He was selling DVDs. He was signing autographs. And I waited my turn. And I walked up to him. And I invested in his DVD set. You know, we can't expect people to invest in us at a level we're not willing to invest in ourselves. And I walked up with my DVD in my hand and I said, Mr. Brown, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so excited. Your son was awesome. If my two sons can grow up to be as articulate, to be as well poised as your son, I'd be so thrilled. And I said, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I'm a huge fan. And I'm just excited that I have the opportunity to ask you for your autograph at this time. And he took my pen, and I had a marker. Always be prepared. I had a marker in my bag. He took the marker out, and he said, young lady, with a voice like that, you would be excellent in this industry. And the Jamaican / Bronx / crazy girl came out. I put my hands on my hip, and I said, I am in this business, Mr. Brown. That's why I need to talk to you. Now, I said it like I was all the confident person in the world. Meanwhile, I was inside shaking and shivering. I'm like, oh my God, I don't believe I said that to Les Brown. But he started laughing. He said, well, let's keep in touch. And I pulled out my business card and I wrote my cell number on the back of the card. And I took the card and I put it inside his lapel jacket. Now, that was very presumptuous of me to just take my card. I said, I don't want this mixed up with everybody else. I need you to remember me and I need us to talk because I would love to work with you. And then I took my DVD set, shook his hand, and I ran to the restroom. I couldn't believe that I said that to Mr. Les Brown, the #1 communicator on the planet. So the event was over. It was on a Friday. And I remember that Monday, I'm driving in my car, and I'm having a conversation. I see a number come up. And I look down. There's no name. So I ignore it, and I keep talking. After I checked the number, it's Les Brown on my voicemail. I nearly crashed my car. I was like, oh my God, Les Brown, oh my God, oh my God. I called my husband, I called my mother, I was like, Les Brown called me. I can't believe he called me. And my husband waited for me to stop screaming because he thought something was wrong. He said, well, did you call the man back? And I forgot all about, oh yeah, I should call back because I was just so shocked that the moment that I was preparing for was actually in front of me. See, some of you that are watching right now, you're preparing for a moment. You're preparing to use what God has given you in a greater way, to be a blessing. That's what attracted you to find out what's happening in Destiny Designers University, because you feel that there is something else that you can finish strong in 2014 and sow the seeds that you'll reap in 2015. And that moment was the moment I met Les Brown. And I said, oh my goodness, I get to communicate with a person who has been able to use his voice to transform the lives of people globally. And when we finished talking, the opportunity presented itself for me to invest in working with him. And let me tell you, I did not know where that investment was coming from. I absolutely did not know. I'm like, how much? I never saw that many zeros on a program. It was like, whoa. But what do? Do you look at that, or do you look at the investment and the opportunity of a lifetime? Because if you make this decision to do it, the how will work itself out. But the why was, this was the opportunity. This was the opportunity to work with the person that could help advance the skill set of what it is that I wanted to bring forth to the world by God's divine grace. And then the rest is history. I made that investment. I actually had to call a few of my close family and friends and said, we need to do a small fundraising campaign so that I can move forward with this opportunity. And thank God they believed enough in me that they were able to sow that seed. And I've been able to, of course, multiply that and be able to be in this space with you right now. See, that investment to work with him, it wasn't just about the unique opportunity of working with Mr. Brown, but it was the opportunity that I now get to travel the world, to be able to meet other people. He is big on collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. He has introduced me to so many other individuals in this space of self-improvement and self-development. And I share that with you because along this journey, it hasn't been easy. It hasn't all been rose-colored glasses. In the middle of starting a speaking career, I thought I was Superwoman. I could also start a separate business, which provided event planning services. And of course, it wouldn't just be in one area because I'm Stacy. I'm going to do a million things at one time. So it was full service event planning, from weddings, bar mitzvahs, social events, whatever it was, conferences, I was going to do it. So here I am juggling these two things. But the thing that really made my soul sing, my speaking, my training and development. But the money was coming in here with conference planning and support. And I'm like, well, what do I do? Where do I go? How do I fine tune this to make it all work? And I had mentors in my head. Choose one thing, focus on one thing. I'm like, no, I can do it all. After all, I'm Jamaican. We have 15 jobs. We can do this. It is not a problem. And I had to learn the lessons along the way about focus and about where you put your energy. It's not that you can't do multiple things, but that you give yourself the time to really cultivate and develop one thing at a time so that you can really maximize your time and your energy. So that was a hard lesson learned. But the good news is that nothing was wasted. And from those relationships and being able to have the strategic partnerships for C&G Enterprise and still be able to build a brand of speaking and training, I was able to bring value to the world and communicate and work with some amazing people. But the good news now is that everything is coming under one umbrella with Destiny Designers Community, knowing that I will eventually be able to have the leadership and the operations of C&G be turned over to some of my team members who will manage that and continue to work with our nonprofits as we streamline and just work with community-based and nonprofit organizations that are touching the ground, helping people live a better life. There's a connection. And Susan Taylor was the one that told me, baby, you didn't mess anything up. Everything that you've done, from your event planning services to your speaking, there's one common thread, and that's empowering others. She said, that's who you are. So you don't let other people get in your head and make you think that you've done this the wrong way. You've done it the way you were called to do it. And just keep bringing value. Keep staying in that space of serving from an authentic and a full divine assignment that God has given you. And that really made a difference to me when she said, I said, wow, it does make sense. I'm not that cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But the good news is that through Destiny Designers University, now I get to put all the training programs and the coaching programs that I've operated, that I've offered under one umbrella. We'll also be having some of the leadership training and life skills that focus on how do you get that message, and if you are planning events and doing various things, that you have the support and build a team to do that. But this is life skills. It's leadership. It's personal and professional development that helps you graduate to the next level of yourself. That best level, that place where you know you're operating in God's divine will for your life. There's no way we can go through this life and think that we can do it by ourselves and think that we don't need support, that we don't need help, that we don't need encouragement from other people. It is only through the partnerships, through the relationships that I've been able to expand this platform, that I'm able to do the things that I've been able to do because I understand the power of we and working together. No man is an island. And this whole project, this whole launching of Destiny Designers Community, this whole idea, dream, and goal that's been sitting around. I've been talking about it. We've put certain pieces in place. I said enough is enough. Just as I talk about it's now or never, your dreams can't wait, I had to put my foot to the pedal and move forward with God's guidance and direction. Now, I could have quit. I could have wrapped this up a whole long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. But somebody today is going to be touched as a result of the words that they're hearing from the master experts that are joining me, from the words that I'm going to be sharing with you a little later on to continue this conversation. And somebody's going to be inspired to do something different with their lives, to not just sit around and complain about what isn't working, waiting for the right time, waiting for the money. If I was waiting for the money, I would still be sitting on the sideline somewhere, not jumping in the game, because you have to just push forward and create the opportunities that you're looking for. Don't ask for permission. Just ask for God's guidance and His wisdom and His grace, and you keep moving forward no matter what. So this is the beginning of the best years of my life. That's what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that God is going to allow me an opportunity to work with some incredible individuals like you who are interested in continuing the conversation. You can join the community right now, Destiny Designers Community. There's going to be an opportunity, and I'll be announcing that, so stay tuned. If you want to enroll in our university classes, if you want to become a student, if you want to be a part of the graduation to the best next level of your life, this is going to be the place for virtual learning, for the platform where we can share, where we can grow, where we can challenge each other to bring our A game all the time. It's not about being perfect. It's not about having everything line up the way you want it. It's about moving forward in faith and knowing that the best is yet to come. There's a lot of work to be done out here on the planet. There's a lot of unrest. There are a lot of unhappy people. And if I can let God's light shine through my work and let others know that even in business, you can stand on faith, because faith works. Hashtags. Faith works at Stacey N.C. Grant, Destiny Design You. But I thank you for listening to just a little bit more of an insight for those who don't know me, who don't know my story, who don't know how this platform came to be. It's not overnight. It's been a lifetime of work, hard work, disappointments, challenges, ups and downs. But at the end of the day, you shout before the battle is over. You praise while you're going through the test. You hold on, and you know that when God has placed something on you and over your life, no matter how long it takes, no matter what comes in the way, no one and nothing can stop you from shining His light. So please stay tuned to the rest of the cast. We have so much more to go, but I want to pause for a moment to share a special few minutes with my mentor, Mr. Les Brown. And as you listen in, I want you to share it out. Let folks know that Mr. Brown is live at the Destiny Designers University launch, November 29, 2014. You're a part of history. I'm glad that you're here. I'm excited about what we're going to build together, and know that there's no accident that we've connected. And if I am a part of your journey, I look forward to being of service to you.
Well, hello, sunshine. We are here live at the Destiny Designers University launch. I am so excited. This has been more than I could have even dreamt about. But right now, we have one of my dearest friends, special guest, world-renowned speaker. He is hands down won every award for speaking on the planet, from Toastmasters to NSA to traveling the world internationally, to the impact he has left on millions of people on this planet. I'm not introducing him to you because you already know him, but I want you to know that he is my personal mentor, someone who I've been blessed to work with, to watch his level of excellence in everything that he does, that he poured into me and saw a bigger vision of where I was going, what I was bringing to the marketplace. And today, my day would not have been complete if you do not hear from the man himself, none other than Mr. Les Brown, Baby Brown's baby boy. Mr. Brown, thank you so much for being here and being a part of this day. I just really love you and appreciate you for who you are. And Les, you've been my inspiration. You talk about living a bigger life, dreaming a bigger dream, bringing our skills to the table. What would you say today about how you've designed your destiny with everything that God has given you?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you very much for the vision that you have captured and now possesses you as you're going into the future, giving people, and particularly those who are ready, the tools that will allow them to control their destiny. And I hear this lavish introduction you give me, and I have Mickey Mouse ears on the screen. I'm a Mickey Mouse fan, all right? See, Kipling say you must learn to walk with kings and not lose the common touch. All right. But first of all, the work that you're doing is very important. Most people don't know, before this decade is over, 85% of the population will be working with what is called mechanized intelligence. Those are computers. And those people will be able to make a living, but they won't be able to become independently wealthy. A very small number will be. And the number that will be will have a skill set that complements the computer. This is the era, what the late Peter Drucker calls the era of the 3 C's: accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competition. So what you're doing with your school is giving people the strategies and, most importantly, the techniques and a process that will allow them not to be eliminated by technology or outsourcing. Now, most people don't know that the 40-40 plan is gone, where you can go to college and graduate and get a job and work 40 hours a week for 40 years. That day is gone. That will never come back. The other thing is, even people who are working a job, they have to do 2 and 3 jobs to get 1 paycheck and no job security. That's very stressful. Now, we're going through something that they never talk about in the media. It's called purchase power parity. Purchase power parity is that ultimately where we're headed in a global economy, that there will be one economy that will affect the standard of living of people globally. That means the standard of living that we've grown accustomed to in this country, that's going to continue to get lower and lower and lower. People will have to do more, work more, do it faster, do it better with less compensation. But there will be a small number, and that's where you come in. That's where I come in. That's where my children come in, and my grandchildren, and my great-grandson, all right? That will have the skill set to control their own destiny. See, the goal is to be a member of the 1%. Not hate on them, okay, but be one of them. I remember Reverend Ike out of New York, he said the best thing you can do for the poor is not be one of them. Let me tell you, that is real. You need some money, honey, up in here, up in here. And so this is exciting time, because as you work on yourself, work on your goals, and work on your dreams, what you do and the process that you use to develop yourself, because at the end of the day, it's about what kind of value do you create. And it's about transforming your mindset continuously, upgrading your skill set, and becoming a part of a community of collaborative, achievement-driven, supportive relationships. And this is what you're creating here. And as a result of having that, that gives a person a competitive advantage. It gives them a chance to determine their own income. It gives the average person the opportunity to create their personal economy. And that's the exciting thing about what it is you're doing. When people can create their own personal economy, that gives them a shot at creating incredible wealth. And that's a wonderful thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. What you said is so important, Les, because this community, building this Destiny Designers University community where they can actually build a skill set, because we don't want to be caught out not knowing how we're going to leave our legacy. I mean, that's really what we're striving for here, Les, is to make sure that whatever we do, that the impact is left far beyond our time here on the planet. You've been talking about Dr. Miles Monroe and just what a shock that was, but his value, his worth, his words, his book, his products, everything that he has still lives on because he was determined not to just go through life, but to grow through life and to bring so many people along. And that's what you're doing. I mean, look how many people follow you. You know what, Mr. Brown, I'm starting to get an attitude. There are more people putting up videos about you on the internet.
Look here, and you know something? Just think about this. I'm 70 years young. Wow. How many, if you look at the workshops and seminars and the ages of the men in the workshops, how many men do you see in the workshops over 40? That's sad. It's really very limited. And I believe that there's so many men who have given up, so many men who have thrown in the towel, so many men that are sitting on the couch wondering, will LeBron be able to bring a championship to the Cleveland Cavaliers? You know, and they can't even afford season tickets. You know, it's sad that they're not growing. It's been said that many people die at age 25 and don't get buried until they're 65. And so when I think about if I had not been using the same principles that you're talking about, who would be looking to hire me at 70? They'll be thinking about hospital costs and medical costs and everything. And so the thing is that you are really at the right place at the right time, providing for those who have the vision. You know, Jesus said, whosoever will, let him come. And the willingness to work on themselves, to increase their value, to begin to determine their destiny. And that's what Miles did. He lived full and he died empty. He wrote 60 books. He left here at 60. And I only wrote 3 books, so I got to really pick up the pace. I got to pick up the pace up in here. So I'm excited to support you. What you're doing is so important. And I say that as we stand together and go into the future, because of your commitment, because of your genius and your vision to make this happen and give people the tools that will allow them to carve out a destiny for themselves, the possibilities are unlimited as to where it can go.
Well, I thank you so much, Les, for who you are, for the example that you've given me, for believing in me, for seeing a bigger vision, for understanding that when you empower one of us to release our voice into the universe, you're adding another star to your crown. And I know your crown is quite full.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm just so proud of you. I'm having a power surge now. Y'all call them hot flashes.
Well, we're going to let you go.
I'm having a power surge. God's got a sense of humor. Oh, my God.
Well, love you, Les Brown.
Okay.
Thank
love
you so much. And continue to stay on fire.
All right. Thank you. Take care. I love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Well,
we're going to continue to pray for him. Les Brown needs a lot of prayer. But I hope that you enjoyed my interview with him and how God has blessed him with a voice to be able to communicate, to be able to share words, to work with him, to understand some of what he's been able to do and be a part of the legacy of speakers that he has all across this country that are sharing information, giving skills, tools, and resources just to be able to really utilize everything that God has already given us to make a difference. So I'm excited that you had a chance to listen to Mr. Brown. I appreciate his support and encouragement for this platform. Life skills, leadership development, personal growth, you know, the things that we need to just function on. It's the balance in the areas of making sure our spiritual, our mental, our physical, our financial is in order. I know about it being all out of balance and pay the price when it has not been. But when you're clear and when you're focused on allowing God to really let his will be done in your life and to use the skills that he's given you to be a blessing, then new doors of opportunity open and you can really be a part of impacting in a positive way what's happening here on our planet. So I'm excited. I told you to stay tuned. The day is still young. You know, there is more to come. There are so many other individuals that are going to be featured here today, and I believe we have Dr. Joel Martin coming up in the queue, but this is just the beginning of being able to really put in place some of the things that we've been thinking about doing, and I know one of the areas that can be a challenge is the area of discipline. And getting discipline in anything, for me, had to really start with just my walk with God, because it's not easy to choose and do the right thing when there's so many other distractions that are telling you not to. But when you're able to focus in and understand that when you put him first, when you allow that to be exercised in your life, you'll be able to manage everything else that comes. And people think that you can do it without that as a part of your life, even down to relationships. I've told you behind the scenes, I have my husband here working, and he has been in the background with all of my team, with Mike and with Tyler, making this happen. And I thank God for him because he understands what it means to give God glory in your marriage and being a true support. And if we weren't equally yoked and we didn't work together and pray together, that we wouldn't be able to do this kind of work. So it's important to understand that God will add everything else that you need if you just seek him, seek his direction, seek his ability to be able to help you in your life. We all have something different that we've been given. God is so amazing. He gives us all unique talents so that we can be a part of this world that he's created and he allows us to live in. So the sooner we can wake up to that and the sooner we can walk in that, you know, we pray for a blessing, but we don't want to do anything about it. We don't want to work. You know, you have to work. You have to work at yourself. You have to work at what you've been given, whether you're a teacher, lawyer, doctor, speaker, author, whatever it is, you have to put in the work. The blessings are not just going to fall down out of the sky. You have to do the work. And this university is going to be the place to do that work, to get that training, to put the time in, to pay your dues so that you can experience all of what he has intended for your life. So this is just the beginning. The conversation will continue. And if you are waiting to find out how can you get involved in Destiny Designers University, you're going to have to wait a little longer. I want you to stay and play because we have some more exciting guests that will be here. But for now, you can go straight to the community. Right underneath this screen, you see a little line that says questions or comments. You can click right here and click on that little hyperlink. It'll take you right to Destiny Designers Community. And if you want to share it, if you've been receiving value, something that you've heard today has convicted your spirit and you are clear that you want to do more, that you want to live up to the talents that you've been given, and you want to be able to share that with the world, share this out. Just press the Facebook icon or the Twitter icon and put that out there so that others can experience this live cast today. Those who aren't eating leftover turkey and still trying to get a Black Friday special, give them something that can pour into their spirit and lift them up today. So stay tuned and get ready for Dr. Joel Martin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're here, you're listening in, you're participating in the Destiny Designers University launch, November 29, 2014. Woohoo! And I'm just so thrilled. I'm getting emotional just thinking about how many wonderful people I'm blessed to have in my front row. How many amazing individuals believe in this work and believe in the platform. I don't take it for granted because the people that we have, the ability to do what we do is just absolutely amazing. And I get to introduce another one of the superstars to you right now. And that is none other than Dr. Joel Martin. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about her. She's known for her educational, inspirational, and entertaining workshops. She's a renowned presenter, award-winning communicator, master trainer, and executive coach. She has spoken before audiences in educational institutions, major corporations, nonprofits, and small businesses around the U.S. and internationally in China, Taiwan, United Kingdom, Republic of South Africa, Malaysia, France, Russia, Finland, and Latvia. Isn't that in Russia? Oh my goodness. Latvia. Okay, see, I didn't go there yet. That's why I couldn't get it right. I just love it. She is a Wharton Fellow. Her resume, I can be here for about 15 minutes just telling you about the powerhouse.
Thank you.
But let me tell you something that I really love about Dr. Joelle Martin. When we talk about Destiny Designers University and using what God has already given us to make an impact, her heart is so huge. I remember the first time I met her, and I just admired her from a distance. You know, when you feel someone's energy in your spirit and you know that you're in the presence of royalty, that's how I felt the first time I got to meet her. Just very humble, very warm, just a woman of authority, knowing what she has been given and walking in that power. And the blessing of what she's able to do in transforming lives is absolutely amazing. So I could not have my launch today without including her and having you get to meet Dr. Joelle Martin. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, my friend. Oh, this is so exciting. I'm so honored and thrilled that you invited me to join in the launch with you. I just have to do a check. Is the video working yet?
It is working. We are live. It is going on. Nothing is going to stop us. We are pushing through and making it happen. So I just want to launch in. Dr. Martin, you have accomplished such great things in your career. And you've gone through your own road and pathway there. What would you say, as you look back over your life, was the moment when you knew that you were on a different trajectory? You know, sometimes we get something that just clicks and it's like, I can't do that anymore. This is where I'm headed, and I know divinely this is my assignment. When did that happen for you?
I've had the honor of having several hard shots in my life, and one of them happened when I was in the middle of a transformational training. I was a student in the work. And there was a particular process where I stood opposite people who did not look like me, who came from other nations, other races, gender, sexual orientation. And I imagined what would be possible if all around the world people could connect up like I had this opportunity to change their lives, to make the kind of choices that had to do with their vision, what matters to them instead of their history and their baggage. And it just caught me, the power of being free to choose, not saying that, we're all about free will. But that was such a powerful moment for me when I found my heart.
Wow.
Yeah. It's about finding my heart and knowing that regardless of my own ego, what really matters to me is that people live free, that people understand that they are divinely ordained, and everybody has their own special wonderfulness. So it doesn't matter who I'm working with, my sister. When I'm working with my youth, whether I'm working with my seniors, I go right to the heart. And that's where I found mine. And really, I think that was a turning point for me when I engaged myself in my own learning and my own education.
Wow. So that investment in you, taking that time out to just come to center, because we can get so caught up with other people's opinions and watching what other people are doing that we don't stop to really be true to who we are.
That's
and what
right.
God has called us to be. So that is absolutely amazing. So it sounds like you've had everything go pretty well and almost perfect. Is that true? Or did you have a few hiccups along the way?
Well, up to that point, I was the owner and the creative director of my own advertising agency. So things were going relatively well then. And then I had this incredible epiphany that what I wanted to do with the rest of my life was make a difference with human beings, not sell more product, as much as I love that. And then things started going. So yeah, I've had some challenges, because as I affectionately say, I needed to go from 6 figures to 2 figures in changing career. I needed to give up the path that I was on as a creative director, as an advertising person, and start all over.
Wow.
And it isn't always easy to start over. And I had the challenges that anyone going in transition might have. But each time I was able and chose to make the choice that was about my heart work, not about my ego work.
So making that choice, and that's not easy. A lot of us get to that point that you're describing. You are on one path, and then there's a turn, or you just feel something pulling and tugging for you to do something different, and you start out, and it's like, why did I give that up? I remember the first time I wasn't working for corporate America. I'm like, ooh, there's not a check that's coming this Thursday in direct deposit. Why not do that again? So what helped you understand the power of your hard work, that it was worth sticking it out? You know, where did you draw your strength from to be able to really persevere during those times when you went from the 6 figures to 2 figures and to build it back up? How did you stay grounded?
It was really in looking in the eyes of the men and the women that I was in service to. It was really surrendering to the power and the ability to transform lives, and to see them have their breakthroughs. You know, the kind of work that I do is about surrendering myself to a vision that someone has for themselves and investing in them all of my resources so that they live the life that they're choosing to live. So what keeps me going in those dark hours is giving. That's really it. It's giving. It's being a servant leader. It's like seeing the difference being made. It's like, you know, I had a woman who walked in one of my trainings one day, and I do trainings from one-on-one coaching to trainings with an interpreter all over the world. And I remember this woman so well because, you know, God willing, maybe she'll see this and know the difference that she made on me. She walked in there and she had saved all her money to be in this course. And the courses were inexpensive. They were, you know, for her, it was really a commitment that she had to her life no matter what. So she had saved her money to walk into that course. At the time, she was homeless, and she had a gift, and she had a commitment to her life. And when someone invests in themselves and it's a commitment to a vision, that captures me. And we worked, and usually when people leave my training programs, unless they're in one of my advanced programs, I don't get to see them. But I was blessed to have seen a picture of her in Essence magazine, a full-page editorial, as she's showing her designs. And I know then that out of her commitment to her life and out of my commitment to her, as well as the other people in that program, she made it. She made her life happen. And that's what it is for me, Stacy. It is knowing that, you know, I have two choices. I can either choose to make a difference or I can choose to not. I can either choose to stand for people or I can go about being my own ego. I can choose to be divinely appointed in my own way and to use the blessings and to use the gifts that I have of intuition, or I can choose to ignore them. And when I choose to ignore my gifts, I am so unhappy. I'm a pain to live with. I will not lie to you.
And I understand that, everybody. This is time. There were some tweetable moments. There were some takeaways and some hashtags in there. The decision to be of service, to understand using that gift. I mean, oh my goodness. There was so much packed in there. Dr. Joelle Martin, you are just simply amazing with continuing on this path and understanding it's just so in alignment, and our partnership is so real because it's about that balance of spiritual, mental, physical, and financial, understanding how you operate in that vein so that you can be the best you can be, that you can use your divine assignment to be a blessing. And it's just incredible to see your work internationally. You know, you are touching the lives of women who can't even speak the same language you do, but through interpreters, they can feel your heart and they know your work and they can feel empowered for the doors that you're opening, because some of these women don't have the same voice in their country.
That's true.
And you're holding that space, and that's the space that I'm so committed to, because you never know who's watching. You never know who's listening. And I just thank you for who you are and what you bring to the market. How can everybody that's tuning in and joining the launch today stay connected with you so they can see how my friends are doing it big in the world?
Well, I do want to say that I work with men too. I work with men as they are looking to rebuild and transition in their lives. But back to your question. People call me. You can contact me on my website, positivelypowerful.com. all one word, POSITIVELY, and then the word powerful.com. And every year I have the Positively Powerful Woman Awards. I'm looking forward to seeing you there, my friend.
Yes. We have to make that happen.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I just love you, and I am so happy that you've invited me to share in this moment. I would love to be there at your live launch in New York. I know that's going to be thebomb.com.
Absolutely. Well, they're getting to see you live at the launch because we have this technology working. So that's the beauty of technology, that we can be miles and miles apart, but still right next to each other. So I thank you from my heart to yours for who you are, for the example that you've set for me and so many more that have come after you and looked at your example of excellence. So God bless you, my sister. Thank you for being here and being a part of DestinyDesignersUniversity.com.
All right.
I'll talk to you soon, and we're going to have you in the live feed so you can interact with everybody online.
Thank you. I love that. Thanks so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
All Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
We're back live. I tell you, this day continues to just turn into something that I really did not even expect. I mean, just while we were going through the interviews, just got a message. My girlfriend has been dealing with a lot right now. Her mother was in ICU and just taking medical attention, very needed medical attention. And in spite of all of that, she is pushing her way to be here live. Like, I am working on holding back the tears. I just thank God for everybody being willing to be a part, to want to share in what we're doing here for this launch. Just the incredible people that sit in my front row, the ones who I'm able to work with and bring to you. That's the importance. If you don't remember anything from today, just remember the power in collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. That it's not about competition, it's about collaboration. Who are you working with? Who are you helping? Who are you blessing every day? You know, my sons are Boy Scouts, and one of their mottos is do a good turn daily. And I think that's something that we can all focus in on. How can we show God's light and his love through our daily actions, just our word, maybe just smiling with somebody. You know, there are a lot of grumpy people walking around this planet, and just a smile could change someone's life. You know, I do an experiment every now and then when it's not too cold in New York, and I just smile and say hello to people on the street. And they think I'm straight crazy, and they're getting the straight jacket, like, who is she talking to? Even just saying hi to a bus driver, or someone that's operating a train, or someone who's cashing you out at the register. How are you? How is your day? You don't know what that could do for someone, what they're going through, and how you just blessing them with something that doesn't cost anything, but a smile could change their day and their world. That's the kind of work and service that really matters. You know, how do we show and live the life that give God the glory at all times? That's what really this is about. I'm just excited about this platform. I'm getting text messages, Stacey, how can I enroll? How can I enroll? Hold on, you got to stay tuned. We're not finished yet. There's a lot more to go. Some incredible people that are coming, and they're going to share their story with you. They're going to share some of their platform, because these are the people that you're going to be able to have access to in Destiny Designers University with our joint ventures and our collaborations, and the ways in which we're really going to help all those who are interested extend this conversation and do the work. It's not easy. No one said it would be. Life might not be as simple as we would like it, but the more we can stand on faith. And remember, I talked about that before. No faith by proxy, faith by action. Actually knowing that when you have nothing else to hold on to, when you have nothing else that's adding up, when everything else seems to just fall out from the bottom, the only thing you can do is stand on faith. And that's when you know you're growing. That's when you know what you're made of and whose you are, because in that moment you have to completely and totally surrender to what it is that God is doing in your life. So those of you who understand that will appreciate what's coming next, what we're going to be doing together, and how we're using this life, this gift, this breath, that we breathe in and breathe out daily. So now I get to introduce you to another one of the experts who are joining in this conversation and a part of the Destiny Designers University launch, Dr. Letitia Wright.
Hello, sunshine. We're back again. I tell you, I think I'm going to explode. I'm just so excited. Destiny Designers University, it's here. It's official. We're launching. You're meeting the best and the brightest on the planet. I only hang out with the best. And you get to meet these featured experts who are living their life, who are using what God has given them to make a difference. They're designing their destiny and they're bringing value to the world. And that's the exciting part for me. It's not about just what you can do, but who else can you work together to really change this world? Can you imagine if all of us put our minds and our resources together, how much different this world can be? And that's what we're doing. That's what we're putting out here in the universe. And I'm bringing them to you one by one. And now I get to introduce to you one of what we call our secret weapons. Oh, honey, this is a bad sister right here. She is the founder of Right Place TV and TV host. You heard me. She has her own TV show. So she knows not only how to bring a message and to inspire audiences, but she's helped other people build platforms in media and understand how you can get your mark and your slice of the opportunity to communicate your message on the broad scale of live TV. She is a consultant. She's a speaker. She is a doctor as well. And, you know, I'm going to let her tell you a little bit about that story. But what impresses me the most about her is her innate and authentic passion to help people. She's the real deal. You know, what she's accomplished, who she's worked with, her resume is absolutely extensive and impressive. But the heart of who she is will touch you in a place like you've never been touched before. And the ability to work with her and get to know her over what seems like a lifetime, but it's only been, I think, under a year. We've had a chance to communicate and work together. Her work ethic, the kind of person she is a joy to work with her. And we have some fun things coming down for you to learn about. But right now, I get to introduce her to you, Dr. Letitia Wright. Thank you so much for being here. Woo!
Thank you. It's so great for me to have a chance to play with you and get to work with you. Number one, I want to congratulate you on launching Destiny Designers University. This has been in your heart for a while. And the one thing I love about entrepreneurs, and of course love about my good friends, is watching the dreams come from inside and remembering talking to you about what it is you want to do when it was just an idea in your head, and now it's out there in the world. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so excited for you, and that's a big thing to birth that. So I first want to say congratulations. This is a much needed breath of fresh air for people. I've seen you in your coaching mode with people. I've seen you in your training mode with people, and to know that there's a real coach who can really help people out there is a blessing.
Thank you. And I'm just excited because when you get to work with people that understand the pursuit of excellence, it allows you to sharpen your saw on a daily basis. And there's never a conversation that I have with you that you're not looking at a way that you can pour in or make a suggestion. You don't keep things to yourself. That's the beauty of who you are. You share what you have because you want to see people succeed, and you live a full life, and your energy is intoxicating and people want to be around you. But I'm curious, on this journey, has it always been a bed of roses? Has it always been this easy for you to pursue your dream?
It has not. I will say the transition from becoming a physician to a talk show host was an interesting transition. And I remember going to someone that I considered a mentor, and I said, I'm going to do this TV show, and this is what I'm going to do. And I thought that she would respond in a way to say, hey, we'll help you get some guests. I'll give you some, business knowledge and all of this kind of stuff. And she looked at me, and she was a tall woman, and she was taller than me. So she was looking down at me, and she said, yeah, well, we're going to start a radio show.
Wow.
And I was like, okay. I literally didn't know what to say next. And I
spent some time, even in my practice, I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have anybody to really show me how to do the business well. And so when I started the television show, I really didn't have anybody to show me how to do it. I had to hit the ground running, and I had to learn how to do it. Luckily, things just flowed. I mean, obviously, this is looking back, this is clearly where I should be, and everything's fine with it.
Absolutely.
But the first couple of years, I had to learn it all, and I had to learn how to sell, and I had to learn how to really make the TV show work in terms of creating an income. A lot of people are doing shows and doing web-based shows, and this is back in 2000. So nobody was doing a web show when I was doing this. I had my website, but I wasn't putting it online. There wasn't any YouTube. There wasn't any of that. I was still doing cable. So I was doing, I've always been doing broadcast television, but I had to figure out how to make it work financially. And within 3 years, that part of my business was in the black, and it was making money for me. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go full time and see how far I can take it, because I was daydreaming about what my TV show could be while I was treating patients. Right. And that's not fair. You need to be present with your patients so that they can heal. So I decided to take time off and fully pursue television and see how far I could take it. And I had to learn a whole lot of things. I had to learn a whole lot of different things. But the show did pretty well. This last year, we have not been in production as much because, as you know, I've been working on a lot of special projects.
You've been busy.
I've been busy. But we're getting back to it. I was just contacted to have an interview with the Honorable Hillary Clinton next year. And so, yes, I'm super excited about that. But the main thing is that, Right Place TV is going, back on, and we're going to be interviewing. We talk about entrepreneurs. We talk to entrepreneurs, dynamic people who have really done some things. And so with that little break over the year, I have spent, 2014 has been transformational, and personally and, just business-wise. I've learned a whole lot of things, but all the while, I've been able to say, this is how I'm going to incorporate it for Right Place TV. So when it comes back, it's going to be mega dynamic. But in the beginning, when you have your vision, you have to learn how to hold on to it. And this is one of the reasons why you need to be in the Destiny Designers University, because Stacey, I know that you can help them hold on to it until it manifests. You can show them how to hold on to it till it manifests. That is your biggest problem, because when you start out, you're telling everybody your idea. Oh, I'm doing this. And when you get all that discouragement, all that disinterest, no help, nobody's running and handing you money, you can be confused and you could think maybe this is not what God has for you. Mm-hmm. So it's highly important that if you're out there and you're wanting to launch this thing into your life, Stacey's been there, done that. You need to be with somebody who can do that for you and help you hold it till you're strong enough to hold it. Now I meet people all the time. They're like, "Oh, well, good luck with that show." Good luck. I've been on the air for 14 years. Okay, right. I'm still on the air. Some of my guests have been on the air, and their shows are gone. I'm still here. The show is nationally syndicated to Dish on Demand. There's 65 million homes nationally. So when there are people who are dismissive to me, I'm not offended, and I'm not trying to prove anything. I don't have anything to prove. I've done national syndication. I'm like, when you get yours, call me.
As pop collar.
Yes. So, the main thing is that when you start out, there's not this big band. Now, yes, I have a lot of lovely supporters, fantastic businesswomen and fantastic businessmen who are behind me 100%. But 14 years ago, no, there was no entourage. There was no, Mother's Day show. A lot of people know about the Mother's Day show I used to do. And it was modeled after Oprah's Favorite Things. And we would give away gift bags of $500 and $600 worth of gifts. I mean, we did it upright. And, people still call me, have I missed the Mother's Day show? No, we didn't have one this year, So there's not a lot of followers, but when you go ahead and pursue your dream, it comes to you. My family, I come from a very, very supportive family, So that's that's one good thing in my favor. But when I said, I said I wanted to be a doctor, which I said I wanted to be a doctor since I was 3, they were fine with that. And then when I said, I want to have a TV show, they didn't go, no, you can't do that. Because my family's just not like that. They're not dream killers. They're just, but it was real quiet.
TV show.
Yes, like she has fought all this time to get her degree, and now she's not going to see no patient. So looking back, I'm sure that's what they were thinking, but thank God my family was just trying to be supportive. They're just supportive. They're just like that. You tell them you want to climb the mountain, they're supportive. My mother was known for giving out pins that say thank you for being a blessing. And that's just how my family is. Oh, that's what you want to do, Stacy? Okay, well, how can we help you? So that's the environment that I grew up in. But it was pretty quiet even with my family. But as things began to grow and move and they began to see there was progress, they were the first people in there, and you will bring people in there. So my first thing is that most of us don't have a glamorous start, I was good and I was talented, but I had to hone my talent. I had to learn sales. I had to figure out how to sell this stuff so that it made money. And you've got to go through that too. So if you're trying to do that alone, you're looking back, I would just say you really have a high failure rate. You have got to take the opportunity in front of you for help and take it. And here's one thing that I just has come into my consciousness a little bit lately, is that people are praying for help, Stacy, and then when the help comes to them, because it costs them money, they think it's not God.
Wow, wait, pause. Repeat that, put that in the feed, hashtag. People do what now, Dr. Wright?
They pray for the help. Lord, help, bring somebody to teach me how to learn sales. Find somebody to teach me how to have my business. Help me get a coach. And here comes Stacy N.C. Grant. And she says, you know what? I'm going to help empower you. I'm going to help you be the speaker you should be. I'm going to help you. And they're like, oh, thank you, Stacy. This is so great. And Stacy says, okay, enroll into Destiny Designers. And they're like, oh, wait, Destiny Designers not free?
No.
So I don't know. I just downloaded this and I've been saying this. You've seen the post that I had online. The post says, I'm concerned about your thought process.
That was awesome.
If you see it on Facebook, you can follow Dr. Letitia Wright. But it starts out, I am concerned about your thought process. And many people are praying, and the most dynamic people come in front of them with the opportunity. And because they've got to pay for it, they don't want to take it. And I want to say to people, you are missing so much.
That is so true. When you said that, what jumped into my mind is something that my dear friend and mentor Les Brown was talking about the other day. He said that people pay for what they want and beg for what they need. And that is exactly what you just said. It's so true to that investment in yourself. And as you shared your story, as you shared what you've accomplished with Right Place TV, you had to make some investments. You invested in yourself. You invested in learning. You went from a physician to a TV host. That's not exactly the same sort of skill set.
It is not. Luckily, both of them are talents that I have. I'm very science oriented, and so being a physician, I'm a very good physician. But the thing is that I didn't know the business part. And man, between the attorneys and this and that, they ground me into the ground, and it made it so hard, such a hard financial story. Everybody thinks doctors come out of school and they're just making a lot of money. Well, I figured out all the guys in my class already had a connection with a doctor, and so when they came out of school, they went into a practice. I didn't know that. I was looking for a job. When I found a job with a guy whose practice was going downhill, and he was divorcing his wife, and it was crazy in the office. I don't do drama. So on my birthday, I quit. And I said, I'm going to open my own practice, but I didn't really know what I was doing. And I reached out to different mentors. And this was, and this is another thing. You got to reach out to the right mentors, but you got to keep reaching out. So don't give up. But this was my mentor experience. I called. Now, I'm in Los Angeles. There are not very many I am a chiropractic physician. There are not very many African American women chiropractic physicians across the United States. Trust us, all four of us in LA know each other, right? And one of the older ones, she's from my alma mater, and she had a practice in San Bernardino, Route 66, and it wasn't that far. It's like 4 cities over from Rancho Cucamonga, where I am. And I called her and asked her to be a mentor. She said, "No, you're too close. You're my competition." I'm like, there's 4 cities between us. Are you freaking kidding? So I was like, okay. So then I called, my hometown where I grew up is Pasadena, where the Rose Bowl is, Pasadena, Altadena. I called a couple of doctors there. One asked me if I had children, and I said, yes, I did. And he said, you need to be home taking care of your children.
Whoa.
And for various different reasons, I couldn't get any help or mentorship. I mean, I couldn't do it. And the piece of resistance is I went ahead and started my practice, and I struggled, and I had great patients, great family practice, and I've done some great things in my practice. Now that I know Shay and Trevor, if I wanted to go back into practice, I would let them, fix up my brand, and boom, I would go in there, knocking them out. But I didn't know about, sales and marketing, and I didn't know how it works, and there weren't books, and there weren't coaches, and there weren't people. So I called a place that does practice management. They come in, look at your practice, and help you change the things you need to do to make money. So I applied and everything, and they gave me a call, and I was all excited. They were on the phone. I was like, oh, yes, finally, I'm going to get the help I need so I can, do this thing that I want to do. And they got on the phone. They said, hi, Dr. Wright, we got your application. And I'm getting my calendar out because I'm thinking, okay, they're getting ready to schedule a person to come to help me in my office. And I get my calendar out, and she says, Dr. Wright, you don't make enough money to be one of our clients.
Wow. Wow. You don't make enough money? No way. Wow.
So that was pretty much it. I was like, okay, I haven't any other, I was at the end of my rope. I was like, I don't have any other help. I don't know what else to do. I love my patients, but we can't keep going on like this. And at the same time, someone for my television show handed me $1,000 for sponsorship.
Wow. $1,000.
I was like, oh, this is a business. This is a business.
And
so working. I made the, I was enjoying TV. I went ahead and closed down the practice and just said, what can I do in this year? Can I make money? And I had 2 years of breaking even. In the third year, in the black, just a little bit, And I was like, okay. And I've never gone back.
Wow. Wow. What a story. Oh my goodness. So from someone telling you that your competition, I can't help you, to you don't make enough money, to how did you, wow, I tell you, we could go on for the entire launch just talking about this story. That's absolutely what we could do, because clearly you had to pull yourself from that space of, am I really worthy? Did I make the right decision? Should I have just stayed a physician? Why is there so much competition and people not wanting to help? But you weathered the storm. And because you've opened the door for so many other people to explore this platform, to be on TV, to understand how to market themselves and to utilize media in a way that brings value to the marketplace. That's absolutely incredible. And I'm just so excited about what you're doing. What you're creating, what you're building is just absolutely amazing. And I'm just excited because you're here as a part of Destiny Designers University, and you will be a part of future collaborations that we're doing, and some of the classes that we'll be offering will include you and your expertise. I mean, that is just the blessing in doing the work and aligning yourself with individuals who are going to make a difference on the planet. So, Dr. Wright, I thank you so much. How can people just peek in on your world before we close out?
Well, they can always visit me at rightplacetv.com. But the main thing is that I am going to be here working with you. You need to sign up for the Destiny Designers University. Make sure that you're getting what you need here so that you can move forward. I wish I had a Stacy to hold my hand through the process. It probably would have happened it wouldn't probably, it would have happened faster, and it would have happened with less stress.
Just a little less.
Yeah, a whole lot less stress.
A whole lot
less stress. When you're walking that journey by yourself, until people get it, you do need a partner with you. So, like I said, visit me at rightplacetv.com. You can get a little download where we have a how to get ready for your next interview. But here's the thing. You need your whole piece together. So meet me here inside of Destiny Designers, and let's work together on that piece. Work with Stacey, then work with me, and you'll be good to go.
Absolutely. You are a treasure. I just love and appreciate you for who you are, Dr. Letitia Wright. Thank you for experiencing her with me, everyone. Woo-hoo! Feel the love that's coming to you all the way from the cold East Coast.
I do. From our first phone call, I've been sucking it in. So if you feel tired, just know I'm pulling all that energy from you.
Well, I appreciate it, my sister. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because you don't know who's stopping by next. Bye for now. Hello.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, it continues to be just an awesome day. Dr. Letitia Wright, she shared quite a bit, and I hope that you've been in the feed. I'm going to go to the feed right now. I have to put on the spectacles. I'm in denial that I need these in order to see. So before I embarrass myself, let me put them on. So I want to do a couple of shout outs for those of you that are out there. Stephanie Morris. All right. People pay for what they want and beg for what they need. Okay. Winnie Birch, you are right, Dr. Wright. Preach, Doctor. Oh, Lord. Peggy Jones, welcome. Veronica Brooks, welcome. Ernie D. Hey, Ernie D. You just sent me a text message, my good friend. Thank you for supporting and being here. He said he wants to be the first student. I know that's right. You better tell somebody. Who else we have out here? Oh, wow. We have all sorts of selfies and pictures posting. This is hilarious. This is the first time I'm looking at the feed because we've been here live doing all of this, and I'm seeing what Dominique Hart. You all know my Dominique Hart. I tell you, she is in there doing a fabulous and amazing job. Cassandra, she is another part of my team. Shayna, Rebecca, my Jody. Oh, my goodness. Everybody's doing their thing. Oh, we have the fist bump action going on with me and Dr. Von Johnson. Oh, Dr. Martin's in the feed. I'm telling you, they're all here. They're listening in. Cheryl Wood. Thank you, Cheryl Wood. She said, I'm rocking the blue dress. That's my sister. You know, I got to love you, honey. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Look at Lucinda Cross with the peace sign in the feed. I tell you. I absolutely love it. Well, keep on coming in. Dominique says she's accepting everyone. We're right in Destiny Designers community. If you go to Facebook, you can do a search in the search engine, or we made it easy for you. Thanks to my partners, Che Brown and Trevor Otts, and this wonderful platform, you're able to just share it right away. Just press the Facebook icon at the top. Let somebody know. Let them tune into something good. There's enough misery on TV. Let them find something that's positive, that's enriching, that can help them feel better, live better, and just think about the wonder of what God can do if we just allow him to do his work. So I am excited because we're not done. We have quite a few more of my featured experts that will be joining us today. And before they get started, we have some live in the studio that are coming. I'm getting more emotional. I keep getting warned behind the scenes not to let the tears start falling too much, because Whitney at Whitney Ray, who did this makeup, said, you like my makeup? Put it in the feed. So we can shout out Whitney, who came and she worked on this. And I don't want to mess it up. And those that really know me know I'm a crybaby, but I'm just overwhelmed with the love, with the support, with the Stacey, what do you need? How can we help? This is time. You know, there's a song right now by William Murphy that says, this is your season for grace, for favor. And, you know, God is just amazing. And how he works, what he does, you can't make this stuff up. But when you stay in alignment and when you just do and serve from that place of authenticity and sincerity, all you do is get to give the praise report and the testimony. So thank you so much for being here, for listening, for logging in, for sharing it out. And I want you to stay tuned because we have another, I think one of my speakers getting ready to walk in the door. But before we do that, I have another special treat for you waiting to share some more information, share some more highlights about the importance of being clear and listening to whatever it is that God has given you, whatever blessing you have, because it can be in the classroom, it can be on the job, protecting and serving for those who serve in our armed forces or serve on the police force. It could be creating your own business or your company. Whatever it is, he makes no mistakes, and he only gives you the best if you just allow yourself to receive it. So I get to introduce another special person to you right now that is doing an amazing work in the area of finance, and she is going to share some insight on what a lot of people are uncomfortable discussing, but she discusses her story, and now she has a movement. The Tiffany, the Budgetnista Alashe, an amazing sister. I remember when she first started out and when she was sharing her book and talking about budgeting, because that was one of the areas that I knew I needed to clean up. I could spend some money, but save it, oh Lord, that's a whole other story. So when it comes to that balance that we're creating here, you know, spiritual first, God first, mental, investing in yourself, reading things that affirm you and that will help you grow, physical, that's a whole nother story. We're going to get to that, and some of my partners, they'll be talking about it, but the financial piece of just making good choices and good decisions. And I know and I've suffered the consequences of bad financial decisions, and that's why it's important to be able to create and correct that in your life. So now you get to listen to this young woman who is going to share some really candid and authentic insight on the work that she's doing, and she has a special free gift for you. So stay tuned and listen in for my lovely, wonderful, amazing Tiffany, the Budgetnista Alashe.
Hello, sunshine. It's me, Stacey NC Grant, and I am back again with another one of our featured experts. You can tell by my excitement. Every time I introduce one of them, I just get tickled pink. It's so much fun to know that you have people in your circle who sit in your front row. You know, I talk about that all the time, that can help you live a better life, that can challenge you, that can sharpen your saw and bring value and skills and resources to the table, that together we can change this world one person at a time. And I don't take it for granted that every single person that's coming before you has taken time out of their schedule, just believing in the vision and the mission of Destiny Designers University, where we graduate to the next best version of ourselves. This is what it's about, creating that balance between our physical, our financial, our mental, and our spiritual lives, so we can really live in abundance what God has placed within us. He's given us all we need, and now we have to be clear on how we deliver that to the world. So now I get to introduce to you the Budgetnista herself. You might have seen her on TV, heard her on radio, bought her book, or just been involved in the massive explosion of growth that she's doing, because she's passionate about helping women, everybody, so men don't get jealous, but particularly women. That is her market, on helping them live a full and financially free life. You know, just clearing up some of the things that haven't been right and setting that in order. You know, I know from experience, if your finances aren't right, you can be sick, honey. It's like, ooh, child. So you have to get it together, and you have to be able to align yourself with resources that help you move from where you are to where you want to be. And everybody goes through ups, downs, and challenges, but she has mastered the art of utilizing her book to help so many women globally change their economic paradigm. So I introduce to you my girlfriend, Tiffany, the Budgetnista Alashe. How you doing, darling?
I'm awesome, Stacey. I hope I can live up to that amazing intro. Thank you.
Oh, you absolutely can. You already are. And it's just amazing. I've had the opportunity to know you for years now and just watch what you're doing, just living your passion, just knowing that God gave you a gift. He gave you some skill set. He gave you some talents, that you are not being stingy. You are sharing it with the world, and you're letting others be able to create a different reality for their lives as a result of that work. So Tiffany, what gave you the inspiration to pursue, and how did you connect with what God had placed inside of you to do?
Honestly, the inspiration just came from my family. I grew up in a financially literate household. My father was a CFO and an accountant, and my mother was a master haggler, and the two of them had 5 beautiful daughters. So if you didn't think about money before, once you have all girls and 5 of them at that, money becomes in the forefront of your mind every single day. And so we used to have weekly money lessons just so we could all be on the same page as a family. And it was just something that I grew up with. And I thought it was normal. I thought everyone had financial conversation at dinner time or on Thursday nights. I remember getting my first job, and every pay period, my father would sit us down individually and talk about what you were going to do with your paycheck.
Wow.
And so it's just something, yeah. And I thought, oh, well, what do you do Thursday afternoons? And I just thought, okay, this is just normal life. And what really happened is that after I moved out of my parents' home, I graduated college and I decided I want to live on my own, like most post-students want to. And it wasn't until then that I realized that I needed to apply all the lessons they taught. And I was afraid because I knew them, but I had never applied them before. And so I remember specifically praying. I had moved out. I was sitting on my couch in my new apartment, and I remember thinking, God, I'm not sure how I'm going to make it. I know I make good money, but I don't really know how to budget. Daddy taught me how to save, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to do this. And I prayed and I promised that if he would show me, because I'd read some books and it was still too much for me. Mm-hmm. And I promised that if he would show me the way, that I promised that I would show others the way as well. And he showed me the way, clearly. Yes, he had shown me the way. And in return, I remember feeling like, Tiffany, he fulfilled his end of the bargain. Now it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. And so I decided to dedicate my life to teaching others what I learned.
That is absolutely awesome. I just love the fact that we understand faith and that this faith walk, and I make no apologies for that on my platform, that I know that his will, and when that's done through us, it's amazing what happens. And look at how his end of the bargain paid off. That you are able to expand this platform and help so many people just by saying, if I can be clear, if I can get this right, I'm not just going to keep it to myself. It just shows the kind of person that you are, that you wanted to share it, that you wanted to be a part of helping other people be happy too. It's not fun if all your friends are miserable. You want everybody to be happy. So along this road, as you answered the call and you said, I'm going to do this work, what has kept you grounded along the way? Because, people that are watching and listening, they're like, wow, Tiffany, it just seems like you had everything add up right. You had a family that was financially literate. You got on your knees and you prayed, and, God just answered your prayers, and everything for you has just been perfect. Has that been the case? And what has kept you grounded if that's not the case?
That has not been the case. So at 23, when I said that prayer, it was a long road. I'm 35 now, and I'm just now fully getting it. And even then, I'm sure I have so much more. So at 23, then, I decided, it wasn't that I decided to become the Budgetnista then. It was then that the information just became plain and clear. I actually was teaching preschool then. I'd gone to school and I wasn't sure what to do. I had a business major, but I did not like corporate America. And I knew that I wanted to live a life of service, so I decided to teach. And since I didn't have my teaching degree and my degree was in business, the only thing they would let me teach is preschool. So I decided, okay, I'll stay in preschool for a little bit, get my certificate, and then move on. That turned into 10 years in preschool. Wow. And I stayed there. I got my master's in education. I thought maybe I'll be a principal. And what I didn't realize is that God had placed me in preschool, and I stayed there for so long because I had to learn how to teach. So he said, I'm giving you this information. So I had to learn how to master the little bit of money they give you as a teacher. And then I want you to learn how to teach, because if you can teach a 3-year-old, you can definitely teach a 30-year-old. And so I stayed there for 3 years. Like I said, I didn't know that was the master plan for me. And then during the height of the recession, all that I knew was put to the test, because my school suddenly closed 3 days before the new school year. And I was left devastated, really. And I had a home. By then, I had bought my first house at 25. But I couldn't live there anymore because I could not afford the mortgage. So I had to move back home at 29 and spent my 30th birthday in my middle school bed, feet dangling off the sides, because I couldn't fit there anymore. And I remember thinking, I thought I did everything right. I'd saved, and I had my investments and insurance, and I thought I'd done everything right, and yet here I am. And it was really humbling, and it was a lesson that I needed to learn, because before that, I had done everything financially right, and I couldn't relate to people who had made financial mistakes. So now it was my turn. So for about 4 years, I lived in a state of what I like to call brokenness. Some of y'all are familiar with that state. Don't worry, it doesn't last forever. And so I was broke. I went through my savings. I even took the money out of my 401k because I could not afford my life. I ended up moving in with my sister, sleeping on her couch for about a year until she said, I need my privacy back. And so I struggled bouncing from place to place after losing my job until I had about $100 left in my bank account. Wow. And I remember hearing this voice because I wanted to go back to a regular job. I said, Tiffany, just go get a job. You have your degree, you have your master's. But I heard this voice and I remember asking God, you told me that if I followed this dream, that you were going to help. And I heard God say, because my African name is Adochi, I'm Nigerian. And Adochi means God's blessing. And I heard him say, Adochi, I've given you everything you need to succeed. And I was like, no, you haven't. You haven't. I refuse to believe that. I'm broke. I have $100. And I just kept hearing, I've given you everything you need to succeed. So I started looking around and I realized I had written this book that I hadn't really pushed. So I began doing that. I realized I have the gift of gab. So I started asking all of my friends, where do you work? Are they looking for a financial educator? In the first year, started to sell really well and hit #1 on Amazon. And slowly but surely, after about 2.5, 3 years of struggle and not having a place to stay really and having no money, I started using the gifts that God gave me to help other people because that's what was missing. I was so busy trying to focus on Tiffany that I stayed right where I was. But once I started using my gifts to help other people, like I promised, then all of a sudden I started doing better and better. And now, I can make in a month now what I used to make in a year as a teacher. But that's from a lot of hard work and struggle and tears and struggle and tears. So it's been a long journey.
So wonderful. Folks that are out there and you're in the group and you're following what's happening today and you're putting in your takeaways. Tiffany said a lot, right now about really letting your gifts really serve other people and not thinking about yourself. So much at the Budgetnista. Just go ahead and put it in. If she has time, she might even pop in the feed and answer what it is that you're posting because this is a passion. This is a mission. Like she was down to nothing. And that's when you really know when you have faith, honey. It's not when things are good and everything is rosy and cherry. It's when you've hit rock bottom and you feel like the floor has just opened up and your feet are dangling. Yeah, that's when you know you have faith. And that's when you reach in like you did and say, wait a minute, I do have everything that I need. I have been given everything that I need. And I'm going to use that to help other people. I love it. I absolutely love it. And Tiffany, I wish we had all day and I know how busy you are, but I do want to talk about how you're exercising your gift to so many women with your challenge. You have a financial fitness challenge or a financial free challenge? I don't want to mess up the name. What is it?
It's called the Live Richer Challenge.
Live Richer Challenge.
Yes. And I have dedicated myself to helping 10,000 women master their money in 36 days.
Wow. 10,000 women master their money in 36 days. That is amazing. We're going to make that available in Destiny Designers community. We want to make sure that we join the challenge. And how can everyone join the challenge?
So you can go to livericherchallenge.com. Already 3,500 women have already signed up, and we're going to work together collectively to make sure all of our sisters stay and maintain a positive financial outlook, a positive bank account, less debt, get your credit fixed, all in 2015, and it's absolutely for free because that is my gift back. And you can sign up once again at livericherchallenge.com.
I love it. Well, the challenge is on. We're going to be doing some other exciting things and joint ventures together in 2015 that you'll have access to as a part of Destiny Designers community, and you'll be able to connect at livericherchallenge.com. See, I got it right. So let's do it. Let's spread the word. That's what collaborative, achievement-driven relationships bring and mean, that we cannot do this life alone. I keep telling you over and over again, I hope if anything resonates with you more than another, it's that you need to be connected. It's about how we can help push each other to that next best version of ourselves, how we can hold each other up in the times when things aren't that rosy and it doesn't look like it's going to come to pass, but it will. It has not come to stay. And just as Tiffany stood and just went back inside knowing what she'd been given, clear about who she is, she's been able to use that light to change and just free so many women across the globe. So Tiffany, I salute you, my friend. You're a beautiful and amazing sister. I'm just proud of what you're doing. I'm excited that we get to play together and just watch what God does through us. So keep up the good work. You're a bad mamma jamma, and thank you for being a part of Destiny Designers University's launch today.
Thank you so much, Stacey. I had an awesome time, and I look forward to our future collaborations.
Awesome.
Hello, sunshine. We are still here. I told you, Tiffany, the Budgetnista Alashay was going to be absolutely incredible. I hope you take advantage of her free offer. This is something that's really going to help a lot of people. I should have done that a long time ago and shorten the learning curve. But that's the beauty in Destiny Designers University, where we can get information, resources, skills, tools that we can use to shorten the learning curve. If enough of us have made mistakes, why do you have to suffer the same mistake? Just learn from it and be able to grow and continue on this journey called life. So I hope, I'm going to go back in the feed. I'm going to check. I had to keep the spectacles close by. Hold on. And let's see if we had anybody else join the group. Dominique was trying to alert me to shout out a few new people who have joined Destiny Designers community. So I'm excited that you're out there, that you're sharing this out. Use social media for something good, you know, not for what you ate yesterday and the drama that's going on ratchetness on TV, but use it for something good, something that's positive, something that you can share. That's what I'm on. I really don't stay around surfing for nonsense because I'm always looking to improve myself so I can bring the best of me to you. So let's see who else is hanging in there. Oh, Trevor Ox is in the building, my brother Trevor. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for who you are and all that you do, for your support, for your belief. You are simply amazing, and I'm just so excited that you're here. Oh, Harriet Gibbs. Hey, Harriet. Oh, my goodness. I just did her radio show, Wow Inspiration Radio. Check her out on Blog Talk Radio. It's my sorority sister, too. And she's doing a great job, and I'm just excited about what's happening for you, Harriet. Thanks for supporting. You put my song in the feed. Now you really have to go to Destiny Designers Community. This is It's Working by William Murphy. Somebody sent him a message. I need some royalty checks. I've been promoting that song. But I love the song. God definitely gave him the inspiration for the words and the lyrics that he placed in that. It's on my phone. That's what I play and that I listen to, and I just hold on to God's promise. Let's see who else is out there still posting in and coming in. Well, time is ticking, but I'll get back to it. I'm looking at you. I'm watching you. Share it out. Join the community. Join the conversation so we can continue to spread this good news. But now, I have the opportunity. I'll put this here so it doesn't interrupt our shot. But I have the opportunity to introduce another dynamic young woman to you. She has transitioned into the world of being a full-time entrepreneur, lending her voice, her skill, and her talents through her company, Darlene's Utopia, and being able to create a platform of information about really how to become a mogul. She just hosted one of her first events, The Making of a Mogul, and understanding that the collaborative, achievement-driven relationships are the ones that will allow her to expose to audiences who might not get this information, who might not be in the realm of self-improvement and self-development. And she's really focused herself and her energy on creating a whole following and a platform of those who are adding value to the marketplace. She has been just a blessing to me. We've been able to work together. I've been able to expose her to some great opportunities. I tell everybody, if I'm not available, I'll tell you who you can call, and have her come in and just bless the audience with her spirit, with her energy, with her sincerity. And I'm excited about what she will continue to do and how she will continue to bring value. And now you get to meet her and learn a little bit more about what she does. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I bring to you Darlene Anderson of Darlene's Utopia. Woo!
Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So, Darlene.
Hello, family.
Yes, they help. Smile for the camera. So, Darlene, I'm excited to have you here, to be a part of this launch. I've been a part of the background supporting you on you giving birth to what God has already given you. How have you been able to hold on to that, and when did you realize that God was speaking to you in a different way to allow you to stand in this space right now?
Yeah, well, first, I'm definitely at the right place at the right time, because I called this into existence 8 years ago or more. I'll take it a step further and say 13, 14 years. I met someone at Long Island University, where I graduated from, and she's a Zeta. Oh. And she mentioned you. And I said, God whispered in my ear, that's someone that you need to meet in the near future. Wow. So when I met you through professional outlets, I said, I will definitely follow God's calling and connect with her and seek mentorship. So I'm in the right place at the right time. Wow. God called it into existence.
This is the first time she's told me that. I didn't even know that, Darlene. 13, I'm not that old, honey. Don't.
Oh, no,
hold on now.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Wow, I didn't even know that story.
Yes.
That is amazing. Well, I'm just glad, and that's one of the things that I always want to do, is be consistent.
Yes.
And know that I don't want anyone to see me in any other different light than always showing God's love. And it's like what I do. No matter who you are, where you are, you'll know that's where you'll find me. Where there's drama and craziness, I'm not going to be a part of that because I'm allergic to that. Definitely. So I'm excited to know that that connection was something that happened and I wasn't aware. And then you started following and pushing through your journey. So just explain some of that to me. And what is Darlene's Utopia?
Darlene's Utopia is an empowerment-based company. I provide an array of services personally and professionally to help individuals elevate to the highest level of potential. And I do that through speaking engagements, through coaching, through referrals. It can be consistent of time management, life coaching, organization for professional development, helping them with their marketing plans, because it's a process in getting those things out of our heads on paper and bringing them into existence. So it's my pleasure to help individuals elevate to the highest level of potential through that. I've always had a love for it. I'm in the field of social services for around 18 years, so to speak. So I've been helping people professionally for that time. But since I was a baby, I've always loved to help people and to just make relationships.
And I know you do, and I watch you do it, and have been able to support you in your programs. But Darlene, has it always been simple? You know, I just, some people out there think this is easy. That if you just jump up, what's that song? I woke up that way.
I woke up like this.
Woke up like this. Okay, clearly, I don't listen to the music enough. But this morning I'll go with that. I woke up like this. Yeah. Thanks to Whitney already. Okay, but back to the regular scheduled program. So with you and this journey and wanting to do this empowerment platform, and I remember when you first talked to me, you said, Stacey, I want to do this. This is what I want. I want to be able to provide this value. What has kept you? If it hasn't been easy, how did you anchor yourself to stay the course?
Determination, because it has not been easy. I always say, when I started out with my business, I did everything wrong to learn how to do it properly. There are some people that can start things and just be amazing at it. I didn't have that luxury. So I learned everything through trial and error. What kept me is my determination. When you're so afraid to go forward, but you still have that feeling inside that says, I can't stop. And that's always been my thing. I have a burning desire to make sure each and every dream that I have in my heart gets accomplished before I leave this world. So that's what it is, my determination.
Your determination. And you know what? Everyone is afraid of failing. You got to fail your way forward.
Correct.
And that's my running joke, I've made more mistakes than one when it comes to how to build and grow and do the business, because when you're focused on different things, you're not able to always see the other part of it. And that's why you need a network. That's why you need the individuals who can sit at the table and show you those areas that you've been lacking. If you just want to serve and give, then you're not really focused in on the back end and how does that measure up and add up. So what you're doing is offering some more of the skill sets, and that's why there's a natural synergy between what we're doing and how we're going to play together in Destiny Designers University, because you understand that if you're equipped with the right information, if you get the tools and the resources, then you can build on that. Yes. When God gives us our talents, He doesn't give us our talents for us to hide them under the bushel.
Not at all.
He gives us our talents so that we can use it and we can step out on faith and be able to share it out so we can multiply it and really be in that place of making the world better because we've lived. Exactly. So with you doing that, I also know that you have been able to inspire young people.
Yes.
to do the same. So how do you connect with these young people? I think you have a beautiful daughter of your own.
I have a daughter, and she says she's not. Don't call her my daughter. She's actually she's staff. She's one of my administrative staffers, and she's actually now gone to styling. So she's my makeup artist and my clothing designer. So that's what Miss Jasmine does.
Oh, I love it.
I love her. She's been a part of this journey. When we're doing things in the moment, it just doesn't affect us. It affects our children, our family members, our spouses, our friends as well. And Jasmine's been with me for some time on this journey for the hurdles. I published my book the top of this year, Not Without a Fight, 10 Ways to Win When It Appears You've Already Lost. And she's experienced some of those challenges that I've spoken about in that book. So in working with young people is to try to catch them and say, you don't have to make the same mistakes I've made. I have a blueprint. It's easy to follow. If it's not broke, don't try to fix it. Let's go with the plan so you can start living your life and doing what you need to do without all of the barriers that I had to experience. So that's my plan with young people.
Awesome. And I had a chance to have a conversation with Miss Jasmine.
Yes.
And we had a wonderful conversation, and she shared the fact that her story has been liberating and that she can talk to young people now about not making some of the mistakes that she made and taking life seriously. She even asked about my son. I mentioned he was graduating from school. Well, tell him to take it seriously, Miss Grant, because, you know, you don't want to be in a position where you don't have options, and you don't want to be in a position where you don't open up new doors for you. And she was just as eloquent and as confident, and I was so proud because that just shows as a mother and as a business person, she's watching you. She's watching your example. And I told Jasmine, because of her story, because of her voice, she's going to help other young people who are looking at her and saying, wow, if she can do that, I can do that too. So I want to salute you for that work.
Thank you so very much. That's my baby. That's my, I always say princess, but that's my queen. She's going on ahead, and sometimes we don't think that they're listening, even when they are listening. And she's actually managed to go through, because she personally experienced similar hardship herself. She's managed to graduate, she's preparing for college, she's working, and she's participating, as you said, with the GRASP program, counseling other individuals through the DA's office. So I'm extremely proud of her.
And that's a wonderful full circle moment. And that's what this is about. It's exposing. There are young people watching, someone may be sharing, or they're watching it with their parents, and they're not quite sure what's next for them. And there's so many things out here that grab their attention the wrong way and make them go down the wrong path. But it's opportunities like this where they can grow and develop their mind and what they're putting and feeding into their spirit that'll make a difference in how they actually contribute to society. So that is awesome. So Darlene's Utopia is on its way. How can they connect with you and find out more about the exciting work that you're doing, besides all the fun things that we'll be launching in Destiny Designers University?
Yes, awesome. Well, the viewers at home via their devices can log on to darlenesutopia.com. They can follow me at Facebook via Darlene's Utopia, Twitter, Darlene's Utopia, LinkedIn, Darlene's Utopia, YouTube, Darlene's Utopia. Is all about the branding. Everything, Darlene's Utopia. And there you will learn of upcoming events that I'm having. You can link on to Amazon and purchase my book, Not Without a Fight, 10 Ways to Win When It Appears As If You've Already Lost. And I would love for you all to join us in the NYC area for the Making of Moguls, January 24th of 2015 in Jamaica, New York.
Awesome. Well, you've heard it, Darlene's Utopia. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of what you're doing. And you cracked me up the first time when you said, well, I've been watching and I've been looking at everything that you're doing. I'm going to do it. That is a huge compliment. But to see you be able to take your skill, your gifting that God has given you, and being a blessing, I'm extremely excited about what's next for you. And I look forward to playing with you on the journey, and just keep up the great work, and tell Jasmine that I'm truly proud of her, and for her to keep on standing in that space to show other young girls how they don't focus on where they went wrong, but focus on how they stay right.
I shall. Thank you so much for this opportunity. You know I'm a Stacy stalker from now until forevermore. You have to have supportive networks in place. And just for the viewers at home, don't wait for your mentors to come to you. Seek them out. Seek out mentorship. And when you find that great mentor, hang on to them for as long as you can, because I'm definitely doing that with Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you.
It's so funny, Stacy Stalker. Okay, Emma, Andrew, anybody in the building? No. Okay, we're going to go to Lisa Nicole Bell. Oh, I didn't tell you that. We were still live. Oh, wow. Hey. So, you just got the behind the scenes live. I was just having a moment. Pray for me. You know, God's not finished yet. So now we're getting ready for our next expert, Lisa Nicole Bell, which is in the feed. That was so hilarious. I wonder how they do this on TV all day, every day. OMG. But this young lady is just absolutely incredible. Another one of the young people. She's a millennial. Generation, what is that, Y, X? I get it all confused. But we talk about it in our interview. But stay tuned for Lisa Nicole Bell.
Hello, sunshine. We are still going with Destiny Designers University's launch today. I am thrilled. I'm excited. You know, it just keeps getting better and better and better. I keep getting the opportunity to introduce you to some incredible, amazing individuals who are changing this world, who are making their mark, who are leaving a legacy. I hope you understand. I keep repeating it over and over again. We cannot do this thing called life alone. It is about collaborative, achievement-driven relationships that are able to help us bring our best forward at all times. And I'm just honored that these wonderful, talented, amazing individuals take time out of their schedule to support this, to support what we're building here, this community, this opportunity for you to be able to graduate to the next best version of yourself. So, without delay, darlings, I have another phenomenal young diva to introduce to you. The first time I met her, her spirit, her energy, we were introduced by a common girlfriend of ours that was collaborating on this venture she was doing for young girls. I said, oh, this sounds absolutely amazing. Who is this one young woman? What is she doing? This looks incredible. And you know, I'm just attracted to anything that is going to lift our community, especially our young girls. And then when I met her, I said to be so young, so focused, so clear on what her divine assignment is, it was absolutely inspiring. And because of that, we have built a long-lasting, eternal friendship. I call her my little sis because she keeps me relative and young. She's a part of that generation Y, the millennials. They are taking over the world. And if you don't have a millennial on your team or a friend, you better find one, honey. Because they're the ones that are keeping the economy going. They're the ones that are carving out a whole new way to operate. She is a media expert. You know, when you talk about a media entrepreneur and you talk about someone who's able to use film, pictures, video to create what wasn't there before and to carve out a space where they can tell stories, where they can capture moments, where they can do documentaries, where they can really impact a legacy of living material that'll be here for years to come. You have to follow and understand the magic in the work that she is a part of doing, the company that she has started, the incredible way she is bringing value to the world. So I can go on and on and on. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to the beautiful, the lovely, the talented Lisa Nicole Bell. Hey, Lisa.
Oh, what an intro. My goodness, I need a little Stacey on my shoulder every day. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm so excited to be here. This is amazing.
Well, thank you so much for just being a part of it. You know, that's what this is about to me. I feel like a kid in a candy store. Like everyone's like, oh my God, what an introduction. I have the best friends. Like I have the best people in my network that are doing some amazing things and we get to play together. Like how cool is that? So as a part of Generation Y and doing all of this wonderful work that you're doing, how did you get to the point where you understood what God's calling was in your life, how you were manifesting the gifts that he had already given you to be a blessing?
Yeah, you know, it's really, for me, it was finding the sweet spot, the intersection of three things. What is it that I have a skill for? What do I have a natural aptitude for? What are the things I'm wildly passionate about? Like, what is it that when I'm doing it, I just lose track of time because I love it so much? And what can I get paid to do? You know, finding the intersection of those three things was really how God led me to my purpose. Because I find that a lot of times when we're trying to figure out what we've been put on the planet to do, we're seeking direction and we're trying different things and nothing feels quite right. But ultimately, the highest objective there is to do work that is aligned with the divine reason you've been put on the planet, and to also be able to live the way you want to live, right? And so it's really about saying, what does that look like, and getting a clear picture of that. And for me, it was just reverse engineering my life and saying, here's what it looks like when I am living in an aligned way, and I'm doing work that I love, and I'm being paid well to do it, and then working back from that and saying, well, what are the steps I need to take to get there?
Awesome. I love that, reverse engineering your life and seeing what it looks like and creating that. Okay, everybody, if you're out in the feed, at Lisa Nicole Bell, how to reverse engineer your life so that you can really see not where you are currently, but where you're going, what you're creating. That's what the whole tagline of this university is about. Graduating to that next best level of yourself, being in that position that it doesn't matter what it looks like now. It might not be perfect. It might not all work out in the way you think it should, but once you keep moving, once you take a step, once you keep moving forward, you'll begin to create for yourself an opportunity to really set yourself on a different trajectory that could ultimately be the one in your family to create a whole new paradigm shift of reality. So that's amazing, Lisa, that you're doing that. So as you've been going along this journey, you reverse engineered, you figured it out. Was this always something that was easy for you to do? Like, was that whole process like 1, 2, 3, you were just so brilliant that you realized you need to reverse engineer? Or did you have a little course correct that allows you to be on that path?
Not at all. I tell people that you can't be afraid of trial and error. I tried a lot of different things to say, does this feel right? Does this make sense? Does this work? And I think a lot of times we get analysis paralysis, right? We want to read all the books. We want to make all the plans. We want to put the Post-it notes on the wall. We want the Lord himself to come down from on high and just give us confirmation. We want Sister Jenkins at church to tell us that's what we're supposed to do. But there's no substitute for the work. You can't get around the discomfort and the risk that's required of saying, you know what, I'm going to go for it. And I know that even if this doesn't go where I hope it's going to go, I'm going to learn something valuable, and that's going to make me better.
Look, I'm about to pass out. You said you waited for Sister Jenkins and everybody else to tell you what it is that you're doing. Oh my goodness. That is just too funny. Waiting for it to be perfect and waiting for everything to really be in alignment in a way that seems comfortable, in a way that seems like, okay, it has to be just picture perfect. No, it doesn't. And just like my dear friend Les says all the time, jump and grow your wings on the way down. That's the excitement, the joy in the journey. And you've been on a journey. You've been doing some amazing projects. You've really tapped into a new space. You've created space that wasn't necessarily there. And the courage to do that, I salute you for it. So if you could say, as you look back on everything that you've done at your very young age and stage in life, what has been your greatest inspiration? What has kept you grounded along this journey?
As morbid as this sounds, the reality that I'm dying. And just being mindful of the fact that my time here is limited. And so it's all got to be used in a very intentional and meaningful way, because the motivation, the broader motivation for my work in general is legacy, wanting my life to have mattered, wanting the world to be better when I leave than it was when I got here. Because, what other reason is there to be here? You can only go so far with personal gratification and buying clothes and shoes and toys and cars before you got to have more meaning in your life than that, right? And when you start to think about what your life is going to mean and who you will have impacted when you were here, then you start to feel a sense of urgency and a sense of purpose. So for me, that's really grounded in saying, like, you don't know when your time is going to be up. I mean, so many things are happening in the world now. We don't know when our time is going to be up, and we don't know why. So we really have to constantly keep that in mind and have that sense of urgency in every moment. That's really my daily motivation.
I love it. That sense of urgency in every moment. That is key. At Lisa Nicole Bell. So I want to thank you again for being here, for just sharing a little bit of insight. The good news is that folks will be able to connect with you as a part of some of the fun things that we'll be collaborating on in 2015 as a part of Destiny Designers University. But how can individuals stay connected with you and find out more about what this Generation Y superstar media entrepreneur is doing?
So you can always find out about me at lisanicolebell.com. That's my home base online. I have a great email list that keeps everybody abreast of what I'm doing. I'm also on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, so you can follow me there, reach out and say hello. I'm very friendly. I'll definitely say hello back.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you so much again for being here, for being a part of this, and just lending your support and lending your sisterhood to the great work that we're accomplishing, living out what God has put inside of us to be a blessing to other people. So continued blessings to you and your amazing platform, the work that you're doing, and the doors that you're opening for the generations to follow.
Thank you so much, Stacey. That is so much coming from you. I'm so excited about Destiny Designers. I mean, we need more of these types of platforms to empower people to get really clear about why they're here and get on with the work of why they're here. So I just hats off to you for doing this and for using the incredible voice that you have to empower people in this way. So congratulations. I couldn't be more excited, and I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Mwah. Big hugs and kisses. And girl, I'm looking forward to all we're going to do together and to continue to keep each other's arms lifted.
That's right.
Bye-bye. Hello, sunshine. We're still here. I just got a text from Dr. Joelle Martin. She cracked me up. She said, Stacey, I've been watching you and with you for the entire morning. I haven't taken a break. What in the world are you doing? What did you eat? What kind of power bar? You are still going. No, Dr. Martin, I didn't eat. I'm afraid to eat the chicken because I might just clunk out. But I am excited that everybody is here, that you're participating, that you're in the live feed, that you're sharing your takeaways, that you're just enjoying my friends, the people that I play with, the people who sit in my front row, who are bringing value to the marketplace and who understand that this life is precious. Every moment we get is a gift. There's no guarantee how long we're here or how much time we have, so we have to use each moment with special care and really be in a position to show God our gratitude for all that He has given. I'm so excited. I don't even know what to do with myself. This is just an amazing testimony of what God is able to do, and that this platform, this life skills, leadership training, and personal development will be able to really help us graduate to that next best level of ourselves. We're always students, always learning. We don't get to the point where we know everything and we can go sit down. No, we constantly have to be in a position where we can better ourselves, where we can be in the conversations that allow us to dream a bigger dream. You're hearing a little voice in the background, and that little voice is one of my nieces. And it's one of the things that I want her to see when she grows up, that it's okay to be a powerful, strong, intelligent woman, that you can work with other women, you can collaborate. It doesn't have to be competition or cattiness. We don't have to fight each other like some of these shows show and promote, but rather we can be in a collaborative, achievement-driven relationship that helps us to empower one another, show the example of what it means to share God's love in a way that blesses everyone that comes in contact with us. So when her auntie is no longer around, and she can remember that she did something to make a difference, that she lived her life in a way that honored what God gave her, and that she and her sister and all the other family members can carry on doing the same kind of wonderful work that God will allow and place on their lives. So that's all to say that her little sister hasn't turned 1 yet. If you hear a little crying and screaming, she in the live audience, so it's all right. But excited that they're here, that they're supporting my family, my friends, everyone who have come out to really show their support. It's overwhelming. I'm full and I'm grateful. And right now, I get to introduce another one of my big sisters. You heard from Susan L. Taylor and Jewel
Diamond Taylor, something with the Taylors, but two of the women who have poured so much into me and who I admire. And now you get to meet the third one of what I call the mentors, the masters, the women who have paved the way and opened up doors. This woman that you're about to meet is absolutely an accomplished educator. She is the past superintendent of one of the largest school districts. She is just an incredible speaker, author, trainer. She has lived a completely abundant and successful life, and then turned around and said, you know what, I want to share this with other women. Nobody was there when I was younger sharing some of the things that they learned that would have helped me as a young mother and a wife and going back to school. She went to Harvard after raising kids to get her advanced degree and then be able to come back and to create a platform where she is allowing the real conversations that matter in the lives of women. She has a fire and ice call, and whoo, it is fire and ice when she is able to pour in to the younger generation coming after her, looking at her example and being able to know that if it's possible for one, it's possible for all. A lot of people know her very famous brother, George Fraser, but as he would even admit, she is the better half of the family representation, and absolutely incredible, dynamic, full of energy. I told her she's missing her calling. She should be on Broadway. But one of my dearest and just awesome. I tell you, she lifts my spirit all the time. She's an ordained minister. There's so much I can say about this woman, but I'm just going to pause and introduce her to you. None other than Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton. All righty. Lady in red.
I wanted to make sure that I showed up on the camera.
It's such a pleasure having you here, and I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for encouraging me along this journey, because you know there were a few times where I said, Mama Emma, yes, I'm about to shut this down.
Exactly.
And you wouldn't allow it. You prayed, we talked, and I just appreciate you for who you are and the kind of space that you've opened for other women like myself. And I just want you to share what you wish you had known as you started out your journey, and the reason why you pour that kind of information into the people that you work with now with your platform.
I really wish I had known that all of the pain and suffering that I experienced, that my misery was going to become my ministry. I thought it was all in vain. I thought every stripe, every hit, every downfall was surely going to crash me, when in fact it was exactly what I needed to become who I am. So when I was befuddled, when I was with my head saying, God, what is happening? God was showing me that he was going to make me. So now, at the advanced age of 106, I wouldn't give back one lick. I wouldn't dodge one strike. I wouldn't say, God, why? I say, God, how did you do that? How did you make a mess? How did you turn my scars into stars, my tragedy into triumph, and my misery into a miracle? So it's all the pain. It was all the pain. The pain was where the gain was. You don't suffer, you don't have a test, you don't have a testimony.
Hold on, pause. Everybody, Dominique in the feed. Hashtag Destiny Designers at Emma Fraser Pendleton. She is dropping it like it's hot. All the nuggets, the information, misery into your miracle, misery into your ministry, understanding that pain was what has propelled you, that you really realized that God was carrying you through it. He was giving you that testimony to be able to share with people. And, you know, Emma, there's all sorts of individuals watching right now from all over. And they look at you, and, you know, I talked about all your accomplishments and all the things that you're doing. But your childhood wasn't an easy childhood.
No, we were raised in very toxic foster homes. My mother became ill when I was just under 3. I was the 9th of 11 children. And so she had a complete nervous breakdown and was institutionalized for the remainder of her life. And they took us away from our father and they put us in an orphanage. And then we went to several toxic foster homes. Really, really Jeffrey Dahmer kind of places, where I refer to my foster mother as Foster Monster, because I really think she modeled herself after something very, very, very cruel. But you see, I didn't know that because that was all I knew as a child. So I really didn't know that she too was mentally ill. I did not know that, because if you grow up in dysfunctionality, you have no gauge. So it was very painful, very abusive, and finally at 16, I took my last whipping, my last beating, and I ran away and was placed into another foster home at the age of 16 and graduated from a vocational high school at 17, even though she never gave us any help with our schoolwork. She just said, do it. We never had any encyclopedias. We did our homework often by flashlight. A pencil was a prized commodity. If you lost it, then I stole it from a friend in school. It's amazing about the things that you do as a child that you get very righteous when you grow up. But you know, necessity will make you do things. And I learned that God does forgive you, because I could steal the frosting off of a cake. And we did do that. In the foster home, we were hungry, and we became these little unbelievable thieves. I was in charge of my 2 younger brothers. Don't tell George I said this. The millions of people out there, don't let them know. But we could steal. And it was the A&P. It was the A&P, and I would give them directions because I was only 14 months older than George and like 2 years older than my brother Joseph. And I would try to have them steal a balanced diet. But these little boys went for the candy, and I was always upset because I said, why did you steal all this candy? Our teeth are going to fall out. But I ate it anyway. So we became these little liars and these little thieves. And I suffered many years as a young adult woman for that, because I'm surely going to hell. I'm surely going to hell as I ate the candy that we stole. But I learned that God understands. And we did it with a pure heart. We didn't know any better. We were hungry. I don't steal now, in case some of you are hiding your pocketbook. But the point is, that made us. Now, there were 3 of us in that foster home: Emma, George, and Joseph. George and I made it. We actually made it. George went on to write 5 books. He's an accomplished networker. He's known all over the world. Stacy already gave you my credentials. I think she made up half of them, but it sounded good, didn't it? So the point is, but Joseph, I want to focus on my brother Joseph. He didn't make it. There was something in his DNA and his inability to get past what was going on in that foster home. So when I was 45 years old, I was awarded a full fellowship to Harvard University. They came after me. Here's about the choices you make. I had made a choice at the age of 26 to go to college after I had 2 children, and I got married at 19, had 2 kids by 21. And my husband picked the right mate. Let me tell you, sisters, because that black man said to me, Emma, I think you're smart. You should go to college. That was prophetic. I stayed in college for 15 years, starting at 26, and I earned 5 degrees. At the age of 45, I was awarded a fellowship, full fellowship to Harvard University, and that man let me go. He said, Emma, I can't stand in your way. The week that I got accepted into Harvard, April, I'm not going to give you the year, you'll figure out my age. But anyway, it was April, and the phone rang. I had the letter saying, you have been awarded a full fellowship to Harvard. My husband was happy. I was in shock. And I got a call from the city morgue. Is this Emma Fraser Pendleton? I said, yes. We think we have your brother. Said, what? He's been here for a month, unidentified. He had 80% of his body was burnt. He died in a firebombing in a drug bust gone wrong. He jumped out the window. They firebombed the house. He survived for 10 hours, and then he died. and nobody came forth. He didn't have any identification, and everybody was running because it was a drug house. So after I took that phone call and notified the family, I said, look at the difference of what choice will make. I was going off to Harvard, and he was going to be buried. It was the choices. It was the choices. Now, that being said, why did God spare us? Because your misery becomes your ministry. George suffered and I suffered, but we live to tell the story. So whatever you feel is taking you down, it's the same ladder that will take you up.
Wait, pause. Hold on. It's too much coming. It's getting in the feet. Are you writing it down? The same ladder that will take you down is the same ladder
that will take you up. Because a setback is only a setup for a comeback.
Oh, come on, somebody. Yes.
Whatever hurts you is going to help you if you give it to God. Now, I'm not going to tell you I've had dark moments. I'm not going to tell you I tried to jump off, my bed and commit suicide with gummy bears. I'm not going to tell you I didn't have dark moments. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you I didn't cry when my husband died 7.5 years ago. I'm not going to tell you that I didn't. I'm not going to tell you that there were times I didn't act like the believer I was. I'm going to tell you what I did because it's none of your business. However, I failed God like everybody else. But here's what I found out. He loves me and loves us past the worst thing you could ever do. You can't surprise God. You may be surprised by your actions, but he already knew it. He's just waiting for you to come into the revelation that you got to ask for forgiveness and keep on keeping on. Because whatever you did, he will send somebody in your life that needs that testimony. Some woman or some man will sit down next to you in a strange place, start telling you your story, telling you their story, and you go, and we look all dressed up when we get cleaned up. Look at Stacy. Look, never had a problem in her life. Oh, I can't even stand being on the stage. It takes me 6 weeks to figure out what to wear, and I can still not. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So anyway, somebody will come into your life that will need your story. So you'll be sitting down looking all cute at a conference, and somebody will come up thinking you never suffered. See, because I cleaned up real nice. You can't see it. I'm like Pretty Woman. Remember that line, you clean up nice? So I don't look like I ever suffered. I don't look like I ever took a beating. I don't ever look like I was emotionally and physically and all that other kind of abuse. Somebody will sit down and tell you something, and you can turn to them if you have the guts and the courage, and you're not profiling. You can say, oh, I know where you've been. And they look at you and go, what? You? You with your $100 perfume on? Let me tell you, honey, under all this was a stinking mess. So don't be ashamed of what happened to you, because that will be your venue. See, I can talk to anybody about pain. On my business card, it says I take you from your pain to your passion, to your purpose, to your profit. Because I know pain. I can spot pain a mile down the road. You can't hide it from me. You know why? Because I lived it. I lived it. I can see past your ruffles. I can see past your jewelry. I can see past your 5-inch heels. I can't wear them anymore. I can see past all that. And I know when somebody's suffering. All I got to do is just kind of sit next to you and I can pick it up. Why? Been there, done that, survived that. So don't be ashamed whatever happened to you. I don't care what it was. There is a platform for your test to turn into your testimony.
Absolutely. Do you see why I just love Dr. Emma Frazier Pendleton? We could stay here all day. The launch would just be you and I. I mean, all these conversations that we're sharing. Do you see Emma's authenticity, who she is? And this is her. We keep telling her the comedy track, that's her next level. Like she's going to go put Steve Harvey and a few other people out of business. She is too much all the time, and she has the best one-liners and all of the titles for our programs ever. But it's the joy in the work that she's doing, the joy that you give with sharing God's love, and the fact that he's allowed you to use that as your vehicle, as your testimony, to be able to impact the lives of so many of us, opening the door. You know, a lot of people get to a certain stage in life where they think it's over, there's nothing more to do. and you're turning it up in the
It's
glory
not
days.
over till God says it. You know, there's an expression, it's not over till the fat lady sings. It's not over till God says it's over. So I don't ever plan to retire. I'm always going to have something to do, because as long as I live, there's young women coming behind me. Now, it's not that I don't coach men, because I'm a life coach. I do coach men. But my ministry, my main ministry is to women. And here was the deal. Now, any older woman in here, ain't nobody going to admit to that. Anyway. But it's, you know, it's hard to grow older as a woman in America, because everything is based on youth. So when I turned 100, I said, Lord, now I got to face this. And then my brother George was telling our age from the stage. I pulled him aside at this big conference and said, you better stop that. I'm widowed. Maybe I want to get married again. Stop putting it out there. So the point is, but growing older as a woman, it doesn't have, you see, when a man gets gray hair, he's distinguished. When we get gray hair, we're extinguished. So the point is, it is not hard to move into your next phase. And then I knew it was over when the younger women would be coming up to me and say, Mama Emma, and I would go, what? 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 Mama Emma? And enough of, could you please help me? Because I'm, and I would say, how old are you? I'm 40. And I said, oh God, they spotted it. They know. They know. It took me a while. I'm serious. It took me a while. I'm okay with it now, because I lived to see this. I lived to see this. So I'm proud. I'm proud now. I'm proud that young women can come to me and ask me, because I've been where they've been. You know, I was married for 43 and a half years. Same man. Now, you know that's a miracle. A brother, no less. A brother. A brother. A brother with a job. A brother with a job.
Oh, Lord, we let Emma loose on
a brother with a job. We never made it to Jerry Springer, because we didn't have that kind of drama. A brother with a job.
Oh,
never missed a paycheck in the 43 and a half years. Now, they weren't always big, but they were consistent. Let me tell you, a brother with a job. I put that, brother with a job.
You take that to the bank any day.
You can take, so when I buried Ricky, it was a wake-up call, because I started dating him at 16, and my God, when he closed his eyes, I didn't know what to do. I'd never, ever been alone. It was a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call. But it's 7 years now, and God, 7 is God's year of completion. So I said, God, I'm over mourning. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that anymore. So I'm selling my house, moving to the south. Moving to the south, going to start someplace new. So this is probably my last interview in New York.
Don't let me tear up that you're leaving me and my neighbor, but we'll be able to see each other. And I just wanted you to see why I invited Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton here today for the Destiny Designers University launch. I know you could just soak her up and just wrap her up and take her home with you. How can they connect with you? And, you know, we'll be doing some fun things with the young version of yourself in Destiny Designers University and having some fun, but how can they stay connected with what you're doing and be a part of this new phase and stage?
You can follow me. Let me get my, will somebody pass me my pocketbook with my business card? Because it's not that I have Alzheimer's. It's just that I can't remember all of the, because Al has his own Heimers and we have ours. Because, you know, we're feminine, and whatever they have, we got to have our version of it. We're not having theirs. So you can reach me, Coach Emma, at EmmaFraserPendleton.com. Don't ask me to remember all this stuff. I always get my website mixed up with my hairstyle site. And you can reach me on Facebook at EmmaFraserPendleton.com or Emma Fraser, yes, Coach Emma at EmmaFraserPendleton.com. Isn't this pathetic? But let me give you my telephone number. I know that's right. 631-392-8423. and I'm going to give this information to Stacy later. You can reach me on my Wednesday Fire and Ice call with Darlene Brown. But I don't remember that number. And I will have to look at my phone to get it. But it's okay. It's okay. So let me do this right. The telephone number is 631-392-8423. Don't laugh till you get this age to see what you remember. And my website is EmmaFraserPendleton.com. All right, Stacy?
Yes. All
Okay.
right. And I'm glad that you've embraced the Mama Emma that we love to call you. I know. And you give us a lot to aspire for and to do, and you shared a lot. And I really wanted to have this intimate time because your story, what you shared, is going to help somebody who's listening. Somebody out there, maybe even someone who wants to do something more with their life at an advanced and distinguished stage.
Well,
That's
anybody
not
that calls in as a result, that uses that number and calls in as a result of Destiny Designers University today, I will give you a half hour of free coaching.
Wow. And
If
she's
you
giving
call in,
gifts too.
and you have 24 hours to do that.
Yes, 24 hours.
You can't call me next year and you stay today. Because first of all, I will not remember this next year. So you contact me, leave a message on my voicemail. You can have a half hour of coaching. And believe me, I don't come cheap because
No.
I'm priceless.
Hey.
But you can get a half an hour free.
I tell you, stay tuned. The day is young. Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton, there's no one on the planet like her. I just love her to life. Thank you for tuning in. She said a lot. And on a serious note, I want you to really take what you heard, and I want you to share that in the feed. Where's the feed? It's right in Facebook. Right underneath this broadcast, you see that little link, ask questions or post comments. Just click on the icon that says join the Facebook group so you can share your takeaway. What was it that she shared right now that really spoke to you? Because your takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. So we want you to share that. We want you to go at the top of your screen. Just hit the Facebook icon or the Twitter icon. Share it out. Let the good news go viral. Hashtag Destiny Designers University and at Destiny Design U on Instagram and Twitter. Oh my goodness. I don't want it to end, but we must at this moment, but there's more to come, and stay tuned because we still have a powerhouse lineup for the rest of the Destiny Designers University launch.
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, pause for the course. Station break. So what we're going to do now is have two other dynamic women come forward. Now, they are a dynamic duo. They're twins. And their twin power energy is absolutely amazing. I met them at Cheryl Wood's conference, the Playtime is Over conference, and where I was her celebrity guest host, and I met all these amazing individuals on the platform. And the Pruitt twins were just beaming with energy, with passion, and I just said, I don't know what we're going to do together, but we have to do something. And they jumped to the opportunity and the chance to be a part of the Destiny Designers University launch. I'm so grateful. Stay tuned and check them out right now. The fabulous and the dynamic Pruitt twins.
Well, hello, sunshine. Thank you for staying tuned in to the Destiny Designers University launch. I am super duper 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 excited. I just don't know what to do with myself. You can see I can't contain myself because God is awesome. All of the individuals that I'm getting a chance to introduce you to that have supported this launch, that believe in the mission of what we're doing with Destiny Designers University, building this community of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships where we get to graduate to the next best version of ourselves. So with that, we've had a chance to learn a lot today. You've been in the feed, you've been sharing your takeaways, you've been talking about how you've been impacted by the words of all of my master experts that have been featured. But now I get to have some extra fun with two, not just one, two at the same time that I get to introduce to you. I tell you, we've recently connected live at a wonderful conference with someone else that you've heard today, Miss Cheryl Wood. And I met them and felt their energy, I felt their authentic desire to help women transform their mindset, to really be able to live in that authentic space, to use what God has given them to really be able to play full out. So their platform is amazing. The work that they do. I said, honey, we got to do something together. I don't know what it is, but we partner in because we believe the same thing. We understand our assignment. We understand that there's work to do. And the more women that can stand up and hold the space and open the door for those who are coming behind us, the more we can really utilize everything that God has given us to make a difference. So I'm excited to introduce to you these two divas. They are bad to the bone. My new friends, double power, twin power, the Pruitt twins. Woo!
We're activating our powers.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And I thank both of you for taking time out to be a part of this launch and to just share a little bit about who you are and just the uniqueness of your platform, to be able to work together as twin sisters and to be able to utilize what you've been given by God to design your destiny. But tell me a little bit about the journey here. Did it always start off right on task? Did you always get along? Did you always agree on what God has given you so that you can make a difference? Come on, tell the truth. Just me, you, and a few hundred people.
No. And if you want to know the real truth, even still, sometimes we don't always agree. Like today. But no, we didn't really start thinking about the whole idea of working together probably the last couple of years, 2-3 years ago. You know, and it just seemed to be, we've always been together, mind you. We've always lived together. We've always done everything together. Except I got married. Right. And we were just all trying to live our separate lives and develop separate identities. Right. You know, we were fighting we even share friends. And so for a few years, not too long ago, we were like, I want my own best friend. I need my own crew. And, but we just couldn't live without me. And so, but we realized, but what happened was we started questioning why were we twins and what was it? And we knew that God didn't just do stuff arbitrarily. So there was a reason why we were one egg that split. So when we started to explore that and looked at how we were alike and looked at our interests, our alike and our differences, our similarities and differences, and how they work together. Yes. You know, where I'm weak in areas, she's strong. Vice versa, you know, and so we really, and as dysfunctional as it may appear to some people, how we interact, how we show up with each other, it works. And we have developed and we've learned how to grow and to flourish in our relationships, which help everything else we do. If we can get along and work together, we can show anybody how to get along and to grow and to find your own personal identity, although ours is tied together, but we had to find ourselves, and it just brought us back to each other. And the thing about it is people think that twins are just one person, and we're not. And we felt like our journey as twins and our lives meant something, and it was a journey to self-discovery because we were trying to not be together, but it led us right back together.
So you came full
Stuck
circle.
with you.
It brought you back full circle.
Full circle.
And I just love the energy, like everybody watching you right now and just seeing the interaction. We can see that authentic energy. That's really a special skill and talent to be able to talk the truth of your existence, of your growth, of your evolution together, because that's what helps you in the conversation that you have with women and the platform that we can work together. You know, sometimes it's not that we're twins, but we're just two similar women, two similar personalities, and we're trying to navigate how we can best use our talents that shine and make it shine more in the areas where we're a little weak to get stronger and ask for help and be okay with saying, I don't have it all figured out. Because we don't all know everything. And that's what's amazing. And in the work that you're doing and running families, business, partnership now, what keeps you grounded? How are you able, if someone is watching right now, I'm like, wow, the Pruitt twins, they look fabulous, they talk fabulous, they have this fabulous platform, but Is it always easy for them? How do they stay grounded? What do they go to? Where is your source of strength as you're out here delivering value to the world?
She is mine. Right, I would say that. She's my source, but of course God, and understanding he's the ultimate source, and understanding that nothing happens by mistake, that everything we go through, we have a purpose. And so that keeps us grounded. And then, like she said, she keeps me grounded, and I keep her grounded, and remembering the why, because we know where we've come from, and I'm not going back.
There you go.
I'm not going back.
And it's funny because in helping women and helping them discover who they are and transform their minds, you know, it just helps to have someone who can see something in you that you can't see in yourself.
Yeah.
You know, because it's funny, we can do an event or we can meet with a client or something, and I'll say, girl, you did that. And she's like, oh, you did. I'm like, girl, no, you sounded better than me. No, you said that. I promise. And you were just so convinced. So, I, you know, we see stuff in each other. Right. And it just, that thing.
And you mentioned something a few minutes ago, which is so true. We're using our relationship, although we're sisters, it's a sisterhood between women. Right. And we think our unique position as not only sisters but twins help us to relate that to other women, to show them that they too can experience it and understand the value of sisterhood and the value of working and collaborating with others. Because I promise you, I couldn't do it without her. Right. And other women, we can't do it without each other.
Yes. Exactly. And that is the spirit in which we connected, and understand that it's not about competition. It's about collaboration. We all have our assignment. And if we just stay true to our assignment, those who we have been designated to help will be there. And those you've been designated to help will be there. That's the beauty in this. And that's what I want everyone to see. That's why I'm excited that all of the individuals that are coming to you today, we're going to be playing together. We're going to have some joint venture programs and opportunities and collaborations that we can reach a broader audience. God didn't give us what he gave us to keep it under the bushel. He gave it so that we can share it, that we can put it out there. You know, I say over and over again, there are women right now in the year 2014 who don't have a voice, who can't be on a platform like this and express their desires, their goals, and their dreams, who can't even pick up a book to read, who can't think about owning a business because they don't have that right where they are. And I am opening the doors and standing in the space as the Pruitt twins are doing, as everybody that's coming across this platform, to be able to say, if it's possible for me, it's possible for you. No matter how long it takes, we just have to stay the course. We have to show up and do our work. And it doesn't have to be perfect, because I've had every reason in the book to quit and not do this Destiny Designers University.
But it's just really a touch in my heart, and I just want to jump up and down and just come and just high five you and bomb you, and because it's so true. What you're saying is, I'm gonna keep you anchored so she won't jump up and down. But so, I mean, and that's what we always talk about, is touching heart space. You're touching my heart space, because that's what it's about. That is truly what it's about. And if everybody could just get it, I wish I could open up everybody's head and just pour it in and just get it. It's about using your gifts to affect others and to serve others. It's no competition. It's enough for everybody. In fact, we need everybody.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I just and that's why I could jump right back there. That's why we clicked immediately. And it's not an accident. When you meet someone and your spirits are like this, it's because there's a common thread, that we know whose we are. We know about this work. We don't get caught up in us, because we know that we are giving glory to God through what we do and how we do it. And I especially love to play with people that understand. I make no apologies for that. You know, some people are like, oh, Stacey, don't tell everybody, you know, you believe in God, you might offend. No, I'm not trying to offend anybody. But I'm not going to not defend my Christ. So that is just how this works. It's a faith walk. It's being able to understand that we are here for a bigger purpose. We are here to really be lights in a very dark and confusing world. So what you're doing, how you're affecting change, I salute the two of you. I love the Wonder Twin power. It is awesome. I've always admired twins, and I said, oh, I wonder if my sisters and I would have been getting along better had we been twins. But now that I think about it, I think we still drove each other crazy.
Trust me, you want to probably more functional. Right. People think twins are just the best buddies and they never argue. I believe twins have more volatile relationships than people understand.
Yeah.
We were talking about some other twins, so you're probably good. You're good.
Well, that is, I'll treasure that. You know, my sister, one of my sisters is actually here with me and giving me dirty looks, you know, about talking about sisters. But you can't deal without your sisters. And, you know, it's just wonderful to have extended sisters from other mothers. I thank you for your work. I want people to know how they can follow what you're doing, all the exciting and new things coming down. Of course, there'll be some very unique opportunities that'll be offered in Destiny Designers University. But how can they follow the Pruitt twins? How can they see what's happening with these bad mamma jammas?
You can find us on the web. Our website is thepruittwins.com. That's the Pruitt, Pruitte, twins.com. And of course, we always love to engage with everybody on Facebook at Pruitt Twins. We're on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter as the Pruitt Twins.
Right.
So Facebook is the only one without the. So we're Pruitt Twins, Pruitte.
Love it, love it. So make sure you connect. You never know if they'll pop inside the community to comment and have fun and just play full out. And I so thank you. I so appreciate who both of you are. I pray God's continued blessings. I just love the fact that we like to have fun, because if it's not fun, I'm not doing it. So I am just for real. And I just look forward.
We thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I look forward to what's next. Enjoy the rest of this fourth quarter as we finish strong and we get ready to soar into 2015.
That's right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, sunshine. I told you enjoy the dynamic duo, the Pruitt twins. Oh, these sisters are just absolutely amazing. They're doing the do. They're making it happen. They're twin power. You can see that their energy, their excitement about life, about this platform that they're building is absolutely contagious. Thank you so much, my sisters, for being a part of the Destiny Designers University launch. This is really just an amazing opportunity for everyone across the world to see what a community of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. Do you get the theme? It should be in your sleep tonight. You'll hear my voice. Collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. You cannot do this life alone. You need the support of those who believe in you, those who want to help you, those who want to encourage you. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the front row before we get into the next set of featured experts. That's right, we're still going strong. You know, stamina in business. Cheryl Wood, Lucinda Cross, Che Rell, Trevor Otts, we know about that. We're the crazies that stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning, still doing Google Hangouts, talking about work. And Emma's like, well, you crazies go to sleep.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we know about stamina. Stamina in business and staying the course, but the front row. There's a poem that I share on the platform, and it speaks about who is sitting in your front row. You know, what kind of relationships you have that lift you, what kind of relationships that you have that encourage you, and which ones lean. The ones that always want to take. You know, some of the speakers talked about that before, who's taking from your life. There's never anything positive or good they have to say. They're always complaining about the same old thing, the same old tired story that they're not willing to change, and they never care about you. When was the last time you had someone call and ask you how you were doing and really waited long enough for you to answer? Most of the time, people just ask you how you're doing as a matter of formality. It's like, how you doing? They really don't care. They want to get on to the next thing that they need to ask you or they need to go through so they can accomplish their goals. But when somebody is willing to listen and somebody is willing to really just be in the space with you, it's a privilege. And those individuals that sit in your front row, that hear you, that see you, that appreciate you, those are the people that you celebrate. I am just overwhelmed today. I honestly am overwhelmed. I'm hanging on to every thread that the floodgates don't open up, because my front row, the people who are being a part of this live stream broadcast, the people who are sharing their information, their support, the exciting joint ventures that'll be launching here in Destiny Designers University is a testament to the fact that nothing is wasted. Everything that you do, every person that you invest in, every relationship that you kindle and you foster will bless you more than any monetary amount, but bless you in a way that makes your soul sing. And I just want to say thank you again to all of my dear friends and featured experts that have been a part of this Destiny Designers University launch. So I hear that there's some more requests in the Facebook group. There's a little button that says join a private Facebook group. You'll see it is blue right underneath where you're watching this broadcast. Just click on that so you can join the group, so you can get in the community, so you can get the information first of how to enroll in Destiny Designers University. So make sure you stay tuned. Make sure that you share this out. Tell somebody the good news. When I look at what's on the lineup on cable television, my face continues to drop. Lucinda and I were just talking about that. Are you kidding me? You'd rather put that on TV than some positive news and some examples of people who are making a difference and changing the world. We'd rather watch individuals run over each other, fight each other, tear each other's hair out, and just the craziness that we glorify, the things that our children are watching and thinking that is grown and good behavior. Share this with somebody who would like to see something new. We're going strong. We're going live. We are here at the Destiny Designers University launch. So thank you so much for tuning in. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I get to introduce to you the global visibility expert. Some of you might know and recognize her because she is the executive producer for the Tom Joyner Morning Show. She's an incredible individual, full of life and energy, and constantly giving back, helping to help other people be seen and their platform expanded. And she has a heart that is bigger than the state of Texas where she resides. And I'm just so thrilled to introduce you to her and for you to listen in with Nikki Wood.
Well, hello, sunshine. We are still going strong for the Destiny Designers University launch. I tell you, each moment that passes, I continue to be more grateful, more thankful, more appreciative of what God is allowing to happen in this moment, allowing for me to continue to bring to you the best and the brightest on the planet, individuals who believe in this platform and what I'm doing with launching Destiny Designers University, individuals who sit in my front row that I like to play with. And of course, I only play with the best. And it's the ones who are bringing their value to the marketplace. They understand that this life is about collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. So as we focus on what is next for us, as we focus on all the wonderful things that you'll be able to tap into as a member of Destiny Designers University, you get to meet some incredible people who are not just talking about it, they are living it each and every day. And what impresses me the most is that their hearts are so huge and they're truly committed to making a difference, not just to millions, but even if it's one-on-one, to make sure that you understand your value and what it is that you are contributing to our global marketplace. So now, I have the global visibility expert here with us today. She is absolutely the bomb.com. You might know her or seen her name around because she produces a pretty popular morning radio show for Tom Joyner, but she's an author, she's a speaker, she's a teacher, she's a coach, she's everything bottled up into this beautiful body of giving back her expertise, her talents, of what she has learned to help people really get seen. If you're doing good things and nobody knows about you, well, it's a little rough coming up the side of the mountain. But if you can get that visibility, if you can just position yourself to share your value, the whole world can and will change. So I'm grateful. I'm excited to introduce to you my girl, Miss Nikki Woods. Woo! And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's like I'm just so always in awesome of you and of you and your energy, and I love being in the same space with you because I walk away with just the best feeling. So I am so happy to be here to talk with you about this stuff today.
Thank you so much, Nikki. And, we're just excited to have you and understand what you're doing, on so many different levels to make a difference. It's beyond impressive. It's the reality and the authenticity of who you are and how humble you are doing your work, not looking for the accolades, but just consistently making a difference in people's lives. Nikki, what was your inspiration? And where was the connection made when you realized what God had given you and how you wanted to use and share that with the world?
You know, I don't know. I think that it's just something I've always done. I think that I started to move in it, I think, more gracefully when I stopped fighting it. I think for a lot of us, our purpose and our passion is so deeply connected to who we are that we do it and we don't even think about it. It's like somebody told me one time that just hearing me talk was a blessing because I had such a great voice. And my response was like, it's just, that's what I do. I just talk, it's not like I do anything different. But being in radio, obviously that's a great quality to have. And so it's like we look beyond and we look for something that's, making noise and thunder and bolts and lightning. And sometimes it's just who we are and how we do what we do. And so once I realized that, I think I became inspired to do more of that and just to be, more of who I am and offer that on different levels. I think all of my career and my purpose is bottled up in people being seen and being heard and their messages, being delivered to the world and what that looks like. So whether it's radio or YouTube or writing a book or writing a blog or talking to different people who do different things, it's all about the message and how that's delivered. And that's just who I am and what I do. And so accepting that instead of looking outside of that for something, that's going to come with glitter and gold, it's just who I am. And I think that's what's inspiring.
That is awesome. And, getting to that place where you just accept who you are and how fabulous you are. Because sometimes we try to, like you said, we want all the lightning bolts and everything to come out of the sky and say, whoa, you're here, but you have it. And that unique, authentic place that you live in, that's so amazing. So in your work, doing this work around being a global visibility expert, what have you found as a common thread when you're working with people, when you're talking with people? How do they move to that understanding? What do you find has helped them the most and helped you really be able to show them this is where you need to be? And, in order for them to work with you and to invest in and to understand that, what's been that common thread that has allowed you to open up the conversation even more?
Well, I work with a lot of businesses and I work with a lot of people who are trying to develop their brand. And so it's moving them from a place of selling, I guess, to serving. It's moving them from broadcasting what they're doing to having conversations, real conversations and interactions around that. I mean, I think that we have moved beyond using social media just to connect with friends and family, and we realize how beneficial it can be for our business. But it's continuing to have those conversations and not just selling what you're doing, which I think is the biggest switch for people. And learning that even though it's social media and it's online, it's really still about being social and interacting and serving and giving value to people. I think once you give value, people will then invest in whatever you're doing, but you have to give that value first. So that's the switch from selling to serving. And when you do that, it's over. It's done. Your visibility becomes almost not instantaneous, but it starts to grow quite quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the favorite quotes that I use all the time, comes from Gandhi. He says the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And I think that's huge, because when you can help people get what they want, when you can help them and serve them in a way that brings value, you automatically have a lifelong commitment, because all of us want to know that somebody cares. All of us wants to know that someone can be helpful, that we're not just trying to take from life, but we're actually giving. So if you were to give just one little nugget that we're going to put in the feed. Now, Nikki said a lot of things. So if you heard something that resonated with you, that you're like, wow, I didn't think about it like that. Go from selling to serving. Put that in the feed at Nikki Woods. Let people know what it is that's happening right now, what we're sharing. I'm bringing you the experts. You're getting just a little teaser on what's possible and what you'll be able to have access to in Destiny Designers University. So share it out. Let people know about Nikki Woods and what she's saying here right now. And Nikki, we'll give them one more just because the holidays are here and we're in a extra giving mood. What would be one tip you would give them as they think about closing out this year strong? There's less than, 30 days left in the year. What can they do? One thing that they can do to really position themselves to take advantage of working with someone like you and investing in some of the classes that we'll be offering, but they can do on their own right now.
Well, I think the biggest thing is just start. I mean, not to write this year off. I think that if we want to start 2015 strong, we have to end 2014 strong. We can't just say, okay, the holidays are here, nobody's paying attention. You know, as an entrepreneur, we don't have days off. We don't sleep full night. You know, hustlers take naps. We don't go to bed. That's what you have to keep in mind. I mean, whatever your area is to either start or turn up what you're doing. We don't stop serving because it's the holidays. We don't stop giving because it's the holidays. We don't sit back and wait. And those who are great, I don't think ever do. People ask, like, you know, with all of that, you know, the things that I'm doing, how do I continue to do it? And it's like asking me how I continue to breathe. You just do it. It's just who we are. And so once you find that place, if you haven't found it yet, that place within you that wakes you up every morning, keeps you up at night, gets you out of bed when you want to be, you know, watching. I discovered Netflix, and that was probably the worst thing that I could do, because you can watch a whole season of something on a Saturday. But sometimes I can't do it because I know there's somebody that I can be helping. And when you come from that place, it's not work. It's never work. It's just what we do. I couldn't do it any other way. And so you have to find that. And when you find that, you have to start. And you have to start offering it to the world. And it's just like a snowball effect.
Awesome. Hashtag start now at Nikki Woods. And here's my favorite one. Hustlers take naps. We don't sleep.
We don't go sleep. I sleep in 2-hour intervals, you know, because it's just who we are. And it brings me so much joy that I don't want to miss any of it. There's going to be a time when I sleep through the night, but it's not going to be for a few decades. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then the added bonus is that we share the Jamaican heritage. And you know that old joke from a show way back when that said we have 10 jobs. So we have a lot of things to do. But Nikki, I know your time is extra valuable, and I just appreciate you taking time out and committing to be here and to just share a little bit of the wonder of who you are. And if people want to find out more, they want to connect with you and follow what you're doing in addition to having access to you in Destiny Designers University, how can they do that?
Well, they can just Google me, Nikki Woods, NIKKIWOODS. That's where I am on all the platforms, Twitter, Facebook, all social media. And I always tell people it's easier to tweet me than to call me. So it really is a great way to find me and what I'm doing. And then my website is nikkywoodsmedia.com. But I just want to take a moment to applaud you, because this is quite the undertaking. So I appreciate you being obedient to the spirit and giving, you know, a place for us all, no matter what level we're on. I mean, you provide that excellence, that that education, that information, and that connection for us to develop relationships and collaborations. And that's, you know, part of the support system we need as entrepreneurs. And so I appreciate you for doing that.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, my sister. I tell you, you are amazing. You continue to inspire me, inspire so many. God's blessings on what you're doing. And I can't wait to play and have some more fun as we turn up full throttle for 2015. And I wish you blessings for the holidays. Everybody stay tuned. You don't know who's next. And make sure you go on the feed. Nikki might pop by and actually answer you. So go ahead to Destiny Designers University or Destiny Designers Community on Facebook. Just do a search. It'll be right there. You can actually share it on the top of your screen. See a little Facebook icon or Twitter icon and just share that out. And we'll be right back. Bye-bye, Nikki.
Bye, Stacey. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, hello. On Facebook, just do a search. It'll be right there. You can actually share it on the top of your screen. Hello, sunshine. Don't you just love Nikki Whip? Oh, she is just absolutely incredible. Love her energy. My Jamaican sister just doing an amazing job and amazing work. Nikki shared a lot. So I want you to go back in the feed. If you're asking me, where's that feed? What are you talking about, Stacey? Right underneath where you're viewing, you'll see a little line that says if you have questions or comments, join our private Facebook group. And just click on that link, private Facebook group, and it will take you to Destiny Designers Community. If you want to do it the old-fashioned way, you can go to Facebook and just do a search for Destiny Designers Community, and you'll find us there. And if you want to share this with someone and let them know what is happening here for the Destiny Designers University launch, just go right above your screen and click on the Facebook icon or the Twitter icon. Share it out. You know, just be a part of the economy of givers economy at Trevor Otts, my dear friend. That's what this is about, giving, sharing, spreading the love, the work that God has allowed us to do to be a blessing to so many people. But stay tuned, don't go far, because we have a powerhouse lineup still going for the latter half of today's launch. And now, I've been bringing to you an incredible lineup of individuals who have played an integral part in my life and my support base, my front row, those who believe in what I'm doing. And now I get to introduce to you my original coach, the one who inspired me from afar at first. He was good friends with a friend of mine. I'll shout out to C. Thomas Gambrell. And he kept telling me about this guy, and you know, he's doing a great job, and you know, he wrote this book, and he's a great speaker. I'm like, well, who is he? Who is this person? And I went one day to finally go and see him, and he was talking about walking with the tiger, and you know, just the things that you need to do to align yourself to grow. And there was still a part of me that said, well, I'm doing pretty good. You know, I don't know if I really need that much help, but, you know, I'll check it out. You know, ego, edging God out and getting in the way. And I said, wow, after listening to him and hearing him, I said, nah, there's a connection here. There's something. There's a reason why God has allowed our paths to cross. And I thank God every day that he allowed me the opportunity to connect with what I call my brother from another mother. He's the original. I say that for a few people, but he's the original person that I said that about, my brother from another mother. He actually has the same name as my husband, so living with two of them, OMG. But he is a phenomenal speaker, coach. He is the founder of Small Business Camp. He has traveled the world, literally, from the United States to Africa to St. Croix, teaching people how to start and sustain businesses, how to write books in 30 days, how to be able to change and transform their lives as a result of the coaching and the support that he's been able to give. But more important to me, he's been a true brother and a true friend. And I get to introduce him to you today on the launch of Destiny Designers Community, none other than the man himself, Mr. Andrew Morrison.
All right, thank you so much. Wow, what a wonderful introduction, man. Glad to be here. The only thing missing is my theme music, you know. Okay. Yeah, probably I get money.
Oh, yeah. Next time. We don't have a copyright for that yet. No, okay, so no theme music right now. But thank you, my brother, for being here, for being a part of this launch. I am just excited that you made it here with your busy schedule. You're out there changing the world, making things happen, and you said, I wouldn't miss this, sis, for the world.
Absolutely. I don't know what I was coming here for, but your name was attached to it. I was like, I gotta be here.
Like, I gotta show up. See, that's what happens when you get the brothers to do what you want to do. Exactly. They just follow. But I thank you. Thank you for who you are, for the kind of work that you're doing, and being in alignment with God's direct will for your life. Sure. But Andrew, on this journey, people know you and see you. You're this celebrity all over the planet.
I'm not a celebrity. I'm a humble servant. I'm just, I work in the background.
But those of us that know the truth, know what you've done, what you've accomplished. What was it for you, and when did you connect with God's divine calling on your life to be able to do this and to provide the platform that you have?
Well, that's a great question, and someone helped me to better answer the question by changing the question. They said to me, Andrew, I'm not so much concerned when you discovered it. I want to know how long you've been running from it. Okay.
Wow, wait, pause. How long you been running from your calling? At Andrew Morrison, put that in the feed.
Exactly.
Okay.
How long have you been running from it? And unfortunately, I realized I've been running from this since high school. In high school, they called me Dear Abby. Everyone came to me with their problems.
Oh.
In college, they called me a pill. I said, why do you call me a pill? Andrew tend to give us advice that's good for us, but it's hard to swallow. And so all my life, I've been serving, I've been encouraging, I've been supporting people, helping them move to the next level. But I thought that was framed as being a social worker. And shout out to all the social workers out there, but I wanted to reach more people, than simply working in a social care agency. But guess what? My world has become my agency. And so now I get a chance to travel, as you said, all around the world, finding people, just like the folks who are watching us right now, and helping them to connect their passion to a profitable for-profit or nonprofit organization. You can do a nonprofit, do well, and do good by serving others.
I love that. What have you been running from? Wow, that's something to think about. And I know that we've had conversations about what to do and how to do it, and what you've been so encouraging in that space and understanding.
Have I really been encouraging you? Because your husband's giving permission, We have the same name. He said, Andrew, swing. Whatever you got to say.
They got to gang up on it, man, too, Andrew.
Exactly.
No, but the good news is that because of your work, you stir a lot of people up. If you haven't experienced Andrew Morrison, he will get on your last nerve. But in a good way.
There you go.
In a good way that makes you so uncomfortable that you can't be comfortable being in the same place and really growing. Right. But what has kept you grounded, Andrew? You do a lot of work. You pour out a lot. How do you stay focused and grounded? Where do you get the strength from?
I do the same thing the master teacher does. Jesus got away. Anytime there was turmoil, there was trouble, he was the one preacher that spent more time on vacation than anything else. And so we need to spend time retreating. And my retreat is contemplation. It's silence. People may call it meditation. And so I may go on 3-day silent retreats. No talking. Can you
no talking?
Yeah. But for 3 or 4 days.
3 days, no talking.
Uh-oh. I need to try it. And I want to encourage everyone to see the value in doing absolutely nothing. That's how you become grounded. No cell phones, no social media, no inputs. Yes. You begin to hear your authentic voice. You begin to hear the voice of God, and you begin to be more attuned to what's next for you. And so you have to unplug. You have to unplug from this matrix and begin to know why you're really sent, who sent you, and what your task is.
Wow, that's a big challenge. Silent retreat for 3 days straight. Oh my goodness. I've taken smaller retreats, not quite 3 days. But it's true. There is truth to that, because whenever I am still and whenever I unplug, that is when things become a lot clearer and I can hear what God is saying. And after this launch, I might take a 3-day retreat. I might need to listen to all of what's happening and how this is growing. But
congratulations on speaking your vision into existence. Many people have had ideas like these, and regretfully they go to the grave with their ideas. And so I want to commend you for stepping out, not simply on faith, because people have this notion of faith being something that's simply out there, but you stepped out on your experiences. You stepped out on your connections. So congratulations to Stacy. A round of applause for making this happen. And having so many incredible speakers here, and so I'm just delighted to be a part of this journey.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. What would you share, as everybody's watching, you gave us a challenge. That's a big challenge. Put that in the feed. Who can do a 3-day silent retreat and just contemplate? Let's do a challenge. We might do that challenge for the beginning of the year. We'll give you some credit for it. But we're going to do a challenge of unplugging and being silent so we can really center.
Yeah. Let's work together and plan it. I think you're an event planner. I think you can plan
it. Some of my skills.
Right.
Yeah,
this girl got some skills. You are overqualified for your calling. You're overqualified. You're overqualified. You better not be going to school for anything else, okay? No more doctorate degrees, no. Because you have too many skills. Far too many skills.
Oh, you are kind, and I thank you for that.
She can MC, she can mop.
I know, right? We got 50 jobs, you can do it all well.
But doing it all well, that's the key.
Well,
It's your excellence. It's your fabulousness. I mean, just look at
my brother now. Makes me feel good.
Hair done, nails done, everything done, the toes done. I mean, I'm sorry.
See, we have too much fun together. This is authentic. This is how we get down all the time. And you heard me talk earlier about mentoring in medicine and the importance of sharing that conference. Remember, mentoringinmedicine.org or medicalmentor.org. Either one will take you right to the site for this conference on December 13th. And I talked about Dr. Lynn Holden, who founded that incredible organization, her labor of love and her calling. Well, this is Dr. Lynn Holden's other half. He would like to think better half, but she's the better half.
No. I want her to be the better half.
She is a better half, and just amazing. What can you say, Andrew, about watching your wife build this incredible platform outside of what you're doing, your small business camp? You're helping people, Africa, United States, St. Croix, create this new reality, and your wife is building this dynamic platform of exposing young people to careers in health and science. How proud do you feel of her?
Well, my first question to you is, who do you think really is building it? I'm building it. I enjoy being the wind beneath someone's wings. And I mention this to say because people see you, but they don't see your husband. You know, if people see someone on the outside, but they don't know about who's on the inside, who's really undergirding you and actually supporting you. And so I enjoy folks calling me Mr. Holden sometimes. I enjoy them not knowing.
Laughing.
Right. It's okay. It's all good. The money comes home. But I simply enjoy being behind the scenes. I really do, to the point where I need to be more like you. I need to be more out there. But the point of me kind of stepping out is really to help people realize that you're never alone, that there's always somebody else who's supporting an entrepreneur to go to the next level. And so this whole notion of this Lone Ranger does not exist, and we need to actually destroy it. And when I was younger and I built a big company at an early age, people thought it was me, and I kept on telling them it's not me. I've got advisors who are behind me, who are in my ear, telling me what to do and what not to do. This is really the importance of having a support system. So yeah, congrats to Dr. Holden for the great job with mentoring in medicine. But her greatest job, which is everyone's greatest job, is that she knows how to listen. It really is. It's a gift. And sometimes I have to turn up the volume.
Oh, I'm
you
with
appreciate
this.
that, right?
Yes.
And getting folks to listen. But all of us need to have a listening posture. And listening does not equal acceptance. Listening speaks to understanding. It speaks to empathy. It speaks to a connection. It speaks to understanding someone else's data points. And by you looking at their data points, you can really begin to plot your own course when it comes to your own success.
Wow, that was a lot. Are you catching all of this? Listening for the understanding. I mean, Andrew, we could stay here all day because that's just how much you have to give, to have to pour in. You master your work. You just don't do it. You master it. Right. And I can tell you, he stays a student. He's always on the latest technology, the newest thing that's on the market before the rest of us know.
I'm following your lead. It's people like you make me look so smart. It's my clients, So the same technology you're using here, shoot, I'm going to be doing it. I'm going to be sitting up there. Producer, I listen.
You listen.
Yeah. You got a great university partnership here. Shout out to St. John's. I mean, we need to be playing some ads for St. John's, and
Well, yes. Well, it was an undisclosed location until you just disclosed it, but.
Well, we need to make it disclosed because they're a sponsor. But
yes,
anyway.
they are, and I'm proud of my alma mater, but you are. Andrew Robinson.
I see money.
Gotta love it.
I can't help myself. I see money. I'm up in here seeing money, seeing opportunities, and we need to get them write up a big check because they will write us a big check. But another conversation.
Another conversation. You see what happens? You see what happens when we play in my front row, the kind of people that challenge me constantly to dream a bigger dream. I was having a conversation with Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton after we were just live, just talking about ideas. That's what this is about. You can't grow by yourself. You need people, you need the network, and I want to create this platform because you don't know what you don't know until you don't know what you don't know.
Right.
And having that support, that's what these life skills, leadership, and personal development training is all about at Destiny Designers University, where we graduate to the next best level of ourselves. We are doing the thing. 2015. Watch out. We finishing strong, my brother.
That's what's
and
up.
We're going to make it happen.
That's what's
hey,
up.
hey. It's all in New York in the house.
Brooklyn.
Bronx. But now we're just cutting up because that's what we get to do when we live our divine gift. When we allow God to use us to be a blessing. When we take ourselves out of the way and we're not so focused on what man will say, but that God's name gets the glory through everything that we do.
Amen.
So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for this platform. I'm grateful for today. And Andrew, you know how much I love you and I appreciate you. He drives us all crazy, but we love him to life because you do it from a place of sincerity, from honesty. I've seen what you've done in the lives of so many who are eternally grateful for how you sparked the fire underneath them to live their divine gift. So check him out at smallbusinesscamp.com. He's always in the islands. I don't understand what's going on, why I haven't been invited to train down there yet, but that's a sidebar conversation. Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton, we're going to have a conversation with Mr. Morrison.
I'm getting the country ready for you guys. I'm getting the country ready. But let me raise a quick point to everyone who's watching right now. I want to make sure that everyone focuses on how they package their gift. All right, how they begin to brand their brilliance and how they can begin to maximize their revenue. And so congratulations, you're using this platform as a way to brand your gift. The next thing now is all of us need to listen carefully to how other people are making money and begin to imitate those successful systems. And so guess what? I'm looking at actually, I don't mind sharing this right now, I'm actually looking at starting a school because of the business model around the school. And guess what? There's a thing called student loans. Guess what? There's things called scholarships that I can receive as a school as opposed to simply being a coach. And so my point to everyone right now is be careful of the label you use to describe yourself. Sometimes that will limit you, okay? One of your labels is event planner. Next label, strategist. Right, event strategist, okay? Next label I see you as is, celebrity TV star interview. I mean, so, you have tremendous potential based upon that label. And so everyone can be open to changing your label. Yes. You'll change your income.
Yes, absolutely. And I told you before, and I've changed. See, Andrew knows the days when I was juggling, trying to build 2 different platforms at the same time and figuring it all out. But now the branding is clearer than clear and exciting about what's happening, what we're building here. This is history. You're a part of history. We've documented it together. And thank you, my brother, for being here. Stay tuned because right now I have another special treat for you. See, Andrew does a lot with internet marketing and getting the information out there with your business. And the next person that you're about to hear from, she is a multi-million-dollar earner as a superior internet marketer. She's absolutely incredible. She and her sister have this amazing company of how they're changing lives and helping people to earn personal economies on the internet. Who knew? So stay tuned for my time with Alicia Little. You don't want to miss this one. You want to share it out in the feed. Remember, the group is right there underneath where you're watching me. Just press the Facebook icon on the top or on the bottom where it says private Facebook group. Click on that, join the group, join the conversation, share it out on Facebook and Twitter. We made it simple for you. It's all right here. If you can see my face and see Andrew's face and you can see the icon, share it. Let's go viral today. Hashtag Destiny Designers and at Destiny Design U on Instagram and Twitter. All right, enjoy my time with Alicia Little. Hello, sunshine. We are still live with our special featured experts at the Destiny Designers University launch. I am just so excited. I continue to bring to you the best on the planet. I only play with the best. And those who are experts in their particular industry, those who are contributing to the greater good. And let me tell you, you're going to hear this over and over and over again. It's about collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. It's about individuals who can sit in your front row and actually contribute to how you broaden the scope of the value we can bring to the marketplace. So right now, I get to introduce another one of these fabulous experts to you. She is absolutely amazing. When we met, we instantly clicked. Her energy, her vibe, her just great desire to see people happy and thriving with what they have. She understands her divine assignment. She understands what it is to be able to help free people from the mindset lock that they might have on how they can create personal economies and just really go to a whole new level. She's an internet marketing
expert. I call her the internet marketing maven. She knows all the secrets, the ins and outs of social media, on membership sites. She's created opportunities globally for people to be able to tap in to opportunities that are now available as a result of the Super Information Highway. She has mastered it. She has helped me be able to create a bigger picture and vision for how I can bring these services to you. She's absolutely a sweetheart to work with. She's a lot of fun. She is another one of my sisters from another mother. You know, that's a running theme. I have a whole lot of siblings out there. But it's individuals that I play with, that I have fun with, that understand the mission and the greater vision. So, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the talented, the beautiful, the absolutely amazing Alicia Little. Hello, darling.
Hello, what an introduction. I am definitely going to send that to my mom so she can listen to all the great things that you said about me. You're absolutely wonderful, Stacey, and I'm so excited to be here with you and all of your people. So I'm excited.
Thank you so much, my dear. And I know how busy you are, and we're making this happen across the waters. You know, that is the beauty of being able to do this work and this platform. That's why I'm creating this virtually so everybody can tap in and have access to the resources. But Alicia, I know that your story didn't just start with you being the $1 million internet marketer that you are. Like, you had to build and grow to that. So I would love for you to just share what it was that inspired you to tap into your greatness, to tap into what God had already given you so that you can design this whole opportunity and lifestyle, not only for yourself, but for everyone who comes in contact with you.
Right. So really there were a lot of different things that inspired me, but it was people. It was the people that I saw living their dreams. I just posted this on my Facebook wall, but my friend Dwayne Golden, you know Dwayne, Stacey?
Yes. Well, through the internet. We haven't met personally.
Right. He's amazing. So he said, I wrote it down. Let me try to remember what he said this morning. But when I was talking to him this morning, he was creating new things and he was doing all this exciting stuff. And I was like, Dwayne, do you ever sleep? And what he said back to me is that I don't want to die with my dreams inside me. I want to act now. And when I was listening to him and he went on to talk about it, he was saying that he had met a lot of people and a lot of entrepreneurs who died with their dreams inside of them. So that's why he acts now. He gets things done now. It's just by the inspiration of a lot of entrepreneurs that I saw that working online, living my own dream was possible. So we know that our good friend Les Brown says that all the time, right? It's possible. And when you really understand that it's possible, that's when you know that the sky's the limit and you can achieve what you want to achieve. But what inspires me every day as I continue on this journey is the emails that I get from our students who, send me a quick email and let me know what they have done online from my teaching that's changed their lives. And it's the impact that we can make on other people's lives that will give us the energy as entrepreneurs that we need to keep going and to make a difference in the world. That's what I like to wake up to every morning.
I love that. And I love what he shared, because we can't die with our dreams in us. God gave us our talents and our skills to use. It's not about hiding it under the bushel. It's about sharing it out with the world. And Alicia, I'm really a living testament of that, because I could have delayed this whole Destiny Designers University. Honey, and more reasons than one. But I knew that why wait? Just last night we were doing a bonus in preparation for the launch and listening to a girlfriend of mine who was participating, all excited. Stacey, I'm in, I can't wait. And then in an instant, everything changed because she just lost her aunt. So all the plans, the holiday plans, all the excitement around this time of year has shifted instantly because someone's life is no longer present. And we don't know the day, the time, the hour. It's not something that we want to deal with, and it's not easy. But the only way we can really live this life, and like Dwayne said, not die full, but die empty, is to be able to walk that talk. Whatever it is that we claim we want to do, that we want to pursue, what's the worst that can happen?
That's right.
What's the worst that can happen? Now tell me, Alicia, have you failed at anything before? Just confess to me and a few hundred people.
Let me see. I have failed fast, and I fail often. And it's through my failures that I have learned the most, Stacey, for real. I mean, I'm sure you can say this as well, but I've had a lot of successful projects, lots of success in life, but it's through those things and the campaigns that we do that suck, that nobody buys the product we put out there, or we throw an event and 5 people show up instead of the 500 we wanted. Yeah, I failed all the time. I fail, but I think that as entrepreneurs, if we don't say, I'm going to let myself fail, and when I fail, I'm going to look back at what that failure was and why it failed and learn from it so that I can even be better. I think that when we allow ourselves to fail and we give ourselves permission to fail, then we also are giving ourselves permission to take risks and to go for what we want to go for. It's like when we're afraid of failure, we're not going to take this step because we're like, well, Stacy, I don't know if I should write this ebook because I don't know if anybody will buy it. If you're too afraid of failure, then you never will get to that next step. So I always tell people fail fast and fail often.
Hold on. That is a posting tweetable moment. If you're listening to this, fail fast, fail often. Oh my goodness. And move forward. Everybody, right now, stop what you're doing. Put that in the feed. If you're in the Destiny Designers University group, you need to put that in the feed. That is a tweetable one. Just go right above your screen. You'll see a share button. It says Facebook icon, Twitter icon. Just share that out. That's what it's about. Being able to share what we have, because your takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. And this is being watched worldwide. So you don't know who's listening. There are people out there who are looking at Alicia, who are looking at all of my special guests, who maybe even looking at me and saying, wow, I can't believe a woman has a voice like that's sharing information, because in 2014, there's still women whose voices are silent. So we stand in their space. We open doors for them. We are holding the vision for them to step through when they have those opportunities available in their country, that they can be able to do and talk about a bigger life for themselves. So I don't take this platform for granted. This is a blessing. This is an opportunity to bring you the experts who understand and realize and know what it takes to graduate to that next best version of yourself, as our university motto states. Now, Alicia, you said fail fast, fail often. You've also been able to learn so much on this journey that you continue to share. I would like you to just give a little bit. We're not going to give it all away because they're going to have to be a part of the university to get the real secret sauce between us. But I would love for you to just share what you find to be the common thread with the people that you work with as you show them the different strategies on what they can do. What was it initially that was stopping them from taking that next step? When you talk about that failure and not wanting to go to that next step, what do you see as the common thread that seems to come up over and over again as you deal with new students?
It's an easy one. The new students that invest in themselves are the one that see success the fastest, right? Just to give you an example, I had a lady who came to me and said she was working on her book. She'd been working on her book for 7 years, but she had never bought a course on how to write a book in 7 days. She had never invested in any sort of coach or anything to help her. When she did, I told her, find a coach, read some other books on how to get it done. When she did, she was done within 30 days, 7 years in the making, and then 30 days later she was done. And it's because she invested in herself, bought material that will help her learn, invested in a coach, and then she went to the next level. So the common thread that I see, and people will tell you this, Stacy, all the time, that when they start to invest in themselves, when they start to increase their education, when they start to take it to the next level, that's when they see the greatest success. I always talk about when I started in internet marketing. So when I started, my ex-husband had a product he wanted to promote and wanted to promote it on the internet. So I really started to get into, how do you promote things on the internet? So every night that there was a teleseminar, this was way back in the year 2000. So there weren't webinars and Google Hangouts back then. It was teleseminars. So I would grab my phone and listen in to all these teleseminars. It was like Armin Morin, Alex Mendozian, the internet marketers that were doing teleseminars back in the day. 6 days a week, usually, I was on somebody's teleseminar listening. I bought books and videos, and then when, as the industry started to progress, I went to events and, as much as I could. But the minute that I started investing in myself, that's when sales increased. And I will tell you that me and my sister talk about this all the time, but every week, 7 days in a week, we buy probably 3 to 4 products in a week. Be that a book, a course, an ebook. Some weeks are a lot more than that, a software program, but we're always investing in ourselves. You won't catch me, with a week gone by, you won't catch me not having bought something that will help me to increase myself and what I do and who I am. So that's really important to me. And I will say that, when people ask me questions on internet marketing, I can answer almost any question, but that is because I'm so well read and so, I buy the newest courses and ebooks so that I can continue to learn and pour that knowledge in my head. So I always tell people, invest in yourself, and that's when you're going to see the greatest success.
Awesome. And I totally understand it. It's amazing. Alicia, you've earned in the $1 million bracket. So for you to talk about investing in yourself and your commitment to do that means that you're a perpetual student. Like, you never think that you've gotten to the point where you know everything.
Always.
You continue to learn and grow.
Never.
And that's what's just amazing. Our friend Les Brown does the same thing. George Fraser. Like, people who have achieved a certain level, you don't stop growing. You continue to learn. You continue to soak in that knowledge and invest in yourself at the level in which you want other people to invest in you.
That's it. There you go. Well said.
So, darling, I know how busy you are. You are overseas changing the world in the beautiful Isle of Jamaica that we share and love. And I continue to wish you blessings on the work that you're doing. I'm excited about what we'll be doing together. I'm excited about your support of the Destiny Designers University launch. But if people want to just stay connected and find out a little bit more about my dynamic, Alicia Little, how can they do that?
Right. Well, I'll be part of Destiny's Designs. I'm part of what Stacey is doing, so keep in touch with what she's doing, and that's definitely the best way to connect. You can also find me on Facebook if you search for Alicia Little, ALICIALYTTLE. You can send me a message, ask me any questions that you want to over Facebook. But I will say, Stacey, the best way to keep in touch is through what you're doing, because I'm really excited about what you're doing, and I will say that I love it. I love what it's all about. I know that I've been really blessed in my life and that it's an honor to be able to teach other people. I have the ability to teach anyone how to make money online, how to find their skills and how to turn those skills into cash, into what they have right now, into what they will have in the future, into cash. And if we, I'm talking about me, but we as entrepreneurs or people who have been blessed like me and you to have these skills, if we do not share them with other people, if we do not impact other lives and make other people's lives better, then we're definitely not acknowledging the blessings that we've been given. So I really do think that it's our duty to be able to share with as many people as possible. And with what you've done and all the great people that you've brought together, it's a great opportunity for people to take their lives to the next level, their businesses to the next level. So I'm really looking forward to working with everybody. And thank you so much, Stacey, for allowing me to be part of it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I love you to life. And this is just exciting. 2015 is going to be absolutely awesome. We're going to close out strong for 2014 and make our mark, leave our legacy. Continue blessings to you, my sister, and send some sunshine to the East Coast.
I will. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello, sunshine. We are still here. Some of you have been riding with us since this morning. You haven't missed a beat. You haven't missed any of the master experts that have come to share their insight, their wisdom, to be a true support to me. I really am overflowing with gratitude in this moment. The way God will allow His name to get the glory. Amen. When you put Him first, when you seek His counsel, when you allow Him to connect you with those who are destined to be a part of your life. And today, that is what it's been filled with. Person after person, expert after expert. Not only they're experts and just fabulous in their own right, These are my friends. These are the people that I can call. These are the people that I play with. These are the people that are changing the world one person at a time. And I'm going to do my best right now not to get too emotional, because right now we have a surprise guest who fought her way through to be here. I told her she didn't have to worry because she's going through a lot right now. And I want to shout out to her mom, who she's been caring for. You know, unforeseen illness that shifted the priorities in their life for going on 2 weeks. And in the midst of all of that, in the midst of just thanking God for healing and restoration in the middle of the challenge, that she would push her way through traffic, push her way through just a packed agenda of everything she's had to adjust in order to accommodate the needs of her mother. For her to still be determined to be here speaks volumes of the woman that you can read about on her website. But she is the words that she speaks. When we first met, it was so funny. We were on a panel together for Rainbow Push Coalition. And we conversed a little bit online in preparation for this whole panel. And when we connected, her energy, her spirit was just so alive. I said, girlfriend, I just love you and what you bring to this space. Someone who is confident in who she is, someone who understands God's gifting on her life, someone who has led a prayer call for women to join in and just pray. See, a lot of us are afraid to talk about our faith. We're afraid to stand on that faith. We're afraid to be witnesses in a very dark world, but she is unapologetically bad to the bone. She created a platform for individuals and women to be able to play at a whole new level. She only hangs with the best. She's all around the country, all around the world. People are calling her, wanting her to be on their shows, be interviewed as an expert. Even the White House has her as part of their counsel when it comes to faith-based organizations and initiatives. She is absolutely a hardworking, determined, accomplished child of God. Dee Marshall is an incredible blessing to this planet. She has truly blessed my soul, blessed my spirit. Once again, understanding it's not about competition, it's about collaboration. And when we can see each other in our greatness, when we can celebrate each other in our greatness, there's so much more we can do by leading by example. And I am so grateful to her right now for coming all this way to say, Stacey, I could not miss this. I wanted to be here with you, sis. And I love her for it. I love her for who she is. I love her for the platform that she has created that is changing lives daily. You're going to hear more about her and her platform, but right now I'm about to bring her up to the stage, none other than the beautiful, talented, gorgeous, bad mama jamma herself, Dee Marshall. Woo! And the crowd goes wild. Oh, right back at you, my sister.
Oh my goodness, this is so exciting! Congratulations.
Dee, thank you. Thank you. You are the words that you speak. When it comes to prayer, when it comes to work, when it comes to helping other women, Dee, you do it like no other.
Thank you.
You are amazing. You really are. And God is just so good. I mean, even to the extent where we meet people that we have in common, like Micheline.
Yes.
Immediately, we love Dee.
Oh my goodness.
And the world is so connected
Yes.
when God puts us together.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
you are doing an amazing work. Dee, where did your inspiration come? How did this all begin for you? Where did you connect with God's calling on your life?
You know what? Did I ever tell you the story of, I worked on Wall Street on September, and I worked there, and I was there on September 11th. So the call on my life, you know, things were already percolating. God was already moving in my life in that season. And just having gone through that, I mean, I worked at One New York Plaza, so down 33 flights of stairs. I was the second person to the elevator on that day. Wow. Yeah. And the reason I know I was the second person to the elevator because the elevator door shut and they wouldn't, and that was the last trip down. But that was the season where, you know, I pressed God. I pressed God on all sides. And I said, you know, what is the meaning of life? I was just so crushed. I was so hurt. I was so young and naive. Like, who, you know, hates us Americans, so much that they would want to kill, innocent lives. So just having gone through September 11th, already in the season of trying to find my purpose in life, and so that was part of the inspiration. Actually, it was a defining moment, I will say. That was the season, it was a defining moment. In fact, September 12th, I woke up that morning trying to get my head around what happened.
Right.
Did that happen? Did something happen? I was trying to piece this thing together because I literally, on September 11th, I started running at 9:02 and didn't get home back to Jersey until about 4:30ish. And that night, went to bed. I always tell the story that I had an adult beverage. In fact, I went to the package store. So for all the churchy folks, I'm sorry. Listen, it just is what it is. I went to the beverage store, got a beverage to help me. And now, I no issues with alcohol, but I don't know what possessed me to go to the beverage store so I could sleep through the night. Woke up the next day, and I literally, on September 12th, I had these questions that showed up for me. If I died yesterday, would I have any regrets?
Wow.
And then this was in my devotional, and I know you'll appreciate this in your viewers. When you get where you're going, where will you be? When you get what you want, what will you have? And when you have all that you want, will it be worth Christ dying?
Woo! Wait, stop. Repeat that again. In the feed right now, Destiny Designers Community at D. Marshall. That was rewind. The Jamaicans coming out of me. Come again. Rewind. Come again. One more time.
And I can't take credit for it. It was in a devotional. The grandmamas give you the upper room, and so Sister Girl, New York City, we roll with that. We never know where you're going to have that. But it literally said, when you get where you're going, where will you be? When you get what you want, what will you have? And when you have all that you want, will it be worth Christ dying for?
Jesus.
Woo! And he literally laid it right there in front. So here you go. Talk about chin check, talk about challenge. That was my defining moment on September 12th. So that was my inspiration. Will it be? So whatever you do, girlfriend, whatever you do, daughter, whatever you do, child of the Most High, whatever you do, heiress to the throne, will it be worth Christ dying? Destiny Designers University, you could say, yeah, that was worth it. I used what you gave me, God. So that was my inspiration.
Whoa. Amen. I tell you, D-Wa, did I say she was mad to the bone? That is just amazing. What a time when people who are listening right now, their experience might not have been the same post 9/11. We all can remember. It's one of those moments. We all remember where we were when that first plane hit, and we remember how we felt. So I can only imagine. I remember getting a call from my girlfriend who was just like you, fortunate enough to get out. She said the smoke had covered her whole body, and she couldn't even see. She doesn't know who helped her. And another friend that said, Stacy, a fireman grabbed me right before, as the building was coming down. And he couldn't find the fireman to say thank you. He was messed up for so long just remembering that moment. He said, imagine you put your foot, and as you put your foot, the crash.
Jesus.
And I said, God just covered you in that moment for whatever reason. And for you to share that story right now, you're bringing back memories of everyone who has lived post 9/11. That now is the time. Our dreams can't wait. You sat after the beverage stop. You sat and you had to get clarity on what it was. God, what do you want me to do?
I asked. I was not comfortable with just going back to routine and average. Life we knew if we were here, in the New York Metro, we knew life would never be the same. We felt it, but I knew I didn't want to go back to business as usual. In fact, I will tell you this real briefly. Had a conversation with a girlfriend at the time, and I remember some words that she shared were just kind of did something to my spirit. And she said, when things get back to normal. And I said, well, things aren't going to be normal. I mean, and she lived, I lived in the suburbs of Jersey. I commuted into Wall Street every day. And so maybe that was the distinction. But it just, it was a flag for me not to be the little brown girl who had made it out of the hood to Wall Street and to go back and to commute into the city and do my routine and believe that I had made it and go back and get my Starbucks at 3 o'clock into that routine and not think that, or be mindful that no, things will never be the same. You need to be more aware. You need to start asking questions. You need to really start to get some clarity around life in general. And so that was the season. That was the defining moment. And that was the beginning of me stepping into destiny and living my purpose. I just didn't want to live or go back to routine average brown girl. No disrespect to us, but I'm just saying, you know how we could, you know, if it doesn't really immediately affect us, we hurt and for a moment and we're in it and we're grieving. You know, sometimes I say we're real bandwagon people. I'm sorry, I'm just saying, just in general, I'm just saying life, right? In general, we jump on, but we need to really say, well, what do I do now? And what does this mean for me? Or what, you know, what is the message? What is the lesson? And I just didn't want to be that just shallow surface. You know, I felt like I needed to be more globally aware, you know, because I was a little brown girl naive. Listen, I remember, so down 33 flights of stairs, got with 4 of my colleagues. In fact, I used to say we looked like the United Nations because we were all of different ethnic backgrounds, which was really sweet. But I remember leaning over a transistor radio at Battery Park and hearing the words terrorist attack. I was like, well, what the? I was like, what the? You know, and so being naive and not really understanding what? So not being aware of global affairs and not being aware of the tensions. Does that make sense?
Makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, I just didn't know. So you could be successful in the space or be doing your own thing, but only be successful in the space of which, you know, you live and dwell. So in any event, that really inspired me. And how about those questions?
Well, first of all, I just, are you getting what I'm getting? Like, Dee is stirring up my spirit. Put that in the feed right now. All of what Dee is sharing, if it's resonating with you, put it in the feed. Share it, because your takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. And this is real talk and real conversation. That's what I love about you. And this whole idea of being average. You know, my husband has this thing in our house with our boys. We're allergic to average.
That's right.
That we have to.
That's my husband.
That's my husband. And Andrew Grant.
Andrew Grant. You know what I used to say? I get an allergic reaction to stuff like average, and when, you know, negative people show up in the room, there's certain situations where I used to describe, I get this allergic imaginary just reaction breakout to anything. And actually I haven't had any, so yes, average is just not acceptable. And that's what that scenario was about. You know, if I had gone back to Wall Street average, and I did, but I just start to pay attention. I said, okay, God, you have my undivided attention. But God, I really just need to understand, why am I here? What is life about? And who wants to kill people? I mean, here I am minding my own business. So that's kind of how this all started. Defining moments.
Exactly. And that defining moment is major. Because it allowed you to then see from a different lens.
That's right.
How you were going to live and how you answered that call. And that brings me into my next question. See, when we do this work, Dee, we know there are a lot of people who don't want to talk about faith. And you know, like, you can't be in business and have faith, or you can't have faith and be in business. And there's some sort of, you know, this separation that has to happen. And what I love about you is that we can give God the glory all the time, where we are and what we do. What has been your grounding force in being able to be a woman of faith in the work that you're doing?
You know, well, I will say one immediate thought that comes to mind about just being able to be who I am, a woman of faith first. One of the things that was very encouraging is I was invited to co-moderate a half-day women's conference at the Congressional Black Caucus with Bishop Vashti McKenzie. And after the session, because it was a panel of congresswomen, in fact, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, Brooklyn, yes, she was on the panel, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and some others. And one of the pieces of feedback that I received after I finished was that women in the audience and the congresswoman really appreciated that I was unapologetic about pumping my fist for the fact that I pray and that, you know, my faith is not over here in a container. So that was very encouraging to me. But in terms of, you know, me just being very comfortable, you know, my life, my living, breathing, eat, sleep is all, I mean, I'm not here of my own accord. Like, I am an ambassador. We all are ambassadors. And maybe it's that my work is in the space. So I don't know, it's just, it's all kind of intertwined together. So I have to show up like this. But in terms of what keeps me grounded, I mean, you know, one, of course, is my faith. But more specifically, you know, I lead this prayer ministry. Yes. So what keeps me grounded is that the fact that I'm praying with women every day, 5 days a week, you know, twice a day. That keeps me grounded. So when I'm on planes, trains, and automobiles, and, you know, here, there, and everywhere, and at the White House, you know, which I was just sharing with you, you know, I was there, or I was sharing with somebody here. Andrew. I'm sorry. 2 weeks ago, what keeps me grounded is en route to the White House, I'm on the phone praying with the women who have real issues and real challenges and real struggles. It keeps me grounded, you know, to be in service while being invited into places where most would not have the opportunity. So being in service keeps me grounded. Also being, you know, in study, being a receptacle so that I can receive my pour, so I can then pour and be able to give of my saucer and not of the cup. And what I mean by that is, I try to get home Saturday night, no matter where in the world that I am. It wasn't always like that. I literally get home on Saturday. Why? Because I like to go to church on Sunday, and I go to Sunday school at 8:30 in the morning on Sundays. It hasn't always been. Even me being in this space, I was serving and running a business and speaking all over the world. And, you know, I had my church. In fact, that's how I got here. I come from really strong Bible teaching church. You know, thank God for my home church, First Baptist Church of Lincoln Gardens. Yes, the Reverend Dr. DeForest Soaries. I spent most of my adult life there. So I come from that, but now I get home on Saturday, I go to Sunday school. There's a little woman, her name is Tawana Sabbath, little sister Tawana, and she's Salt and Pepper Locks. And she teaches the class, and the class is full. That keeps me grounded. And so I try to have that structure now in my life. I get home on Saturday. In fact, I was at National Urban League, or Essence, one of them. It used to be I would stay the whole weekend. I'd stay an extra day to hang out. An extra day. Just to make sure I get. Yes. When they sent the request, no, I need to fly home on Saturday because I like to go home. I have a lot of really yummy time on Sunday. I'm very structured on Sundays. That's my grounding place. I silence the incoming traffic. I don't talk much. I don't like a lot of things coming in on Sunday. I have a little furry girl, so my baby is furry. She got 4 legs, so that helps me stay grounded. I go home because she needs to eat. That gives me sort of the real responsibility to get home. So does that make sense?
Yes, absolute sense. And let me tell you why I love it. And
I forced that. I got the, yeah. My girlfriend, they said, D, you got a dog. They said, my girls said, D, yelled at me like they were the boss of me. D, you can't have a dog. I said, well, I already have her. And she said, D, no. They said no, because they knew I'm on the road. How are you going to do that? I built in structure. And at this point in my life, at this age, yummy age, woman of a certain age that I am, I like to come home on Sundays. I don't like to talk to people. I silent. No, you can't talk. I don't like to talk. I need to get myself together on Sunday so I can run at a speed of 100 miles an hour Monday through Friday. And I don't talk before 9. As much as I pray for women at 7, I don't take calls before 9. You know why? Because after 9, game
on.
That's right. I
So-
love it. Woo, wait, hold on. D is just flying out. Like we need to capture it in the feed. You know, this is what I'm talking about. That's why I love her. And when we're together, spot on. So there are two things I want to go to because once again, I could stay here with you all night and we won't finish the rest of the launch.
University, the students won't get taught. Nobody graduating, nobody elevating, advancing to the next level because the dean is talking.
Well, two things. There's so many things that you said, but I want to touch on the fact that you are letting God master you. See, if we're not mastered by the Word of God, then we'll be mastered by other things.
Yes,
and His time is His time. And that's something that I had to really learn and understand at a deeper place. You know, when my pastor, this is actually the 5th year, the month in which my second mom went home. And I talked earlier about faith by proxy. So when you see somebody else's faith and strength, you think that you can just ride the coattails of their blessing. But you have to get to the point where you stand on your own faith. And I thank God for my pastor now that was here. She actually came to support, taking the mantle and going forward. But she said, this is round 2. We know what we've been taught. So God's time is God's time. So you don't plan things during God's time. I'm like, oh man, but I said I would help this one, I have that one. God's time is God's time. So when people now say, so you can't, nope, if it's during my worship time, can't do it, won't be there, I need to be back. I fly back. Sometimes I've come home at the ridiculous hours in the midnight just so that I can make it back to give God His time. So I want to applaud you for sharing that because that is so important. We miss it. We want God to bless us, but then we don't want to be faithful in the service. So it's just, it's amazingly wonderful to be able to share the space with you. And my last point is that's why you're one of the featured experts that is going to be a part of the whole spiritual balance within Destiny Designers University. Girl, we had so much fun playing together and planning how we can affect the support of your prayer that you give, that call. That's what this is about. The more of us that can stand up and show our light. We're living in a dark world. Anybody that didn't get the memo, these might be the days. Here, I thought it would be my children's children. I know I'm going deeper for some of you that, what's she talking about, all that gossip? But those that understand, this is a time where we have to stand up, where we have to be lights, where we have to do what you're doing, Dee, and changing the world, sharing God's light. Your passion, your spirit, it's intoxicating, and you are a blessing to everyone that comes in contact with you. And today, you don't even know, I'm holding back the tears of gratitude for you coming here in person to be here and support the launch of Destiny Designers University. I'm forever grateful. I'm thankful. I want people to know how they can play with you outside of the fun things that we'll talk about launching here. How can they follow you and just be encouraged and get the prayer call information?
So, of course, the ministry that I lead is a beautiful, wonderful ministry called Girlfriends Pray, and we're at www.girlfriendspray.org, and we are every place on social media at Girlfriends Pray, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Instagram. We are 80% virtual prayer ministry, so you can literally call in Monday through Friday, 7 a.m., 10 p.m. Just get stabilized for the day. Get your prayer, get in agreement with whatever God has for you for the day. Just call in, and you can find all of that information on the website, girlfriendspray.org. And we're 80% virtual today. Come January, we will be in 26 states and 4 countries. Say amen. I'm just saying, I don't know. I serve an awesome God. He's big and He's mighty. So,
He is.
But that is the work that I do. Girlfriends Pray is a prayer ministry, and our mission is to get more women closer to God through prayer, and our vision is 1 million women around the world. We just celebrated 5 years in Bermuda, launching there, and in a few months I will be in Belize, and then Bahamas, I think. Yes. Awesome. But so you can find us everywhere. I'm DC Marshall on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. D, middle initial C, and last name Marshall. And I'm just excited about the university. I am. I'm really excited when we do this work, because that means you have selflessly given yourself. You have moved out of the way to allow God to use you to serve other people. You could just be successful on your own and do it for yourself. But the fact that you have created this to support and to serve other people and bring other people along is good work.
Oh,
I had to be here for you. I had to.
Woo!
This keeps me grounded to be able to support my friends and my colleagues when I can.
I'm not always 100% able. I'm all over the place, but I just wanted to be here because you have saved me. You have been a good, yummy sister friend, right? And I said, oh no, let me see. And so I was able to break away because I really am excited about the launch of this university.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dee. Thank you for who you are. Thank you for the blessing that God has placed on this planet in the form of D.C. Marshall. You are just outstanding. From the minute we connected, I knew that was a divine alignment, and that our friendship and sisterhood will serve the test of time and just be able to give so many other people opportunities to be a witness to what God can do when you just give him a chance.
Stacey.
Love you, my sister.
Yes, love you more. Love you more.
Oh, wait. We have in the audience Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton.
I have to say something.
Okay, Dr.
Can't sit here.
You want to come on in? Look, Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton wants to come back. She said she has to come back.
I gotta say this. I did not come here to find out that I was supposed to get a dog. But I am telling you, I already had my son looking, and my friend said, Emma, you can't have a dog. You're never home. I said, I'm getting a dog.
That's right.
And I didn't know I was getting a dog to support my ministry. So here he is.
Oh my gosh.
This is my little pug that I'm getting. And I've already named him. His name is Biscuit. And God confirmed it to me. And so my statement is,
confirmation.
Bow wow.
Cute.
That's
we have a village. You need a village.
Yes.
I got dog sitters, nannies, the neighbors come in. Oh, that Sophie girl is a piece of work. She's a precious little, but we make it work. If you were a single mom, you would make it work.
Right.
Yes.
Structure. See, I gotta go home. When people say, listen, when dude said, no, I'm just joking. I said, I gotta go home. I got a little girl. They don't know she has fur.
See, we can stay here. Now it's getting live. Now we're going into overtime.
Yes.
This is when it really starts, the after party. Going in and
extra credit course. That's what we need.
Extra
credit course at the university.
There we go. Boom. Dominique, get that. All right. DC Marshall.
Hashtag extra credit at the university. I mean, we just keep it straight 100. Now we could go way online. But this is good.
Dee, you are wonderful. Thank you again.
Thank you, gorgeous.
Oh, she is just, oh, my heart is so full right now. Please, do me a favor. If you haven't been doing it yet, now is the time. I really want you to pause. I want you to look at the bottom of your screen. It says if you have any questions or your comments, please post it in our private Facebook group. Click on that group right now. It's a little link. It's a hyperlink. Just click on it right now. Just join. It's free. Join the community. And I want you to put what you learned from D.C. Marshall. I want you to put in the feed. She poured into us today. She came here willing to serve from her overflow, sitting right there in the sauce. She just gave you a little bit of a sprinkle so that you could have that. Share it in the feed because somebody didn't get to write it down. They're watching this as they're traveling or they're doing something else. Write it in the feed so that you can share that real opportunity for growth and confirmation, because everything you're hearing today should just be confirming for you what you already know God has given you that you need to put into action. So please do that. Shout out my girl, D.C. Marshall. Stay tuned because right now we have another wonderful guest in the queue ready to go, another incredible sister. Her name is Dr. Monica Agunda. Oh my goodness, she's another one bad to the bone. 2 master's degree, 2 earned doctorate degrees, changing the world, coaching, training, speaking. Just another sister that I've been able to work with and play with. Amazing. You see who I keep company with, so some of their goodness can rub off on me and I can deliver it to you through Destiny Designers University. So stay tuned. Enjoy my time with Dr. Monica Agunda, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello, sunshine, and thank you again for tuning in to the Destiny Designers University launch. I am just continuing to get more and more excited. I didn't think I could get any more excited when we started, but I am because there's just so many amazing people who are in my life, who I get to play with, who get to sit in my front row. I don't take any of it for granted. God is just amazing. He knows how to place people together, how to really help us continue to be a part of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. And when you evaluate who's in your network, and, not the old saying of, your network equals your net worth. It's not just words. It's understanding that the people that you're around, that you surround yourself with, should always be pushing you to grow, to be in a new space of development, to bring your A game all the time. time. And that's what you're seeing here today. And I'm just excited that we're talking in the group, that you're sharing your takeaways, you're letting everyone know in the Destiny Designers community about what's happening, what you're learning, how we're growing, how we're going to finish 2014 strong. And now I get to introduce to you another master expert. She is absolutely amazing. Born and raised in Dominican Republic, we share a little bit of my inner Latina that I haven't discovered. She is the president and founder of CEO Mastery. She understands what she's doing from a place of education and implementation. She has an MBA and 2 earned doctorate degrees. I think she knows a little bit about what she's talking about. And she enjoys and she enjoys her work from really understanding the value and understanding our value and tapping into that mastery and being in that space of bringing value to the market. She is a 12-year cancer survivor. Woo-hoo! Standing strong on her healing and not taking no for an answer. She takes no prisoners. I love her to life, and I'm so excited that she's here with us, Dr. Monica Agunda. Woo!
Woo! Cyber hug!
And the crowd goes, what?
I'm very, very excited to be here. Thrilled that this vision that you've had for such a long time is finally coming to life, and I am so excited to be a part of it. So thank you for having me.
Oh, the pleasure is mine. And, I really appreciate, I've been getting emotional on the preparation of everyone that has really come to and say, Stacey, we got you. We're here. We're just excited. And you've been one of those cheerleaders. You've been here just supporting the work. And I'm just really grateful because you understand what it is to use what God has given you to make a difference. Mm-hmm. But tell me, for you, as you think about all that you've been through, all that you've accomplished, were you always crystal clear about what God had given you and how you were supposed to use
it? No, I think we always start, if not blind and arrogant, I'll just call that on myself, then at least just blind, right? That's kind of the starting point. Is maybe you have a feeling, maybe you have a little inkling, maybe you have a little sense of there's a calling on my life, there's something that I want to do, and it's, the alchemist, Paulo Coelho, when he wrote that book, he's talking about that dream, right? That vision. And you sometimes may not have words for it. You may not even know how to articulate it. You just know it's in your heart. But you have to keep walking in order for you to know, for it to crystallize and to get more clear, and so that you can get a little more understanding of what it is. A lot of times people try to get clear before they get going. And that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. You gotta get going first. And as you get going, you get clear.
Wait.
So,
pause. Put that in the feed. You can't get clear before you get going at Dr. Monica Agunda. That was a nugget. That was a clear nugget. Okay, continue.
Well, because we have this analysis paralysis thing, and it's like, I gotta get all my ducks in a row, and it's gotta... When have you ever, for anything that's worth it, ever gotten a manual first? When you were little, did somebody hand you a manual to learn how to walk? No. You learned it by walking and by falling down, getting back up, falling down, getting back up. Okay, this doesn't work. Okay, hang on to this, don't hang on to that. And eventually you got your legs under you and you started walking, and then you started running. Some of us still walk like we're toddlers, but you got it, right? And it's the same thing with any vision. Worth it is worth you getting going first. You don't need to get clear first. That doesn't work like that. It works. You get clear by taking action. So that's something that I learned from my own analysis paralysis. As you mentioned, my degrees, and I'm very fond of collecting paper. Studying, reading books. I'm gonna buy this book. I'm gonna buy this program. I'm gonna learn from this person and this mentor and this. And before you know it, it's like, listen, stop. You have all that you need. All you have to do now is put it into action. And I think sometimes the reason why people freeze on that is because they need one person, like one guidance, one mentor. Sometimes you're listening to too many people, and then there isn't that community of like-minded high achievers that can keep you on your toes, and that can keep you accountable, and that can ask you the questions because you have permission to go there with each other. There are some people that you need to have people in your life that have permission to roll up their sleeves
and smack you back to life. You know, it's like, what are you doing? This, you know, I'm thinking about books that have changed my life, and I'm thinking about mentors that have changed my life. And if any of them had waited to publish the book, if any of them had waited to put their work out there, they wouldn't have touched me. And who knows if by them not doing what they've been called to do, I would probably not survive my cancer journey. Maybe I wouldn't have graduated college. Maybe I wouldn't have raised my children the way that I did. Maybe I would have stayed in an abusive, my first marriage was an abusive marriage. I would have stayed in there longer had it not been for the, you know, people pouring into my life. So this is what I love about what you're creating here, is that you're creating a container where you are in community of high achievers, of permission to follow your dream, of the tools and the resources and the mentors to equip you to follow your dream. You have no excuses. You can't even rely on, I don't know how to do it. Because guess what? Nobody that invented a new way of being and that followed their dreams had a roadmap to that. It just didn't happen that way. You just put one foot in front of the other, and eventually the path reveals itself. So I'm just very thankful that you know, to be here and to pour into the people that are part of this amazing initiative, because we don't need more people who are in the sidelines. We need people who are in the trenches, making their dreams come true, if for nothing else, to lead by example.
I absolutely loved it. I mean, you said a lot right there. I was taking down some notes on the side, trying to act like I wasn't. But but it's so true, putting one foot in front of the other. I'm a living witness. I would have never launched Destiny Designers University if I was waiting for everything to be perfect. Can I tell you? But the truth is that we're here. We're putting one foot in front of the other. We're creating the opportunities that are waiting for us. And unless we move, then it'll never happen. And I just appreciate you for how you share that, because that's powerful. That if they hadn't done their work, it wouldn't have been able to help you stand the storm of surviving cancer and beating it in the butt, as Les Brown would say, that you have stood the test of time because you were able to receive and you were able to refill and nourish yourself from what you were receiving from mentors and books. And, you know, you speak 5 different languages, and I'm sure in every single language it's still the same thing that you have to do, which is take action.
Yes.
But
mispronounce stuff, you know, and get the grammar wrong, and people looking at you crazy like, that is not, please don't butcher my language like this, you know, but how would you know how to do it well if you don't first just do it wrong, you know?
Exactly, and learn from it. So yeah. I want to ask you this question, because a lot of people listen to us and they listen to all of the experts that are talking, and they feel that there's so much different about you and I and them, but it's really not. What would you say has kept you grounded, that has enabled you to really hold this mindset and the way you've transformed your life? What has kept you in that space of knowing that every time I put one foot in front of the other, that something new is possible?
Well, I grew up in a house of, can we use adult language here? I grew up in a house of smart asses, which is way better than growing up in a house of dumb asses. But I remember my father telling me once, I said some crap that I didn't want to do. You know, I was afraid of trying. I was applying for a private boarding school called Phillips Academy, Andover, and I didn't think I had the chops for it. I was 13 at the time, you know, prepubescent, you know, jitters. And he said, has anybody ever gone to that school? I was like, of course, hundreds and thousands of people have gone to that school. Has anybody that was an immigrant gone to that school? I was like, yeah. And I rattled them off because I did my research. He goes, if one person can do it, you can do it. You don't need too much proof. It's like the Roger Bannister thing, you know, it's like nobody could run the 4-minute mile. And then Roger Bannister did it, and then 27 people did it after that. It's like, what were you people before Roger Bannister showed up? All of a sudden now you can run 4 miles, you know, 4-minute mile. So it's the same principle. That's what's kept me grounded. Every time that I'm looking at something, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I got the chops. It's like, well, you know what? If one person can do it, it can be done. So who's to say that it's not up to you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I just love that. Put that in the feed. If one person can do it, then you can do it at Dr. Monica Agundo. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. It is so true that we empower each other when we really live our divine assignment. And that is something that you can only experience if you dive in and live full. You know, I think as Wayne Dyer talks about living full and dying empty so that we can really use all the talents. God didn't give it to us for us to hide it under a bushel. He gave it to us for us to share, for it to be a blessing to others, for us to be able to change the world. So I just salute you for what you're doing, for the excellent standard of success that you have created with CEO Mastery and all that you are impacting and doing globally. It's just an honor to be able to know you, to work with you. I can't wait to play together in 2015 and what we're able to bring to Destiny Designers University. But before we make those announcements, how can people just connect with you and just get to know a little bit more about my dear friend, Dr. Monica Agundo?
You can actually go to monicaogando.com/MO, which is just my initials. And I have a gift for everybody that's listening here, men or women, even though the title of the gift is Women, Wealth, and Worthiness. But this applies to anybody, and particularly for people of color, because there's a subconscious sabotage of wealth that happens when you are the underdog. And traditionally, women have been the underdog in this economy and this culture, and so have people of color. And so I speak the spiritual principles of wealth, the spiritual principles of worthiness, and how you put that together so that you can expand that in your entrepreneurial journey or your career. You know, it doesn't have to be somebody who's starting a business. It could be somebody who just wants to take their career to the next level. It's an audio series. It's a 4-part training series. It's got worksheets and it's a full course. You know, I charge $300 for it. So it's my gift to everybody that's in Destiny Designers University. Because, you know, I want to be able to pour into anybody who wants to start their journey and who wants to take their life to the next level deserves to have as much support, tools, resources as possible so that they're fully equipped to take that journey on.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for offering that very generous gift. We appreciate that. And we're going to post it also in the community so people will know and have access to it. And I just thank you for all that you do. I thank you for being a real friend and just encouraging me. And I love you to life. And I thank you for that. And I'm just excited because we're living and doing the things that God has allowed us to do that's in direct will for him. And you are such a testimony with how you just pay it forward each and every day. So continue blessings to you. Everyone, stay tuned. You've heard a lot from Dr. Monica Agundo, and whatever resonated with you, I want you right now to put that in Destiny Designers Universe, Destiny Designers Community on Facebook. That's our little private place to have our conversations just between you and I and a couple hundred friends.
I want to say one thing that I want to leave people with, and that is that, as you know, Stacey, I've been a long time student of A Course in Miracles. My second PhD is in comparative religion, so I study a lot of spiritual literature. And there's something that has always stuck with me, and that is that in A Course in Miracles, it says, nothing unworthy of God is worthy of you. Because you're a child of God. So if you wouldn't say it of God, don't say it of you. And I always have in my trainings and whenever I speak, I always tell people this little exercise. Anytime that you are using the word I or the phrase I am in a sentence, put God in it and see if it still makes sense. So when you have this limiting thought of I don't have any money, say God doesn't have any money. I don't know how to do this. God doesn't know how to do this. I don't have what it takes. God doesn't have what it takes. And you just keep going. See what happens. I can't help but laugh because every time I say that, it sounds so absurd. And you have to do that until you laugh yourself out of your own absurdity and get back on track. So that's just a little nugget that I want to leave with people so that whenever you find yourself in that funk, just start substituting your I for God. And if it doesn't make sense, drop it.
Absolutely. So funny you mentioned one of my favorite books.
Love it. Yeah, she's a Course in Miracles student too.
Yeah, she is just amazing. And you know what? It's just further confirmation And I love that example. Take that, everyone. Now you really have to share this out. See what people are missing if they're not tuned in. Just go right above the feed and press the Facebook icon. Share it out. Look at what's being given for this last quarter of the year to really maximize our results. So thank you so much, my dear friend, and just continue blessings to you as we live our lives, do what we need to do to bring value to the marketplace and allow the opportunity for those, especially within Destiny Designers University, to graduate to the next best level of themselves and to play with folks in CEO Mastery.
High five.
All right, my dear. We'll be back again soon, so stay tuned. You don't know who's next.
Hello, sunshine. We are still going strong. Destiny Designers University. We go on and on till the break of dawn. Okay, not the break of dawn because I might break down. But we are still here. We are just having an incredible time today. What a day. What an amazing outpouring of just how much greatness exists on this planet. And so many of them that sit in my front row that are here, that are supporting and just encouraging the work that God is allowing me to do so that I can be a blessing, and not just in my own circle, but globally. Start shifting and changing what's happening in the lives of those who are willing to invest in themselves, their ideas, their goals, their skills, and their talents so that they can really live the abundant life that God has called for them. So I hope that you're enjoying yourself. I hope that you've joined our community. If you're just tuning in, someone just sent you this link or you just heard about it, welcome. I'm Stacey NC Grant, and I'm so glad that you're here. And if you want to join our community, right underneath where you're watching, there's a line that says, for your questions and your comments, please join our private Facebook group. All you have to do is click on that link that says private Facebook group, and it'll direct you right to Destiny Designers Community. So we're so glad that you are stopping by. And if someone shared it with you, pay it forward. Share it with someone else. Just right above the screen, there's a Facebook icon and a Twitter icon. Just press it. That's all you have to do. Just press on it, and it will automatically share out and hashtag Destiny Designers. Destiny Designers. And then if you want to really be fancy on Instagram, it's Destiny Design You on Instagram. So we are excited that we are connecting, that we're taking this conversation to a whole new level. I don't take it for granted. You open up your heart space. You've allowed me in to share this platform with you today, and I'm thrilled that you're here. And now I get to introduce to you another one of my dear friends, and I call him a big brother, someone who is in the space of speaking and training and storytelling. He is one of Les Brown's platinum speakers like myself, and just someone who's been a confidant, who's been so encouraging, who has been an example of what it looks like when you use your gifting through the power of story. So I want to introduce to you Mr. Dwight Pleasure. All
Hello, sunshine. We are still live here at the Destiny Designers University launch. I'm so excited. I tell you, each moment that passes, each minute that grows, I am more humbled and grateful for what God has allowed me the opportunity to do, and for all of you to stay tuned in. You've been watching, you've been hearing all these amazing professional master experts who love me enough to take time out of their schedule to be a part of today's launch. So I don't take it for granted. I'm just excited that you get to see who I play with, who sits in my front row, who is a part of helping me to sharpen the saw so that we can bring our best each and every time. So now I have an awesome opportunity to introduce someone that I refer to as my big brother. He is truly an amazing expert when it comes to the art of story and public speaking. He's been a Les Brown Platinum speaker, one of the original. He has been a part of speaking on stages all across the world, sharing his platform message, but then taking it further and saying it's not just the fact that I've mastered this, but I want to help other people be able to do the same, and has built an empire doing that with his partner, Dan Smith. And I'm just so excited that he's able to take time out to be here today. And I get to introduce to you my big brother, Dwight, Mr. Dwight Pleasure. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Stacy. You're effervescent as usual. Okay. So good. It feels so good to be in your front seat because I just could imagine what it would look like from way in the back row. Okay. So you look good up front. I ain't got nothing obstructing me. Nothing but air and opportunity, and this is a great opportunity to share and to be with you. And so I'm excited. Congratulations in advance on your new launch that's taking place, and there's no question about it. It is going to be one of the most life-changing, and actually on a global level, people's lives are going to be changed forever as a result of you merging with them and getting in their head, shifting their mindset, and causing them to move into a place of purpose, a place of value, a place of significance that we all want to, accomplish as we go through this life thing called life. All right.
All right, Robert. Well, I appreciate you for that. And I just thank you for who you are and just for being there for me. Everybody needs somebody. We cannot do this thing called life alone. And we never know more than we think we know because we always have to grow and we have to stay a student. And I just appreciate you always being willing to not only lead by example, but pour into me and encourage me on this journey. So I just want to publicly state that. But Big Brother Dwight, now you started out here on this planet doing some amazing things and understanding that God had given you something to share. When was it that you actually connected with what your divine assignment was?
Absolutely. Well, it's really interesting, Stacey. I think one of the significant places where my life and my purpose began to really take off was as you ran into and came in connection with Les Brown. I did the same about 10 years ago. And at that point, I was moving and, doing things in life and in the real estate profession. But my speaking career had not really taken off. I knew I had something of significance to say to the planet, but just didn't know how that was going to flesh out. So one of the decisions I made was to yoke myself up with who I consider the greatest motivational speaker and trainer on the planet. And from that point on, literally, as we say, almost a cliche, the rest is history because going forward, I was able to connect with Les. He took a special interest in the story that I had been sharing, and I got to share the stage with him literally all over the world and met some incredible people, not to mention you yourself. I ran to you one day and I said, who is that lady? She over there talking and she looking all sophisticated, like she really got her act together. And I'm telling you, I really didn't realize that what I was seeing was really the tip of the iceberg of who you were and who you were going to become and who you are today. And I'm telling you, all I have to say is that the Lord have brought you from a mighty, mighty long way.
Amen. I'm a witness.
Amen. So I'm just excited about the journey, and I've experienced some things that I never really dreamed I would experience in terms of the impact and the exposure that I've gotten over the past 10 years as a result of being connected with and aligned with my brother Les Brown, and of course, all of those, as I said, I've met along the way as well.
Awesome. And it truly is wonderful when you get to that point. It was the same when I met Les and made that decision to invest in myself and be able to work with the best of the best. And now, as you are, and so many of us that work with him, we're able to turn it around and have other people have the same opportunity to invest in themselves. That's why Destiny Designers University has been born, so that we can really be of service to help others graduate to the next best level of themselves. So there's a piece of that you mentioned that I think is really important when we talk about growing, and over the last decade you look at your life and you look at everything that you've been able to do. What has kept you grounded with being able to experience this kind of growth and success?
You know, I think one of the things that's kept me grounded is I've been able to see the impact that sharing my story in various places across this country and, of course, internationally, I've seen the impact of the power of story. And I'm telling you, I don't say that in a way, I say it really from a deep place in terms of the value of not only a person knowing their own personal story, but also being able to communicate and to share that story and to articulate the things that they have come out of, the things that they're involved in, and where they're going. So I picked that up from Les as I watched him, because from all the trainings, and back then when you came along, we were doing 2 or 3 trainings a year, and these were like deep submersions in Les pouring and allowing us to go forth and to get feedback. And so it was really a powerful transformation experience that took place during that time. But as I watched Les, I watched his love for story. I watched how there was no such thing as a dull story, or a boring story. It was a story that could use some tweaking, some feedback, some reframing to allow it to be a powerful story that impacts the masses. So that's one of the pieces when we talk about leaving a legacy. That's something that I feel that's my part that I gleaned and picked up from the master, so to speak. And it has become literally a passion for myself to become an instrument of change, an instrument of transformation in the lives of those that are yet ready to pull out their story, to go to the planet and say, I have something to say. And this thing that I have to say is burning down on the inside, and I refuse to take this to my grave with me. As a matter of fact, before I take some of it back, I'm going to add more to it.
You better go with your
So I'm being bold up in here, okay? Just come on all the way out there with it, because it is something of value. And you were purposed, and your destiny, there's that key word, was for you to bring that to the planet and to make a significant impact on those around you for a redemptive and a greater purpose.
Absolutely. You see why I call him Big Brother Dwight. I mean, he said so much right now. I hope you had your pen and your paper out. Can't put it down for this day. You're getting a lot of information. If you caught it, go ahead and put it in the feed at Dwight Pleasure. You want to make sure you share this with somebody via Twitter or Facebook. Right above your screen, you see the little icon. All you have to do is just press it and share it out. Let somebody else hear the good news of how this can really impact their last days of this year. It's not over. It's not time to throw in the towel. It's time to turn up and do what we need to do to really live in the way that God has intended us to. So, I mean, I could stay here all day with my big brother Dwight Pleasure, but he is a busy man all the way across the country doing a lot of work. So I want to just pause for a moment to thank you. Thank you again for all you do and who you are. Thank you for being here and supporting me and just being in my front row. And if people want to connect with you, how can they just stay connected and see all the wonderful things you're doing with the Power of Story?
Great. All right, Stacey, again, thank you for this opportunity. And of course, I wish you the very best. Anytime you need anything from me, I mean, you have carte blanche. Just pick up the phone, text me, call me, tweet me, pray and ask God to speak to me. Do something so I can get the message, okay? But the real simple way to kind of connect with what Dan Smith and myself are doing in our business called D&D Training and Coaching Solutions is you can text the word speaker, that's SPEAKER, to 55469. Again, text the word speaker to 55469. And many of us are familiar with the short code text messaging process. So do that. And some of you may be familiar with our website, totalspeakerworkshop.com. And there you'll find information on our coaching programs, our workshop, and some of the things that we placed on our site that will just bring value and add, hopefully, some more emphasis and content to your life.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again. You're an amazing gift from God. And what we didn't tell them, that you are an ordained minister of God as well, that you're spreading the good news, not just with stories, but with everything that you do. And I'm just really just excited. You've lifted my spirit. You made me feel I can conquer the world. I'm going to start singing R. Kelly. I believe I can fly. Like Dr. Phillips.
Yeah, I can see him now.
He started doing it. But this has been awesome. It's been an amazing time, and I'm just glad we were able to be a part of it together. And God's continued blessings to you, my brother, as you go off and continue to save the world.
All right. I wish you well, my sister. God bless you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
So much fun here at Destiny Designers University. Big brother Dwight Pleasure. I tell you, it's just wonderful when you know you can rely on the people who sit in your front row, the people who are able to pour into you. I keep telling you, I could not do this today, if it hadn't been for the blessing of those on my team, those who sit in my front row. I tell you, we've been going all day long. Stamina in #stamina in business. Who needs food? Who needs sleep? I will assume, but we are having a ball. I tell you, I just want to thank again. You know, I have Urban Room here, Tyler Johnson. Oh my goodness, he is just a blessing on my team. Mike Horton, oh my goodness, putting it down with the video. Patrick Page, DJ Patrick, DJ Mace. They said, Stacy, what do you need? We'll be there. Alonzo Brown from Alonzo Brown Communications. I mean, it's just been incredible. Shay Brown, Trevor Ott saying, sis, we got you. This is going to be awesome. We're here cheering you on. My husband, figuring it out, making it work, supporting his baby, saying, Jesus, let this thing work. But the good news is that it's happening. To have my baby, see, you know I have 2 sons that I gave birth to, but I have a whole bunch of daughters that I was spared the labor pains for, and they've just been here helping and doing and providing this opportunity. I just got to shout them out. All of my babies, from Jody Cox to Rebecca Hippolyte to Dominique Hart to Cassandra Lenore to Shayna Kale. I am telling you, these are my babies. They always have my back. They're always there, ready to do and to make it happen. And my sons, my very patient sons, who right now the patient is wearing out. They're ready for some food. They're like, Mama, how long are we launching Destiny Designers University? I want to design some food for my belly. But they're here. They're supporting. They're helping. They are my biggest cheerleaders, to see the joy in their eyes and say, Ma, we can do it. My oldest, I'm going to bring them on. If you stay to the end, you get to meet them. You get to see them. I promise them some interview time. My youngest one, you know, I call him Old Man Jenkins. He claims that he wants to do an interview. He wants to be on camera, so Mommy's going to let that happen. And my oldest, Samoa Fair, he in his tux in his bow tie, honey, smooth as collard greens. But we are going to have them join us later and just see my support system, the wind beneath my wings to make this happen. And I don't take a moment of this for granted. I want to thank all of my family members who are here, my pastor, my mom, my sister, my nephews. There's so many people showed up to just be a part of the moment. My Jack and Jill sisters, my sorority sisters from Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, my friends and sisters from Alpha Kappa Alpha, where, you know, I have to give them a shout out. I'll never hear the end of it. All of my Delta sisters who have been supporting Sigma Gamma Rho, all the weeks, everybody, just everybody that I know, that I love. I just appreciate all of my networks, everyone who is right in my corner saying, Stacy, we're so proud of you. We congratulate you. And I'm still trying to process it all. I don't think it will sink in until I get into my bed and really just get on my knees and give God praise and thanks that he allowed this day to happen. So we're moving on strong. We're coming down to the last stretch of these amazing and phenomenal individuals that are sharing the platform with me today. And now, my sister's probably still watching my other sister from another mother, all the way from Maryland. She would have been here, but due to a slight complication, she could not make it physically, but she's here in spirit. This is just an amazing woman. You heard Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton talk about her earlier when they do the fire and ice call. But when I tell you, just a beautiful, wonderful child of God, her spirit, her energy, her desire to help. She loves being in the space of service. She loves using her gifting to bless others. She has been such a source of support, of love, of just complimenting everything you could ever think of, and just sending prayers and love constantly to so many people. So this launch could not have been complete. She would have been here live had it not been for the fact that she physically really cannot move at this moment, but she is here with us to share just a little taste of the speaker, the author, the leadership expert that she is, none other than the beautiful Darlene Brown. Divine empowerment. So listen to what we had to say with one another.
Hello, sunshine. We are still here. Destiny Designers University launch. I am so excited. This day is just turning into an incredible outpouring of God's goodness, the best and the brightest. All of my featured experts that are here with us today that are taking time out to be a part of this transformational launch that is allowing individuals to join and be a part of a community that is truly living their calling, looking at what God has already given them and designing their destiny with it. So I am extra happy because I get to introduce to you someone who I truly count as a sister from another mother, a sister in Christ, just an incredible leader, teacher, author, transformational leadership coach. She is absolutely amazing, and she's taking time out of her schedule so she can be with us here today. So I present to you the beautiful, the talented, the awesome Darlene Brown.
Hi, sis. How are you?
I am excellent. I'm just so excited to see how things are unfolding because it's so not about me. It's about what God is doing through me. It's taken on a life of its own, and I just want to continue to be in obedience to God's will for my life. And to have you here today is just a blessing so that we can have a conversation and pour into the lives of those who are listening, those who are live, those who are in the feed, just soaking up every single thing with their notepads on all of the dynamic individuals who are coming across this platform today. So Darlene, you've done so much over the period of time that God has given you, and you've enlightened so many people. But I just really want to go back to, how did you start understanding what it is that God gave you, and what gave you the inspiration to move forward with being a blessing?
Oh, I have to tell you, first, just thank you. Thank you so much for extending the opportunity for me to be on this platform. And congratulations to you on the launch of Destiny Designers University. I'm so happy and proud of you, sis.
Thank you.
In my life, God has been so good. For many years, I had a very successful business career, and I was doing very well, but I felt a void. I felt like there was just something not there. It was missing. I was longing for more, like many of us sometimes do. And from that, I went within. I began to question, God, why am I here? What is it that I'm supposed to do? Because I have all of this, accomplishment, but I'm still not feeling fulfilled. It was from that process of going in and communicating with God, getting close to God, that He revealed what my purpose was. And I have the spiritual gift of exhortation, which is really of encouragement. And it's interesting because all my life I've encouraged other people. All my life I've been a woman who's advocated for personal growth and development, and just for people to strive to be better, to be healthy. And I've always been a talker. I remember as a young girl, my mother would tell me, you just talk. And so that gift I was born with, it was what I was born to do. I didn't identify it until I actually went looking to see why I had this void, or this feeling that just something was missing. Mm-hmm. And when God revealed to me that I had been using that gift all that time, and that's what it was, I then prayed and asked for the courage to go forward. And from that, God allowed me to put together a business infrastructure that allowed me to begin to go out and use my gift. And my gift became a tool that generated revenue. So, but my gift is truly of service. I serve God and all those that He brings across my path. And I do believe that God blesses us with a gift so that the gift will make the provision for our lives. And that's what happened. But I had to do the work, and it was not always easy. And I understand now that things always happen in God's time, because He allowed me to gain the necessary experience and education and contacts. So when I got to that point, I had all the tools already there to move forward. And even though I didn't understand everything, He made sure that He brought it to my attention through other people, and just, me praying and going to Him and seeking His guidance. That's it.
Awesome. I just love it. And I just love the fact that every time we connect, and, the things that we'll be doing together as a part of Access to the University, it just speaks to us being very clear on whose we are, and understanding that being in that divine alignment. A lot of people, especially in business, want to run away from expressing that on the platform. But everybody knows, don't even connect with me, honey, if you don't want me calling God's name.
That's right. Because the truth is, you can't do anything without God.
Exactly. And He allows it. And He allows us to connect with the people who are going to show His love and His grace through the work that we do, and help each other understand what our greater purpose is. And the first purpose is service. And then after that, any other blessing that we can bring and give, then He will make provisions for, and He will allow. But Darlene, I just want to, we could stay here all day, because clearly you know how we do. But what is it that has allowed you a place to go back, a divining or defining moment in your life, or the lives of someone that you work with, that you really remember, that being the turning point, that helping you to get clarity? Because someone watching right now is like, okay, Stacey has all these wonderful, amazing people sharing their story, doing all this stuff, but I'm not there. I am in the gutter, and somebody come get me. Were you ever there? What helped pull you out to be able to be the Darlene that you are today?
Oh, yes. I have been in the gutter. It's one of the things that I like to say is that our journey on life is about peaks and valleys. And I've had some valleys that had me in the gutter. And I was just like, am I ever going to get out? I recall one defining moment in my life. I was young, in my 20s, in a relationship that was very toxic and very emotionally abusive and mentally abusing, very controlling. And I've been in that relationship for some time, and my self-esteem had been depleted. There was no confidence. I didn't believe in my abilities anymore. I was really broken emotionally. My spirit had been deeply wounded. And I had been in that relationship for quite some time. And so at that particular place in my life, I think I was contemplating what life could potentially look like without this relationship, because it was all that I had known in my young life. And fear of my thought that, am I going to be able to be okay without this relationship? And in that moment, I just kind of cried out to God, because I was looking for some answers. It's like, I'm a planner. I like to be able to know the outcome. If I do A, B, and C, it's going to bring this. But life isn't like that. And I had to make a decision to surrender and completely trust God. Completely trust that He would not only bring me out of that situation, but He would restore me. And He did. The woman that you see today is very confident. Self-esteem has been restored. I am no longer broken, but I am brand new. I am redeemed and delivered. And I thank God for letting me know in that moment that if I just surrendered and trusted Him, that everything would be okay. And not only was it okay, it's been great ever since. Not that I don't still have challenges, but what that moment told me is that, as God says, we are never alone, and that every experience that we encounter, even when we're in the gutter and the valley, all things work together for good for those who love the Lord. I'm living proof of it. Just trust Him.
And are called
according to His purpose. Yes, Romans 8. That's right.
I tell you, we got to cut up. All right, let me keep it together here. Keep it together. But that is amazing. I mean, you just shared some information about being broken and how you recovered from that. And there's somebody that can relate. I mean, they're in the Destiny Designers community and they're taking notes and they're sharing out. There's some information that you just shared. I want you to put that in the feed. Let somebody know what Darlene has just shared because it can help somebody. You know, we work together with our partners at Che and Trevor. We always say that your takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough.
That's right.
So there could be a breakthrough there, and it's happening. It's just the power in using this platform to change and transform lives. There's so many other negative things out there on the internet, on TV, on radio that can just really drain you. But here we want to ignite the flame of service. You know how I feel about service, about giving back, about learning, about the skills that we have and we can use to make this world a better place. So Darlene, you're a living example of that. You're doing that in your daily walk. You're walking the talk. You're making sure that everybody that comes in contact with you is better for it. So I just thank you for who you are and what you represent and how you are serving from that divine place and understanding what you are giving to the world. And I just want everyone to know how they can connect with you. I think you have a little free gift for everybody. So these are the benefits of hanging out in Destiny Designers University.
Absolutely. You can stay in contact with me. Go to my website, divineempowerment.org. I have tons of information, free information that you can have access to that will help to feed your spirit and begin to transform your thinking. And I also want you to have my free gift. If you go to getdivinepower.com, that's getdivinepower.com, you have the opportunity to download a free 7-day audio affirmations. And these affirmations are powerful. One of the tools that I use to rebuild my self-esteem and confidence is by speaking life into me, into my life. As you know, there's power in the spoken word. That's the slogan for Divine Empowerment. And I want you to have this gift because if you actually practice it, you can go beyond the 7 days, but it's the same thing you're going to do. Just speak life. And you will rise up. The spirit that's already in you will be reactivated, reawakened, and you'll be tapping into what I call your authentic power because it's on the inside of you. It begins to transform your thinking about what you really believe about your life and who you are and your ability to transform the life and create the life that you want to have. So please accept my free gift. I'm out on Facebook. It's Darlene Brown, and you can find me out there. I have a fan page also for Divine Empowerment. You can find me on Instagram as Darlene Brown, and I'm also out on Twitter as Darlene Brown. So you can Google me. I'm out there, but I would love to stay connected with you. As my beautiful sister said, I believe in service. I'm a servant to God first. So anyone that God sends across my path, I surrender to him to use me to meet their needs in any way that I can.
Which is just awesome. And that's why we're going to be doing such wonderful, amazing, and exciting things together. And, you know, I just appreciate you for everything that you do, for being a part of this launch, and for lifting me up in prayer so that God can continue to cover what is happening and what he's doing through my life. And I just wish you continued blessings. We're going to have fun. We're going to do some exclusive opportunities between our collaborative, achievement-driven relationship with Divine Empowerment and Destiny Designers University.com. So thank you for being here. Love you. I know you gotta run, but bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Hello, sunshine. Hello, sunshine. We are here live in the Destiny Designers University launch. I'm telling you, I am about to sing the R. Kelly song, I Believe I Can Fly. Woo! Tell me about the God I serve. Tell me about how he will show up, how he will do it. There is nothing that he cannot do. This has been such a blessing today. If you're still out there, you're still watching. My phone died 3 times. I've been charging it up. I'm getting text messages. I'm getting posts. I'm getting phone calls that folks are actually tuned in. They've been watching this broadcast. I tell you, wow, how you blessed me in the spirit of Thanksgiving. I am grateful for you. I'm grateful that you've taken some time out
to be a part of this conversation, to see what's happening with Destiny Designers University, to meet some of the people who sit in my front row. And we're coming down the home stretch. We're coming down to where we are going to put everything together on how the life skills, leadership, and personal development training that you receive in Destiny Designers University will allow you an opportunity to graduate to the next best level of yourself. But before we do that, I want to shout out the 1209 Affair, Henry Nelson, Frank Waters. You see this beautiful backdrop behind me. They are able to create our step and repeat and our banners, and I just want to thank them. I want to thank Chef Jeff for producing the Destiny Designers University cupcakes. Wait till you see the picture. We're going to post it in the feed as a part of today, where Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton nicely coined Destiny Designers University, where you can have your cake and eat it too. Oh, come talk to me, somebody. This has been absolutely incredible, and now I get to introduce to you one of the sales experts on the planet. You've seen us share platforms before, doing some of the 24 hours of motivation, 72 hours of motivation, just crazy folk out here helping people. And he is one of the top 3 in neuro-linguistic sales. And he is a part of the Batman and Robin dynamic duo that have helped so many people launch and create platforms that are solving problems and helping people experience a bigger and a greater life. It's a pleasure to work with him, to really be able to play in the space, and for him to be a true brother and someone that has been a blessing to me. And now you get to meet him in the Destiny Designers University space, and that's none other than Shay Brown.
Hello, sunshine. Thank you again for being a part of Destiny Designers University's launch. I'm just so excited that you're here, you're watching, you're meeting all these amazing people. I keep introducing to you one after the other, the best of the best. I keep telling you, you have to evaluate who's sitting in your front row and make sure that you are a part of a collaborative, achievement-driven community. People who are going to raise the bar and allow you an opportunity to dream a bigger dream. After all, at Destiny Designers University, this is where we graduate to the next best level of ourselves. So, I'm super duper excited. Some of you have seen me with him numerous times doing all sorts of fun and exciting projects this year, but I get to bring him to you now in a more personal space here in the Destiny Designers University. He's a sales expert. He's one of the top 3 neuro-linguistic sales trainers. He's absolutely incredible, more energy than Energizer Bunny, and a true friend and brother to me. And I tell you, just the skills and the tools that he's been able to help others utilize has caused a shift in the world of sales. And I am grateful to him for his counsel, for his tutelage, for everything that he does, but more importantly, for being an awesome guy. So I introduce to you my friend, my brother, Mr. Shay Brown. Hey, Shay.
Well, it's a great day, Stacy NC Grant. Thank you for having me today. I'm excited, looking forward to this conversation, and looking forward to all that you're doing with Destiny Designers University. I mean, you put together some of the best, the brightest, the smartest, the most intelligent folks to come pull all their talents that God's given them, obviously, and share it with the world. So thank you, Stacy, for all that you do.
Thank you, Che. And as we have this conversation and just talk about utilizing those skills that God has given us, did you always know and were you always clear about what your divine gifting was and how you were going to bring that to the marketplace?
No, Stacy, I was not. In fact, when I look back, I would have never thought that I would be doing what I'm doing now. I mean, a person with no sales experience, only working for 2 companies my entire career, Citibank after going to undergraduate. I went to Morgan State, by the way, got to get a plug in, and then graduated after Johns Hopkins University. I went there, got to give a plug in. I never thought I would do this. Got laid off, Stacy, started my own company as a consultant, ran out of money, and found myself in a position that I had to learn these skills. And here's one of the nuggets I like to share with those folks that are listening, those folks that are watching right now that are tuned in. Jot this in your notes, please. Selling is a learned skill. We all can learn to sell. So I never imagined this, Stacy, but it's what I'm doing now because I've taken the training, I've applied it in my business, I've taught it to other people who were just like me, and now what was once maybe a talent has become a gift. And the gift is probably the gift of service. Back over to you, Stacy.
Wow, selling is a learned skill. Okay, so I need you to put that in the feed. Those of you that have been watching, you've been getting the instructions on how you can communicate in the Destiny Designers community. And that was a nugget right there. I hope you wrote it down. In case you missed it, maybe somebody else caught it and they put it in the feed. Because if they're able to put that in the feed and share all of these great takeaways, I mean, I'm giving you the best of the best, it could be somebody else's great breakthrough. So, Jay, thank you for that. Selling is a learned skill. So you were able to learn how to recreate what was maybe a awesome opportunity to start your own business. Sounds glorious to be in business for yourself. But then the real world kicks in and you realize that you ran out of money. You had to do something different. What has kept you grounded doing this work? And now the new Che Brown, the most improved version of you that continues to grow. How do you stay grounded?
What has kept me grounded, Stacy, is this principle, is that we never stop learning, that we're always learning. And really, that I don't know everything. And if you had to say, boil it down to like two sentences, I would say this: helping people solve problems is how we get paid. So we're all in business, yes, most of us that are listening, and we're here for a reason. That's just to solve a problem. So I said to myself, forget trying to sell, okay? Forget trying to be persuasive or influence people. What if I step back and I said, there are real people with real problems, looking for real solutions, and I've got a real answer. What if I just focus on helping them solve a problem? And that's what got and keeps me grounded. All I do every day is help people solve problems with less effort, which is exactly what Destiny Designers University does. It understands people want to grow in the areas of personal development and professional growth. So she brought folks together to help solve that problem. So Stacy, the answer to your question is of service, once again, solving problems every day. That keeps me grounded, keeps me employed, keeps me around, and it keeps me saving the world. With that being said, over to you, Stacy.
Thank you so much, Che. I mean, that's a lot that you're putting in there. I mean, somebody needs to hear that Che Brown is live on the Destiny Designers University launch. So if you're watching, just put a quick little cursor over that Facebook icon right above your screen.
Right there. Just click the icon right there, okay?
And let them know that Che is live. Share it out. Let them hear this information so they can join the community and be able to really finish strong for 2014. And that's the last question I have for you, Che, because I know how busy you are. You are continuing to save the world, and that is a full-time job. So you have this saying about beast mode. Hashtag beast mode. Talk to me about your beast mode for this quarter, the closing out of 2014, putting in everything that you are doing and taking it to the next level. What would you share about the importance of staying in beast mode until the ball drops New Year's Eve?
Absolutely. The term hashtag beast mode kind of comes as like a sports analogy. I'm a runner. I'm a marathon runner. I run 4 marathons and I enjoy running. And when you reach that peak state where you're training, and you're watching what you eat, you're training when you sleep, they call it beast mode. That's when you give it everything you have. Jot this down in your notes, because what Stacy is doing right now is really important. Jot this in your notes, please. Matter of fact, put this in her group. Put that in there right now. Here it is. Everything counts. That's what beast mode means. Everything counts. Every idea, every dose of motivation, every minute, and every time Stacy NC Grant and Destiny Designers University bring this to you, it all counts. Now, you've got to do your part. You've got to show up. You've got to take action, because the university wants people who take action differently than those that don't. So when you're in hashtag beast mode, you're in control of the 2 areas you control every single day. You control your mindset, so your belief system is anything is possible. Every moment of every minute of every day, you're giving it everything you got. And number 2, your actions. You don't have to get it right. You just get going. Stacy, I'm just excited with DestinyDesignersUniversity.com. Hey, if you haven't been there yet, I just got to say this. I'm in hashtag beast mode, right? So you are as well. Go right now to Destiny Designers University. That's Destiny Designers with an S, University.com. Go there. Follow the instructions. Join a group of folks who have one mission, and that is to make a difference in this world. Over to you, Stacy. I'm excited just to be here. I'm excited for the opportunity just to share just a word with you.
Well, I'm just excited to have you. I appreciate you for who you are, Che. Just being authentically you and really solving problems, helping to really save the world by those solutions that you create because your heart is of service. And that's really making our mark and letting others know that it's not just about what we can accomplish on our own, but what we can do together and to help everybody get there. So Che, before I let you go, how can people, outside of the collaborations and fun things we'll be doing for 2015 in Destiny Designers University, if they just want to connect with you and see what an awesome guy you are, how can they find you?
Here's how you can find me, and I'll give you one golden nugget. Jot this down in your notes. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. So I'm solving problems, and they're going to pay you to solve problems. Here's how to connect with me. You can go over to facebook.com/Shay Brown Sales. Doesn't get easier than that then. Facebook.com/Shay Brown Sales. Easiest way to connect with me. If you're on Twitter, same thing. Twitter @Shay Brown Sales. Come over, connect with me. I'm looking forward to work with all of you that are out there right there. Again, Stacy, thank you so much. I just want to make this just one general announcement. Destiny Designers University is unique and different because of its focus, because of its mission, and because of its goals. So if you haven't been over there to DestinyDesignersUniversity.com, go there right now. Please check the site out. Share it with someone else. Don't keep it to yourself. Share it with someone else and let them know that it's a great area for personal development and professional growth. And she has multiple folks there at different levels to help you reach your goals with less effort. That being said, Stacey N.C. Grant, you rock. You are amazing. You're a champion. And one thing about it, you're definitely a winner. Over to you. #Beast Mode Club. I'm going to start a #Beast Club Mode. That's what it is. #Beast Mode Club. I'm going to go get that site right now. Where's Trevor? Make sure he don't try to go get my site. Beast
That's why I
Mode
love
Club.
you,
See,
Jay.
I'm in beast mode. I'm working. Over to you, Stacey.
That's why I love you, and I thank you. And thank you so much again for sharing your knowledge, giving a little bit of the wise, vast amount of wisdom. And I hope everybody's been putting that in the feed. I hope you took your notes because he shared a lot in a small space of time. So #Beast Mode. Let's keep it going, my brother. I'll see you at the top.
Thank you.
We are live at the Destiny Designers University launch. Che Brown, I thank you, my brother, for who you are, for the work that you do, for your support for today. And you see the set changed a little bit since you were last here. I am joined by two distinguished gentlemen that I happen to have had the privilege of giving birth to. My firstborn, Josiah Drew Anthony Grant. Josiah, you can relax. The cameras aren't snapping you right now. And Jeremy Isaiah Grant. We call him Old Man Jim because he don't know. But I'm just excited that my sons can witness what mommy is doing. They can be a part of today. Dad doesn't want to get on camera right now, so, we're not going to put them out there. But just a quick little cameo because they have been determined to be on camera. You hear them? Yes. And because they feel they have a story to share, they have information. This is why I do this. I'm building this legacy. Rebecca says that Jeremy might be secretly trading us on NASDAQ right now. We don't know because he has a big vision for his life, for what he wants to do. They both understand, as their father and I have instilled, that when you put God first, anything and all things are possible. So they've witnessed all of the growth, the bumps, the turns, the running to and fro and helping mommy build this business, build this platform. And I don't really share them with the world like this, and I might not keep them up here too long. I don't need everybody seeing my babies, but I'm allowing them this moment because they have not slept either, and they've been here helping Dad and the whole team birth Destiny Designers University. And honey, the labor pain was serious. But back to my baby. So, gentlemen, we're at this moment. You've watched mommy launch Destiny Designers University. You have your own goals and dreams. What is it that you think about when you think about what God has blessed you with that you want to do with your life as a result of seeing all these people, meeting all the extra aunties and uncles that you have in the world that are doing all this fabulous work?
I think it's like giving me an idea of what's going to be happening in like future life, because as we go on in life, like we advance and everything gets newer technology, newer education, new forms of energy, certain things like that. I think that when I grow up, I'll play in the NFL. But what comes first is education, and that's like the mainstream running through everything. So that's what I think.
Awesome, son. That's mommy's baby. Woo! And that wasn't scripted. Thank you, Jesus. And now, I turn it over to my firstborn, the package himself, Josiah Drew Anthony Grant.
I would say later on in life, I just want to, regardless of what I do or what I end up doing, I just want to be the same type of parents that my mother and father were to me. So regardless of whatever I end up doing in life, just make sure that I can provide for my family the same way my parents provided for me.
Oh my goodness, wow, that really wasn't scripted. He's trying to mess up my makeup. I kept it going all day. And to hear them say that, and I just want to publicly say in front of everybody across the world that's watching as the makeup is about to be ruined, that mommy loves you more than words can say. And one of the greatest gifts God gave me outside of marrying your father was blessing me with the two of you. So thank you for allowing mommy to do this work, for allowing me to be able to work with people, change their lives, and for you to be able to have a legacy that you can be proud of, thanks to great-grandma, thanks to grandma and grandpa, and on both sides, and all of our aunts, uncles, and family and friends who have supported us to this moment. So give mommy a hug as you exit the platform, because they can stay here all day. And then after this, it's not scripted.
Can I see this? Can I see this?
Yeah. He's been trying to do that on camera. So this is going to be my NCAA playing son. As soon as somebody holla. NCAA coaches looking
number
at
87, 6'1", 188 pounds.
They know about promotion. They know about promotion. Look at them.
Man. I'll get it done. I'll get it done.
Yes, you will. Give Bobby a hug. Love you. Mwah. Love you, son. Okay. Move my centerpiece. Mwah. Mommy loves you. Give my children a round of applause. All right, and take the chair with you. How about that? All right, time to leave the set. Okay. And nobody wants to move. Lord have mercy. Oh, and the set's falling apart. It's clearly a full day at Destiny Designers University. Josiah, instead of posing for the camera, son, can you go fix the backdrop so I can close out the cast? Somebody get the backdrop. This is live and in living color. This is my world. This is my life. Would not be the same had my children not put their finishing touches on it. We love you, darling. It's okay. Go help as the set's falling apart.
Sorry for the inconvenience, people.
Okay, so while real life is happening, time for us to have a conversation. You've watched all day, and you've been here tuning in. Some of you were here early when the set didn't quite look like this. When we were still figuring it out, we were getting our camera angles, we were making sure we could broadcast live down to the wire. Trevor Otts and Andrew Grant figuring it out, making it happen. Mike Horton, Tyler Johnson saying, okay, we're going to get this going. Alonzo Brown coming in saying, all right, catch the angle here, change it here. And we've continued to move forward with a full day of showing you what's possible for you. As I said before, everything you heard today is not rocket science. It might not be something that you've heard for the first time. But what it did do for you today is remind and confirm how important it is for you to walk in your divine assignment. We only get one time to do this thing called life right. We only get one time to show God that we appreciate the opportunity that He's given us. And I don't take it for granted. And there was a time when I didn't value everything that God gave me. I didn't, to be quite honest with you. I thought that it was okay. I thought that everybody could potentially do what I did. I didn't realize the effect of my work and my commitment and my service to other people. I really didn't. And when I started to really understand that there was more, that I needed to align myself with people who knew business, who knew how to operate, because I knew how to serve, and Lord knows I gave a lot away for free. My father used to always say, no more prayers without the is. That's the Jamaican dad I have. But wanting to make sure that there was opportunity to be able to really value everything that I brought to the marketplace. After all, I invested in other people, I invested in books, I invested in programs. I spent money sometimes where I maybe shouldn't have, when you look at it literally, but it was an investment that I could not afford not to make because it allowed me access and opportunity that I didn't have before. And as I go through my life, as I look at everything that I've done, as I look at the sacrifices, I look at the high moments, as I look at the challenging moments, everything was here to teach me a lesson. Every relationship, every person, every experience was a part of shaping the Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant you see today. This was not an overnight process. I am still a work in glorified progress that continues to share, because we're all works in progress. I don't care if you're President Obama, if you're Oprah Winfrey, I don't care who you are on the planet, you're always growing. And that's why I love about those who understand being an eternal student and investing in the areas in which we need to improve, the areas in which we need to grow, the areas in which we need to get to that space and that place in our lives where we are contributing all that God has given us. On this road, I've met some people that were just absolutely flat out amazing, and going to conference, and you meet this one and this program, and this is happening and that's happening, and then you get all confused. You don't know what you should do next, and you're not quite sure who you should play with. And I think that's a decision that you have to take time with, that you have to know, that you have to feel in your spirit that someone has been divinely assigned to you. Because as much as you're seeking them, they're seeking you. And everything is not for everybody. The way we work, the way we show up in the world, the way we present our service and what we give to others is a unique space for each of us. And I thank you for giving me permission today to talk with you. I thank you for giving me permission today to be here with you, publicly launching Destiny Designers University. This was a collaborative effort. This took the time and the blessing of those who participated in speaking with you today, those behind the scenes that are making it possible for you to watch this in the feed, those of you who are sharing it out, who were so kind to say, check this out today. If you haven't done enough with the Black Friday turned into Saturday, turned into turkey and gravy still left over, stop for a minute and just watch this launch of Destiny Designers University. And you did that. And I'm grateful for you. And you're sitting here and you're asking yourself, what's next? How can I participate? How can I get more? My phone was going off from friends saying, I want to be your first student. I want to get involved. How do I get enrolled? And that wasn't about the first part of today. I wanted you to just be full. I wanted to fill you. I wanted to serve you in a way that touched your spirit. I wanted some of these dynamic experts to be able to excite that fire and that light and that passion inside of you to continue to walk the walk that you were intended to walk. This road called life is not easy. It's doable, but it's not easy. And having the support, having those around you that can lift you up, that can see a bigger picture for you and help you play full out will be one of the deciding moments in your life story that will be a part of the legacy that you leave. See, I had to invest in working with those who were playing at a different level. It's a whole nother conversation. You know, if you hang around individuals, and there was a study done, an actual study done, to say that you earn within $15,000 to $30,000 of those that you hang around. And I don't see that many multi-million-dollar earners hanging around with broke folks, do you? So in order to get to that point and that place, and money isn't everything. Anyone that knows me knows that is never my focus. But like Rita Davenport, it's not everything, but it sure is up there with air. So it's okay to know that your gifting will make room for you and that there's a price to pay for it, that there is a point where we need to invest in ourselves. And I had to connect with those people. I had to know in my spirit that they were the ones for that time, that season, and that place in my life to be able to take me to that next level. They were the ones who connected with the uniqueness of who I was and understood the way I do business, who understand the faith walk, who understand that while it might be conventional and everybody on the planet might be doing it, if that's not what God has allowed for me or ordained me to do, then I'm not touching it. So I had to look for the people who understand that, who spoke my language. And if I've been speaking your language today, if this is something that you feel could benefit you having access to Destiny Designers University, then I want us to continue the conversation. I don't want it to end here. You know, my feelings got hurt doing a speaking engagement in Westchester for this group. And I spoke, and they said, Stacey, where's your audio? You know, where's your product? And I was like, hold please. Because there was nothing to deliver. There was nothing there. I was doing them a disservice by not allowing them an opportunity to continue the conversation. I was doing them a disservice because I opened up a place and a space of opportunity in their lives, and then I wasn't there to continue the conversation. So I've opened up that place for you. We've started this conversation. And if you wanted to continue, I'm not going to make that mistake anymore without allowing you the opportunity to get the continued support that you will need on this journey. The year is not over. 2014 is still filled with opportunity and time for you to really utilize what God has given you. Just this week, I heard 4 deaths right before the holidays. People who were planning for the holidays, who were getting ready to cut into the cornbread and the sweet potato pie, but they didn't make it. And we might hear many other stories of those who don't make it to Christmas or to New Year's because nothing is promised. So every moment is precious. And I've come to realize that, and I've come to realize the value in extending conversations of support where you get the reinforcement that you need, the life skills, the leadership, the personal development that will help you graduate to the next best level of yourself. So what we're going to do right now, we are still adding on special courses, invited master teachers that'll be collaborating in what will be hitting on the beginning of 2015, but we're starting up a bonus opportunity for those who want to become students now. You're like, Stacey, I'm ready. I'm in. This is my time. I'm tired of the game I've been playing. I'm tired that I've been shrinking. I'm tired that I've been waiting for other people's permission to live my life. I am tired of where I currently am and complaining about it and not doing anything about it. I am ready to do the things today others won't do so I can have the things tomorrow others won't have. Stacey, I am ready to step up for the 2014 fourth quarter to make it down through the end zone. You know, I do a lot of analogies with football thanks to my kids making me a football mom. And I just love this video that went viral on YouTube with the coach in the ear of a player. And that player was on his fours, and the coach had another teammate get on top of him. And the teammate had to hold him up like this on his back. And then he blindfolded him. And he blindfolded the one that was on all fours, and he said, now carry him. I want you to carry him to, I think he told him halfway down the football field. And if I'm not mistaken, the football field is like 100 yards. And he told him, get on, stay focused, you're going to keep moving, and I want you to carry him out. He wanted strength training. And the guy's like, oh, what is my coach doing? Like, I don't even get this. Why am I carrying him? And he's crawling and he's moving. And I watched this video and I just stopped. It was almost like I stopped breathing for a moment because my heart was beating so fast. I was like, what is he doing to this young man? And the guy's like, Coach, I can't do it. I can't do it. He was like, yes, you can. Don't you quit on me. Keep moving. Keep moving. And I'm like, oh, and I'm watching what's going to happen. Can this young man make it? Can he do it? Can he pull his teammate across the yards on this football field? And he was blindfolded. He couldn't see where he was going. All he could hear was his coach's voice in his ear. Don't quit on me now. You can do this. You can do this. Stay focused. Come on. Stop the whining. Keep pushing. You can do this. And I'm like, oh my goodness. What is going to happen? And you know that coach stayed in his ear. He was crawling alongside of him, yelling at him, telling him he could do it. And he's taking one hand and his hand is shaking. You can see the tears coming underneath the blindfold. And every time he pushed with one hand and he pulled with one foot and he pushed with one hand and he pulled with one foot, you could feel through the video his body trembling. And then when he got all the way to the end zone, in the game of football, that's where the touchdowns are made, He got there, and the coach said, take off your blindfold. He took off his blindfold and he looked up. He had carried his teammate across 100 yards. And I could not believe the look in his face when he looked around, and he couldn't believe that his coach got him all the way to the end zone. See, some of you are carrying something right now. You're carrying your dreams. You're carrying your goals. It's heavy on your back. It's just weighing in your spirit. You've been watching so many people today talk about their goals and their dreams, talking about their platforms, what they're doing. And some of you sat there saying, I had that idea. I can do that. I want to do that. But they're living their dreams, and I want to get there. And it's like your dream is just sitting on you. It's weighing on you. You're holding it as tight as this young man was holding his teammate. And you're taking step after step. And some of those steps are painful. Some of those steps are uncomfortable. Some of those steps don't seem like you'll be able to stand the pressure, that your knees might buckle and you just fall flat out. But that young man didn't fall out. He was stronger than he knew. And through his coach, through getting that support in your ear, not the one saying, I don't know why you're doing that. That's a crazy exercise. You're not going to make it 100 yards across any football field carrying somebody who might weigh more than you to the other side. This doesn't make any sense. No, he had the coach say, you can't quit. You can't stop. You can't quit on me now. So that's what I say to you. You can't quit on me now. We've come too far. This is your time. There's no mistake. The divine assignment and opportunity has presented itself so that we can continue this conversation in a special way. So for those of you that are ready, and only those of you that are ready, I'm not in the business of convincing people anymore. When I first started out, and that's a question I should have asked everyone today, when it comes to your value and people appreciating your value and undercutting and undermining what you do because you're so worried about will people accept this or invest in you at that level. Those days are long over, because I know, as I said before, people pay for what they want and beg for what they need. And those that are serious, just as when I made the decision to be serious about investing in myself, and I still do, haven't stopped. Les Brown, top motivational speaker in the world, still invests in himself. George Fraser talked about spending over $15,000 in personal development just in last year alone, and he's the top network marketer networking expert in the planet, and he's still spending that kind of money. Lisa Nichols still invests in herself. All the people that I watch and see what they do, and just because they've reached a certain level, they don't stop investing in themselves. They continue to do the work. They continue to find ways that they can sharpen their saw. And for those of you that are ready to play with me, to continue this conversation, we're doing a very special 21-day intensive as a free launch to this university. Like, we have all this good stuff cooking in the kitchen. Let me just explain for you what the vision of Destiny Designers University is. Let me just explain to you what we'll be doing. See, you'll be able to enroll for a year long in ongoing courses that'll be happening every single month. So you'll have access to getting the materials, to getting the additional coaching from master experts that I'll be working with in some exciting joint ventures. You'll be able to get new products and systems that will allow you to be able to play in a bigger way, a way to be able to really say, wow, could it be that easy? When you get access to the information, you're going to be able to have additional products and services, your own journal that you'll be able to keep and track what you're doing for your year-long investment in the university. You'll be able to come at the end of our first season together and celebrate what you've been able to accomplish, what you've been able to do, how you've been able to use what God has already given you to create the next best version of yourself. Now, if you look at the Destiny Designers University logo, you'll see that there are a couple of things that represent the essence of what this university wants to do, and that's create the balance in your mental, in your spiritual, in your physical, and your financial life. The areas that I wish I had had some counsel and some coaching on preparing to be balanced in all areas, because if one is off, everything starts to lean at some point or another. You can get by, but you don't get away. And you have to take the time to really invest in balancing those areas of your life. So that's why we're taking our very close attention and time and making sure that we bring you value. It's not just about having people enroll in Destiny Designers University. It's about having people receive value. People be able to tangibly walk away and measure their results, measure what they've been able to learn, what they've been able to implement and utilize as a result of being a part of this community of collaborative, achievement-driven relationships. So here's the good news. You get to stay completely involved in the Destiny Designers University community on Facebook. That is going to be an open and free forum for us to play together, share together, and be a part of just encouraging one another. And while you're out there, introduce yourself. I want you to put your first name and your last name, the city where you're from, and tell us what you do, so that after this broadcast continues to replay, maybe, and you can interact with one another, you can go like someone's page, you can connect with somebody out there who might be at a similar place in their journey, because we cannot do this life alone. And for those of you that are ready and willing to turn it up for the rest of the year, I'm doing a very special program for the month of December leading up to classes beginning at the top of the year. So what is this special? This is my 21-day intensive. This is where people have paid over $2,500 for 21 days straight. You heard me, 21 days straight. Being a part of a series of strategic steps, worksheets, and programs to organize, to help you now decide, what are you going to work on? What are you going to focus on? How can we create a plan of action that is going to allow you the ability, the resources, and the tools to be able to set yourself up for the best year yet and finish strong in 2014. Time is going to go by whether we like it or not. But what we choose to do, how we choose to do it, is going to be the deciding factor on all of the things that we put into place at this stage, at this point, at this juncture, so that we can prepare ourselves to be able to bring the best version of who we are to the planet. Now, before I tell you how you can engage, you have to be a part of the group. If you're not in Destiny Designers community, you're going to miss it, because they're about to put it inside the group. So those of you that are there, now is your time to pay close attention. And if you're watching and you're not in the group, and you're like, wait, Stacy, before you announce that, before you do anything, where's the group? Right underneath the broadcast, you'll see a little sentence that says share your comments or your questions here in our private Facebook group. So that's what we want you to do. Just click on that, and you'll be directed straight to the Destiny Designers community, and there you'll be able to enter and interact with everyone who is in the group, who've been sharing and posting and participating in today's event. Just so excited that they're all here. So, you have a minute. I'm giving you a minute. 60, 59, 58. Just go ahead and press private Facebook group so that you can join Destiny Designers community. And once you do that, you'll be accepted. Dominique's been accepting everyone today because we want them to be a part of what's happening. So now you're in the group. You've also been sharing this out, and continue to share it out right on top of the feed via Facebook or Twitter. Just press the little icon and share that right out. And now, for those of you still listening, we must be cut from the same cloth. You're still here. You're still tuned in. And maybe you're a part of my assignment. And if you are a part of my assignment and you're ready to engage in a 21-day intensive, now this is not going to be easy. This is commitment. It's commitment every day for 21 days starting December 1st. Yes, in the middle of the mistletoes, the Yule log, and the eggnog, we are going to play full out and finish 2014 strong and set you up for being able to participate in the best year of your life as a member of Destiny Designers University. So how do you do it? You go right in the group, Destiny Designers Community, and there you will see a link posted for you to join this 21-day special. Now, as I told you, and there are probably people watching, people like, Stacy, I can't believe you're doing this. I paid $2,500 to do this course with you, and you are about to make an announcement that's making me very uneasy. What are you about to give the world? What are you about to unleash? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving. We've been here sharing. We've been here growing. And in that spirit, I'm going to offer this special for $4.99. That's it, $4.99. This is a one-time offer for this 21-day special. When we reach our enrollment max for this course, it'll be shut down. And those of you who are saying, Stacy, $4.99, whew, I just need a little help. I need a little help with my cash flow. I get it. I understand cash flow. And with that, you also have an option to just put down an initial investment. I think we made it even $1. Was that crazy, Dominique? What did we say? $180? We broke it up into 4 equal payments so that you don't have to. 3 payments of $180. We broke it down. They were looking at me like, what are you doing? It's already severely discounted from your normal pricing. Stacy, I don't know about this. They give me a lot of back chat on my tea, but because they love me and because they want to see our work expand and grow. So you have an option. Sometimes cash flow is an issue. It's the holidays. Things are going on. You're still purchasing and buying and doing. But if you want to make the purchase of the investment in yourself, if you want to make the purchase of us starting this conversation now, then go into that group and just click on the link, and you'll be able to get your enrollment in this 21-day intensive. Tomorrow you will receive a complete outline of what we'll be covering. If you enroll and you cannot make one of our sessions, we do record them for you so that you're able to still tune in, but there's nothing like being live. And some of my Destiny Designer University alumni are out there in the feed, and they know the value in committing yourself for 21 days straight, for being in that place and space of personal growth and development. So there'll be some bonuses that are included as a part of this. There'll be some bonuses that will allow you the opportunity to play big and then get your access to the full university. So it's been a day. It's been a wonderful day. And all good things must come to a temporary pause. And this pause is going to happen in about 60 seconds. But I do want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for those who want to continue the conversation. If you're in the feed and you go in the feed, you'll be able to get access to the link. If you're like, Stacy, please tell me how I can access it differently, just for you. You can send an email directly to destinydesignersuniversity@gmail.com. That's destinydesignersuniversity@gmail.com, and say, Stacy, I wasn't able to get in the feed. Please send me the link. I want to start December 1st for the 21-day intensive. I'm ready, I'm willing, and I'm able to move into the new space that is available to me. I hope that you've enjoyed your time. I hope that we get to continue the conversation, and whoever is ready to play, no pressure, because I want those that are willing. I want those that are ready. I want those that want me to share with you all the secret sauce and awesome sauce that has allowed me to expand and grow what God has given me. I want to thank once again my family, my friends, my team, everyone that's pulled together to make Destiny Designers University's launch a huge success. The best is yet to come. Mark my words on that. And let's continue to play together. Let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to graduate to the next best version of ourselves. So this is Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant signing off. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to be a part of the light in your world. Bye-bye.